What's going on, guys? Let's see. Is DSP even live? Like,
All right, guys, I'm about.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Today, we're going to do something I've never done before. I'm serious. In all the years, all right, that I've actually eaten food on streams, I don't think I've ever, done Chinese food. Since I've lived here in Washington State, I've ordered many different kinds of Asian food. But I don't think I've ever had, just regular, Chinese food, which is very common in America, by the way. If you live in the United States, it's very common takeout food. There's a particular restaurant that we get from that we really, really like, okay? And we only eat there every once in a while because it is a higher end restaurant. It's a little bit more on the pricey side. But at the same time, the food quality is, way up there. And
hello, guys.
I've never ordered for delivery from this place. Always what I would do is order and then drive and pick it up. So, Chinese food today. Two things I ordered. The first thing I ordered was hot and sour soup. Okay? I'm going to give this a go first and see exactly what it's like. I've had it before, and I've had different kinds. Some of them are very, very hot and spicy, while others is more sour and or savory. So it really depends on the recipe. I'm going to try hot and sour soup first, okay?
Hello, guys. So I'm just.
First off,
This is a random stream,
lid
right?
off. That was spilling everywhere. By the way, if any contributions come in
This
during
really
this,
is just
this
a
portion
random
of the
stream.
Thank you. I promise I will shout them out
Unplanned
after
random
I eat.
stream.
I'll maybe give you a verbal shout out, but I will shout out formally and add to the leaderboard after I've eaten the food. That way I'm not.
Let me know how the
interrupting myself
volume
here.
is.
Okay, so here's the lid. Immediately, the aroma is strong aroma. Looks like there's various things in there. Honestly, I don't even know what goes into hot and sour.
What
soup,
other
do you?
DSP
I
do I
don't
want to
know. Take a
watch?
look. What do you
DSP
think's in there?
documentary.
I don't know. All
Let's look at
kinds of
this
stuff.
DSPGaming documentary.
The
Let's
green
check that
stuff
out.
look like there's some kind of peppers, almost like jalapeno peppers, maybe.
You'll have to excuse me. This is the
I'm not
first
sure.
time me watching.
You don't
Me
want
live
to
streaming
know?
in
Oh, I want to
years.
know. Egg? There's definitely egg. Because this is the same as an egg drop soup or egg flour soup. They put egg piece. It looks like there's all kinds of stuff in here. I'm
Look at
not
this
even
one.
sure what it is.
Joon the King.
I'm gonna try it though.
Where the documents revealed his situation being even more insane than previously thought. Due to his Darkside Phil is a game creator and former fighting game aficionado that has existed in the online realm for over Darkside Phil is a game creator and former fighting game aficionado that has existed in the online realm for over 2 decades. He has participated in the inception of Let's Plays, but has hardly evolved alongside them. Where most creators benefit from the window of fame, Phil, through insane spending habits, has almost nothing to show for it. It was only in 2020 that he filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, where the documents revealed his situation being even more insane than previously thought. Due to his off-putting nature in that he will belittle his audience members while simultaneously petitioning them for donations.
I need the money to pay bills, and I need the money to do regular day-to-day shit.
Lie about his finances and inaccurately portray criticisms against him, he has few allies left. Content creators, large, small, new, and old, avoid him due to this and the unique community of trolls that follow him. Varying widely in intentions and actions, these trolls share the commonality of hating Phil and archiving his fumbles to great lengths. There exists a spreadsheet that is updated almost daily that tracks nearly every donation, the top donator, when the stream began, and what game was played. That's not all. There are several search engines designed to search his over 70,000 videos that even have.
I kind of want to rename this live stream. Yeah, I kind of want to rename it. Excuse me, guys. Just give me a second. All right. Let's get back to it.
Options to show the trend of word usage, and of course a forum with over 280,000 posts discussing him, not including side threads that would greatly inflate that number. While Phil is covered to great lengths, information is hardly ever centralized or easily consumed, prompting the creation of reasonably shorter videos dissecting different elements of his life. This video, perhaps unreasonably so, will attempt to tackle it all.
The dark side.
アメリカ太平洋岸の港湾都市サンフランシスコ。この地に日本チャンピオンが上陸した。
To the US population at large, November 8, 1998 was a normal day. For the 20-year-old Alex Valle, the American fighting game champion, it was anything but. For the first time ever, the fledgling American fighting game scene was going head-to-head with the somewhat matured Japanese scene that had more financial backing, production and the coverage, and tempering than the Americans. The Japanese champion, Valle's opposition, was the 16-year-old Daigo, who had flown out from Japan to make history. The game, Street Fighter III Alpha, was the medium. This could go any way, though the Japanese had the perceived advantage. That's why Valle's victory in the first match intensified the competition. As the match rules were best 2 out of 3, Valle had to win one more match to be crowned world champion. This could go any way, though the Japanese had the perceived advantage. That's why Valle's victory in the first match intensified the competition. As the match rules were best 2
Alex Valle used to be really skinny. Alex Valle used to be like super skinny. That's crazy.
out of 3, Valle had to win one more match to be crowned world champion, and so Valle continued his aggressive strategy and tried to put pressure on Daigo. Daigo, however, began adapting and started finding openings, anticipating Valle's attacks. Adaptation was never as important as it was here in the finals. Both sides were exposed to strategies they had never been exposed to within their local competitive scenes. With the advantage on Daigo's court, he won the second match. At this point, the outcome was hardly predictable, as both sides were solidifying their strategies.
ついに日本チャンピオン梅原君が世界一の座に輝いた。
Daigo had won and become the world champion of the fighting game community, projecting Japan's strength and their competitors as fierce. It was historical moments such as these that emboldened new players to join the competitive environment that had only seen growth. Realistically, the only way one could compete is to join their local arcade scene, if they offered a competitive environment at all. While online play was non-existent, the internet did tend to the community by allowing a quick, cheap, accessible way to promote local or grand-scale events. One of these involved an 18-year-old Phil Burnell. Initially entering the online space with the alias Wo Moses, he adapted other, short-lived nicknames such as Phil, Throw Like Hell Burnell, labeled as such for his strategy of using the throw move in Marvel vs. Capcom competitions that was viewed as unbalanced. Quote, everybody said that my victory was so quote-unquote cheap, and that I had no skill, unquote. Regardless, Phil was performing well in his local gaming scene in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The next natural step was to attend ECC, or East Coast Championships, that hosted various fighting game competitions. Add to that, he said he would attempt to go. Phil had experience attained through many years spent visiting his local arcades, an experience that would otherwise be described as a fruitless pastime. The elitist nature and other unfavorable qualities that Phil was showing were more acceptable in these communities than they would be in others. And he did have that one thing that made him memorable, his aggression. Quote, I see it every day in my town. These little fucking wimps who call themselves quote-unquote thugs and pretend they're quote-unquote tough mofos.
What?
Well, if I ever get into a fight with one of them, hand to hand, I guarantee you I'll be the one standing afterwards. And if they pull a gun on me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they don't hit me with the first shot, I'll have already punctured the windpipe and ended their life, unquote. This was in response to the general aggression Phil received when utilizing his infamous throw tactics. While Phil's response teeters from excessive to entirely unrealistic, it does expose the way he viewed himself as a macho, hardened, threatening individual. And that's why he chose his new name, Dark Side, which was directly influenced by the song Dark Side from the band Crazy Town. The reason for the Y in his name in place of the I is to avoid readers thinking that his name was anyway attached to the Star Wars universe, as that would be too nerdy. Phil provides other reasons for his demeanor, such as wanting to act as a heel in this developing space. A heel is someone, typically in wrestling, that is an inconsiderate or untrustworthy person, and due to their distasteful nature, the wrestling community actually enjoys matches with them, as getting trounced on is the ultimate satisfying outcome. And so Dark Side, as he was calling himself, was set on practicing and playing the newly released Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Though his palette was diverse, this is what his sights were set on. But there was an unforeseen issue. The game, released in February 2000, meant that it was untested and would not be at the East Coast Championship. Phil's solution was to make a tourney of his own, at Motel 6, with a $5 entry fee. The results are unknown. What is that Phil was ingraining himself in his local community, and that he just graduated high school as the valedictorian. A valedictorian is the highest-ranking student of a school's graduating class. The bestowment of such a title opened doors of opportunity. Ivy League colleges were in his purview, but he wasn't in theirs.
Yale rejected me, Harvard rejected me. There were 3 of them. I can't even remember what the third one was, but every Ivy League school that I applied to said, no. When you want to know why they rejected me, it's this simple. Because I'm a white male.
Where there is Phil Burnell, there are bound to be inconsistencies and lies. Here he states that it was because he was not racially diverse enough as a reason for not getting in, then later flips the excuse.
Just off of that premise, it wasn't my extracurriculars, it wasn't my academics, it was based off the fact that I wasn't a rich white person.
Another reason Phil provides for not getting in is that he signed up for financial aid, which he claims triggered an immediate rejection from the Ivy League schools. Whatever the case, his future had more potential than most. Throughout it all, he was still going to local tournaments. Here he recounts how the entrance for a local tournament doubled from 16 to 32 in just a year. He won this tournament, and with that, he is losing his potential. To make it big in this flourishing environment, practicing the game would have to encompass his life for nearly the next decade. And to finance the traveling, he took out various credit cards as his job selling yogurt did not provide enough income.
Well, you go to EVO 2K4, the fighting game championship.
700 players from all over the world, Japan, Europe, North America, South America, all over, right?
There's insane competition in the fighting game community, especially from Japan nowadays, and it's like a...
You know, who cares about the Flash? You can leave the Flash there. Make sure the gameplay is solid. No more stupid additions.
Old school LB, yo, what's up, bro? Yeah, my bad to go and do something. If you want to watch
those were moments from EVO 2004. EVO, or Evolution Championship Series, was becoming the end-all be-all for competitions in the fighting game community.
EVO,
Every year, the event grew. It grew rife with competition, controversy, diversity, and of course, increased attendance of Darkside Phil.
Yeah.
East Coast versus West Coast.
No, hell no!
In this particular moment at EVO 2002, the infamous Darkside Phil was selected as a sort of representative of the East Coast theater.
He was
Commentary from the
yeah,
people recording demonstrated how welcome he was.
He was a talker.
Phil, you are not East Coast, please. As much as Phil promoted his ability, when it came to EVO, the player base was at an entirely different level than he was used to. Losses here were common, and people did not take kindly to his hostility online, where he would physically threaten his opposition.
I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can.
Hold on, but then he used to always say things like, he calls himself the king of hate because people hate on him and he stands up for himself or something like that. But it seems like in this passage right here, it seems like he's a hater. I don't know, it might just be me.
And I will, I used to do that.
But in person, that was a different story.
I mean, online, he would freaking, run his flap and post a lot, respond to everything, but when you see him at the tournaments, he just sits there, he's not doing nothing.
Yeah, that's true.
That was Jaha, one of the more hot-headed players that was not afraid of confrontation.
He was talking a bunch of shit against the top Marvel players, so Shady K was one of them, and Shady K didn't like him too much because he would run his mouth so much. I mean, this guy would make posts that were a mile long. When DSP was leaving with him and a couple of his boys, that's when it was time to roll up on him. We followed them outside and we caught him outside, and they were getting up in DSP's fucking friends' faces too, just to fucking make sure none of them got crazy, but they were all fucking shitting bricks. He just turns fucking white, and it's funny because he just talks so much shit on the internet, but when you run into him in fucking person, he's just fucking, turns white as a ghost.
Yeah.
DSP was able to diffuse the situation by paying Shady K, Jaha's friend, $10. They arrived to that amount from a money match that was meant to go 10 rounds for a total of $100. But since it was cut short due to time limitations, and DSP only fought and lost a single match, Jaha and his crew were able to swindle those $10 that DSP had no obligation to pay. But even then, it was cheaper than a trip to the hospital. As for the forums, or the medium DSP would unleash his threats, Shoryuken.com, or SRK for short, is named after a popular move in Street Fighter. DSP continued to expand his character, adding the tagline, The King of Hate.
And the whole idea behind the King of Hate moniker was everyone hates me because I talk so much shit online, but no one can do anything about it because in person, I could hold up my end of the shit talking and win.
I understand that you got something you want to say about the DSP.
Nah, I don't got nothing to say about that little retard. Down syndrome Phil. Fuck that guy.
Oh, yeah?
Now, in 2003, Phil's infamy grew to new heights after he was banned from the SRK forums. Even the smaller competitions he did win would not be received with commemoration, but ire. In addition to the displeasures at his victory was what appears to be Phil advertising his website known as TopHaters.com. Further investigation reveals that this website of Phil's creation was a response to TopPlayers.com, a West Coast-centered Street Fighter website. Looking further into it, this is not just a response to Top Players, but Phil's lashing out at his infamy. There is much to unpack through the multiple pages of this website. On this page alone, he challenges some of the fighting game culture he himself is guilty of. On the main page, he informs readers that he works at Circuit City. On this thread, he is hating on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game. His words and his culture did not resonate within the fighting game community. Even so, he petitioned for financial support, supposedly to run the website, while also complaining about the lack of users. Despite a clear lack of support, Phil went onward.
Hold on, Guilty Gear.
This is not just a response to Top Players, but Phil's lashing out at his infamy. There is much to unpack through the multiple pages of this website.
On this page alone, he challenges some of the fighting game culture he himself is guilty of. On the main page, he informs readers that he works at Circuit City. On this thread, he is hating on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game. His words and his culture do not resonate within the fighting game community.
Okay, so
Even so, he petitioned for financial support, supposedly to run the website, while also complaining about the lack of users.
Hold on,
Despite
what's Guilty is that?
A Street Fighter website. Looking further into it, this is not just a response to top players, but Phil's lashing out at his infamy. There is much to unpack through the multiple pages of this website. On this page alone, he
is that the one that like did the,
was what
know,
appears to be Phil
like,
advertising his website known as tophaters.com. Further investigation reveals that this website of Phil's creation was a response to topplayers.com, a West Coast-centered Street Fighter website. Looking further into it, this is not just a response to top players, but Phil's lashing out at his infamy. There is much to unpack through the multiple pages of this website. On this page alone, he challenges some of the fighting game culture he himself...
Yeah, he was lashing out, yeah. He does this a lot, he lashes out a lot.
On this thread, he is hating on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game. His words and his culture do not resonate within the fighting game community. Even so, he petitioned for financial support, supposedly to run the website, while also complaining about the lack of users. Despite a clear lack of support, Phil went onward with a new project known as Impact. As tophaters.com was Phil's answers to top...
Yeah, he does that too. He does it like a lot of time ask for financial support. He does that a lot too.
He sought to make his own large-scale event.
Yeah, he does
It's
that too. He
obvious
does
that
it like
Impact
a
is
lot
going
of
to
time
compete
ask for
heavily
financial
with
support.
Evo,
He does that a
unquote.
lot too.
On the threads created by Phil to promote Impact that included fundraising, brainstorming ideas, and other items meant to trigger discussion, on average would have at most a single other response. That was also the only respondent to the majority of Phil's posts. Even threads discussing how much Phil sucked garnered more attention on his website.
That's crazy.
Tophaters.com was a failed project. DSP now espoused to this negativity will not use his character to his benefit. Instead, he used it to attack beloved franchises like Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3. Even then, that was
he loves to attack other people.
At fighting game culture. Here, he lambasted what was known in the fighting game community as combo videos.
But he keeps calling himself the king of hate.
The fighting game community,
I don't get it.
CDs were exchanged in person. These carried videos of various combos or tactics one could utilize, yet the existence of them were also controversial as groups could gatekeep the data. Now, with the internet in play and data shared at a faster pace, tactics and their discovery were virtually immediately adapted, and the meta was becoming solidified. Even still, the combo video situation is more complex than just defining metas, as DSP points out. Quote, in some cases...
Let's skip some of the stuff, because we don't really care about this early on.
The last
early
bit
shit.
is of utter importance.
Let's go over here.
16 seconds. The jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were deleted and various pre-existing videos were lost.
He also deletes
This
a lot
was
of
not the only
videos.
event he recorded in 2008. And alongside those videos, DSP began recording gameplay of various genres. The quality as such reflected the best his equipment would allow.
Yep.
As he positioned his camera initially
You
on
guys,
the floor and pointed
you
it
guys
at
remember those days where he used to record with this camera?
Castle Crashers.
You remember those days? He would just prop his camera up.
While the genres varied, the style of recording, the commentary, and the titling, in that he proclaimed the game sucked, provided some theming in a space that lacked cohesion. YouTube, as it was looked at as a video repository, a place to consume viral videos. Series and the like were virtually non-existent. There was no meta for videos, and not much of a reason to make them, considering that a paycheck through content creation was unheard of. In such an uncompetitive and themeless space, Phil's videos excelled. He quickly found out that his gameplay videos did better than his recordings of fighting game events.
Yeah.
Then found out that if he recorded proper sequences of walkthroughs, missions, and games, the chain of videos garnered even more views, as was demonstrated by his gameplay of Saints Row 2. These were uploaded out of sequence, as Phil relied on a unique method of recording. Instead of recording the entirety of his gameplay in one go, that would create a single video file to chop into several parts, Phil subverted the need to edit his videos down below the required 10-minute mark that YouTube had, by physically stopping the recording on his camera every couple minutes.
Oh my god, this is bullshit. Okay, Saints Row 2, trying to kill the general again.
This naturally created individual files that not
I kind of missed that era.
the editing process, but the rendering as well. From here, he could upload the files directly. The only additional effort applied left was to name the videos. Though Phil, in late 2008, did commit himself to recording entire playthroughs of games full with his commentary, the sequence was still scrambled and parts were uploaded out of order. But by the time he began his Fallout 3 series, now adopting his role of what would be known as a Let's Player, he was finally correcting these errors and uploading the sequence. Then the issue was not the sequence, but how much he was uploading. If he did a 4-hour recording session, that amounted to 25 videos, and those 25 videos were uploaded from November 28th to November 29th. That was 25 uploads in just 2 days.
Yep.
Phil, with some fluctuation, was spamming his uploads. By December
he was spamming it. Yep, he was doing that a lot. Yep.
He was up to part 137 of the Fallout Let's Play series. That was only a
he definitely was a spammer of uploads.
Videos. This means Phil, at 1,400 subscribers, averaged around 2 subscribers per video. The comments were quite vocal with their exhaustion of the spam. Quote, "Stop spamming videos, they are not that good." Unquote. Some comments seem to just target Phil as a person. Quote, "Fucking you. You are a stupid man. Suck my lick." Unquote.
I remember those days of YouTube to where you could just say anything.
His responses.
English, you stupid. Blah blah blah. Okay, time for save.
Viewers were not sure if DSP's crudeness was him playing a character, though the Street Fighter community knew it wasn't.
DSP, stop recording. No one gets a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament. Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. Jesus Christ, man. Want me to run the fucking tournament for you?
Taking form now in early 2009 was the basis of DSP. All the core elements were finally present, including the audience. From those few who were vocal about their dislike of DSP, DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his videos enough to donate to him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations for what he claims were games and equipment. Even now, in the channel comments, people were suggesting the use of direct capture via what is known as a capture card, and DSP did indeed spend that money, a lot of it too, on a more expensive, yet worse option.
As you know, any donations that you send help me in the cost of games and equipment, especially this brand new HD camera. It cost me a pretty hefty sum, so.
As these suggestions to how he can improve his videos poured in, Phil would go on and pour them out.
This guy just wants to be my friend so he gets deleted. Why don't you use capture card instead of camera? I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times, because then I'd have to actually use a professional microphone, I'd have to record the voiceovers, I'd have to actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up. Considering I put up like 30 a fucking day, unless you want to fucking stay home and do that while I'm at work, I don't think that's gonna happen. So shut your fucking face.
Damn.
That, as would be understood,
he said
was
shut your fucking face.
Long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology.
I remember when he quit like a bitch on Mega Man. Bro, hit to his defense. Yeah, he did quit. He used to quit a lot. Yeah, I do. I'm starting to get into Mega Man. I'm starting to get into Mega Man. I beat Mega Man 1, 2, and I beat Mega Man 3. Those games are really hard, and X6 I heard was really crazy hard, so yeah, I can't blame him either. That game was really hard. That game was crazy hard.
This new channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going as the King of Hate HD, shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers.
Yeah, he used to make custom controllers too. Yep, I remember those days. And Howard said that he got a controller from Phil.
And not perform well in. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending
social life, yeah, at the time, yeah, he did have a social life at that time.
Now, because his vlogging channel
for sure, a short period of time.
The YouTube partner program, where he pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello everyone, DSP here.
Yeah, that San Andreas playthrough was crazy. Oh, yeah, it's the face reveal, yeah. Look at how he looks. He looks so young. He looks a little innocent. Well, not really. He looks like a bully.
Combined with the money from his traditional job, he moved out of his parents' house into his own condo that he purchased for $131,000.
Damn, he bought the condo for that much?
For such events, such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Okay, he had friends at that point. Okay, cool. The guy actually had friends. That's nice. Yeah, he made it. Yeah, he did make. He got bullied, but I think he used to be kind of weird. Like I think he do got symptoms of like autism, not full blown autism. There goes John Ramos, the boy right there. There's signs of him having like low level Asperger's or on the spectrum. So I think he was kind of like really weird when he was younger, and he did kind of get bullied. Yeah.
It's DSP's Game of the Year Awards 2009. Top 10 best games of the year.
I forgot that he did this.
Operated well in DSP's life. He was still heavily drinking even during Let's Plays.
Follow me, Red.
Yeah, he was always a drinker, but now he just drinks gin, or however you pronounce it.
What? Red has died. She didn't get fucking hit. Now she's dead. What the fuck?
As was normal, DSP fumbled through gameplay, regularly blaming the game for its shortcomings. Alcohol only amplified this.
It's crazy, bro.
But every one of us is a trained. They both come in here.
I never played Fallout before. I never played it. I know it was always popular, but I was always playing different games.
Dialogue for the sake of progression. Phil unwittingly chose the option to threaten the NPC.
He does that a lot.
Why the fuck are they attacking me? I don't get it. Why are they attacking me?
I just attacked him. Why is he attacking me back? Classic Phil.
I didn't want to kill them. Why did they attack me?
There was a grotesque nature to Phil's Let's Plays and a rage that would turn physical.
My Xbox locked up.
One thing I will say about Classic Phil is that he wasn't faking shit. He wasn't faking doing shit like this. This shit was like real. Oh yeah, that San Andreas shit. Yeah, like when he used to smash controllers, that was like real smashing. That wasn't like faking for his audience.
Except he was so set in his immediate success, he disregarded improvement to increase what worked in excess.
Yep.
By early 2010, his Let's Plays and number of total videos soared. In just a little over a year, he had nearly 7,000 uploads on his main channel, with his total views at a gargantuan 70 million. That means he was averaging 10,000 views a video. And not in the least humble about these statistics. Quote, I've been called fat, ignorant, stupid, scrub, loud, obnoxious, disrespectful, belligerent, inciting troll, asshole, worthless. But I've also been called entertaining by 70 million people. You be the judge. I'll be banned by the time you read this. Unquote.
Crazy,
this
bro.
Could be found on SRK, and if even possible, further soured Phil's image in the rest of the Street Fighter community.
Look at him now. He just
Look at him now.
20,000 idiots are subscribed to him. That's great. Congratulations. Congratulations with your YouTube channel, and hope you enjoy your life, bro. I mean, it's a great victory.
Crazy, bro. I'm surprised dude is still. Yeah, I'm surprised he's still uploading too.
Good luck.
His whack Maz Moz banned me for asking questions about Leanna. Bro, really? It's crazy because like I think I was banned from his chat years ago, but for whatever reason I'm like unbanned. I'm not banned anymore. Back then it was common for YouTubers to put their personal relationships online for views. Yeah, that was common back then. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah. Yeah, the Andreas was like 226 videos. Yeah, that playthrough was wild, bro. That playthrough was wild. And it's like crazy funny too. That San Andreas playthrough was crazy funny and wild.
That his main channel, Dark Side Film, was taken down. After sharing the news, it came out that the strikes were illegitimate and were possibly sent out by a disgruntled viewer. With the strikes resolved and the channel
they tried to abuse the law.
Fit to celebrate his channel's resurrection.
Dude used to be goofy back then. He used to be really goofy.
Guess you fat, motherfuckers.
He used to be goofy.
That's right.
Look at him.
They tried to take
It
me
looked
down.
like that dude
They
from
tried to get me
Ghostbusters.
off
Like what?
YouTube.
Like the Stay
They
Puft
tried to
dude from
shut me up.
Ghostbusters?
Fuck those motherfuckers. The king is back.
He used to be so
That's
goofy
right.
back
As you
then.
can see, thank God,
He still is, but
my
like back
channel,
then, his
Dark Side
like
Phil, has been
he
restored
was
on
like
YouTube. So,
true goofy. Now he just like old,
Would also become
trying to be cool
against
goofy.
Phil. As a response to the initial takedown, DSP made 2 additional channels. One for Street Fighter that was
Yep,
and
he
another
did,
for
yep.
gaming, going as DSP Gaming.
Yep, he absolutely
this
did.
channel, for all intents and purposes, adopted the role of his main channel and will remain as such for the foreseeable future. At the time, as a host to gameplay videos, the channel's true purpose was to bring attention towards his vlogging channel, as that channel was monetized.
Yep.
what am I gonna do? I'm gonna
Polly cooking with the king. The famous bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich.
bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which include 6 pieces of white bread.
This new series, beginning in September of 2010...
Did he delete all those videos? No, they re-upload that. Yeah, they re-uploaded. Because he clearly he deleted all the videos.
Vlogs for reasons not known then, but are now.
Back then, I started cooking with the king as a way to branch out and to have additional content.
There's Leanna. He fumbled with Leanna. Yo, he fumbled with Pandily. How do you fumble that? He really fucking fumbled with her, bro. I'm not saying she's like my type, but like to someone like Phil, like you fumbled, bro. How do you fumble that? Well, because you're Phil. That's how you fumbled it. He really fumbled with Leanna. He really fumbled, bro. He got a woman that was like younger than him. I'm not gonna say she's my type, but she wasn't ugly. She was weird and creepy, but she was racist too. But she wasn't ugly. He bagged him like a younger woman that was in shape, that wasn't ugly, and he fumbled, bro. Phil, how do you fumble that? Crazy, bro.
Those were the following 4.
Yeah, no seasoning. But yo, hold on, let's go back. So you see the lettuce, you see the tuna, the pickles. I never heard of pickles. Hold on, this must be a different Cooking with the King video. Yeah, it's a different one. You got the lettuce, the lettuce, the tuna, the mayonnaise. It's a very basic recipe. It's a very basic, bare bones, a very vanilla recipe, right? It's a very vanilla recipe because you don't see no pepper, no salt, unless there's some in the camera outside the camera, but. Yeah, very vanilla games, and like, and that was playing it, and then she was like, oh, it's all with the black girl. No one wants to be with the black girl. And she kept just saying that, and then Phil just kind of kept trying to change the subject, because Phil knew she was tripping. I don't know if she was like racist. She probably was just one of the people that was just like, didn't really watch her mouth. They're just saying things that just come out of her mouth. You know how people sometimes, like, they don't really watch what they say. They just say anything that comes out of their mind. It don't mean that they racist. They're just not mindful. I think that's her. She just don't think before she talk. Yeah, she just don't think before she talk.
And what happened in this case, they did a reorg where they took me out of this department where I was doing all this great work.
You talk about how he got fired, but he didn't want to apply for more jobs.
And after 3 months, they laid me off.
Now, with more incentive to monetize his life...
Why would they lay off someone that has a degree? I don't know.
Because fast food, I'm going to tell you right now, when I do these for fast food, they're always...
let's go back. He started doing these, he tries it.
Phil launched a new series known as DSP Tries It.
Yep. You guys already know how I started doing them unhealthy lifestyle series. I'm gonna get back to the unhealthy lifestyle. Don't worry.
Because the egg and all the meat are extremely
I don't see
this series was initially
the need to like bite into a sound and show us the bite. Like, why do you feel the need to show us the bite?
Then joysticks.
This joystick uses all Sanwa parts.
This series had now evolved within the first 21 episodes to a general product review show.
DSP tries it. No. Get it off the screen. American Horror Story. DSP tries it, the Wolverine edition.
For a period, DSP discontinued this series and later stopped posting on the King of Hate HD.
He didn't. Well, he didn't discontinue it. He stopped doing it, and he just he started doing it again on his DSP gaming channel. Yeah, because those. So what Phil used to do when on his Dark Side Phil channel, he had his DSP tries this, and then he stopped doing it on his Dark Side Phil channel. He will do them again, but on his newly DSP gaming channel.
Discontinued this series and later stopped posting on the King of Hate HD altogether. DSP's fans were aware that he lost his job, and so a fan contacted Phil and offered to make him his own website, as was customary for various creators that found themselves
that's where he got his
unsecure
form.
survivability. And so, by October, the kingofhate.com was up and running, mainly used as a fan.
No, but this was made by Chris and Teo. Like, that's the whole separate saga. That Chris and Teo is a whole separate saga. If you want to know more about that whole saga, I made a video about that. It's funny, I made that video 10 years ago. It was called DSP Tries It something. I don't know. I forgot. I made a lot of videos about this dude, DSP. But this website saga is a whole, this website thing is a whole separate saga. That's not, I don't know if it talks about it in this video. With Chris and Teo is a whole different thing. That's definitely a whole different saga. I think Low Tier God was smart for ripping off Phil. I don't know if he ripped off Phil. I think Low Tier God was just an asshole. I think Low Tier God was just, because his first video he was talking about Boogie. His first video, he was talking about Boogie. He started off YouTube not even gaming. Phil started off YouTube with gaming and going to tournaments. Lil God started off YouTube by just talking shit. So I don't know if he was ripping Phil off. I think he was just naturally an asshole. And just like Phil started off on good terms. Lil God started off on bad terms and was perpetually on bad terms. He never got on the good side. Phil was on the good side, then went to the bad side, and then went to the good side, and now he's on the bad side. Lil God was just always on the bad side. He was just never in good standing. He was just always on slippery slopes because he was tripping.
Not considering that the average person does not know how YouTubers make their money.
Yeah.
This was mysterious by intention, done to avoid users clicking on ads for the sake of helping out their favorite creator. And if viewer support via DSP's instruction could staunch his income, what could viewer hostility do?
Yeah.
YouTube, with their AdSense program, literally tell everyone, don't talk
DSP Cold. You guys remember that channel? I think that was the first. I think DSP Cold was the first ever hate channel that I ever watched. That was the first ever hate video I ever watched was from Cult Leader. That was crazy. That was funny. That channel used to be funny. Compulsive lying. DSP tries it. Censorship. DSP tries it. Yo, I love that era of the Cult Leader. That era was nice. A nice era.
DSP Cold Leader was a channel that represented a growing disdain for DSP. This channel
hold on, go back. DSP Cold here, the Geoff the Hero. Oh, so it was Geoff, because it's another detractor named Geoff the Hero. I believe he made a lot of DSP videos.
Was a channel that represented a growing disdain for DSP.
Yeah, a clear disdain, myself included.
Or those that at this moment believe DSP was not exactly truthful or transparent with his intentions.
Yeah, people was really finding out about Phil do these roast videos, these hate videos. That's how I found out about him.
From the AdSense program, or just items that the uploader personally disagreed with. Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money, he was still able to purchase a few
Phil used to be remember this era Phil where he got a little bit bigger and stuff like that. He used to be like really tripping. He just looked goofy. He really do just look goofy. He like a big ass teenager, like a big ass kid. His hair just looked like a big dumb, like a dumb with hair on top.
The amount of statues and figurines were noticeably increasing. Perhaps it was because he felt secure, not in YouTube, but in Blip.tv.
Ah, the Blip Top T saga. Oh, the Blip Top. You guys remember the Blip the Blip TV saga? That was a whole saga that I also covered. I covered this saga too. I literally have a video. I have a video called DSP Hypocrisy, the Blip.tv saga.
After joining, was the second largest channel on Blip.tv and was on an exclusive Superior contract. Here, he
Superior at the time, I guess, yeah.
While still uploading videos.
Is this before the Machinima? Before he was with Machinima, yeah.
He entered 2011. His attention split between two competing websites. In January, a demo for the upcoming highly anticipated game, Dead Space 2.
Ah, this is what got him kicked off of Blip.tv. He was tripping on that with the whole Nazi thing. You guys remember that? He had to be drunk or something, bro. Cause what would make you think that that's acceptable, bro?
That was not even related to the already controversial.
I don't know why he would do that. He was really tripping that day. He was tripping. I don't get why he would do that.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact to turn everyone into necromorphs.
Oh yeah, who was buying multiple houses? Did he? Nah. I don't. When was he buying multiple? He probably was, but without my knowledge, I don't. I remember he bought the condo. He was with the condo for years, you know, his whole career. And then, I want to say 10 years ago, he, you know, the whole Seattle saga, he was in. Yeah, what's going on?
Also, in essence, blacklisted from working with any existing creators on Blip. So for the third time in just 3 months, Phil had to restructure his job.
Yeah, I remember the whole Seattle saga. Yeah, I remember those, you know, the Seattle saga. When he bought that house in Seattle, but then it was just like we found out he was in debt and he was like making stupid ass decisions. But it was just so dumb, right? It was just so dumb. He was making these stupid ass decisions.
And held a lot of influence with the
yeah, it was just tripping, bro. I don't know if he had multiple houses though. I don't think he had multiple houses. I don't think he had multiple houses.
Was able to pull some strings and get his channel partnered again. Not with YouTube directly, but through Machinima as
my bad, that was my roommate.
Therefore, circumventing Phil's
but I do have an apartment with a roommate.
This was an increasing strategy where YouTube could negate its
is this the Machinima thing?
By placing
yeah, this
responsibility
Machinima
on multi-channel networks like Machinima. In turn, they would be rewarded by reaping a portion of the ad revenue. So for the first time ever on YouTube,
he was tripping with Machinima too at some point, yeah.
In the background, there was one issue or faction Phil could not shake. Not even a day after getting partnered with Machinima, the prominent detractor channel, DSP Cult Leader, uploaded a video from the year prior where Phil denounced Machinima.
Let's go back. DSP tries episode 19, insulting. Yeah, he loves biting the hand that feeds him. Like when he got partied with Machinima, he was tripping off of Machinima too. He keep biting the hand that feeds him. He was tripping off of Blip TV. No. When he was with Blip TV, he started doing that Nazi shit. And then he got kicked off of that. And then Machinima partnered with him. He was tripping off of Machinima. He loves tripping off of stuff. Dude always tripping.
They're nice enough to go on my partner channel and watch those videos and click the ads and things
the dude is just always tripping. I don't know what's up with the dude. He's just always tripping. Fuck you, Machinima.
Amazed by these counter narratives, Phil continued to upload copious amounts of now monetized content with newfound confidence.
Yeah, if you can believe it, I'm living the dream, and you can only go up from here.
For a while, this was the case. In May of 2011,
when he left the place back with his parents, that was probably like way back.
And were running his website. Phil was still
what era was that? Like what era was that? Like was that the era of Darkside Phil? Was that the era of DSP HD, Darkside Phil HD, or was that the era of DSP Gaming? But his girlfriend, yeah, his girlfriend was tripping, Leanna.
Showcased how much his apartment had changed.
To be fair, Leanna was 18. Did she even graduate high school? Because it's like when he said when she turned 18, they got together, but they was probably talking. No, I think there was proof that they was talking when she was 17. I think there's proof. Yeah, there's proof. They was talking when she was 17. So who knows if she even graduated high school? I don't think she did. I don't know.
The first 3 parts had reached a total runtime of over 30 minutes, and this was hardly everything. Phil had covered the
that was the
space,
DSP gaming
or
era.
lack thereof, between his kitchen and living room.
I mean, you're probably right.
To review, besides the bathroom, was his
Probably like a
bedroom
mini
that was
arc,
similarly
a mini
decorated
arc
with gamer
that I
memorabilia
missed.
and other items Phil took interest in.
Probably right.
This artwork is actually painted completely with her breasts, and it's custom artwork.
What on
that she
earth?
makes.
What artwork is this?
And she does all kinds of different paintings and such. And I was actually thinking.
Yeah, but I don't know if Leanna even graduated high school like when they met. Cause think about it, you graduate high school, you want to go into college, you want to make moves, or you want to party, you want to do, you know what I'm saying? Why the first thing you do, you graduate, you want to go with some old ass dude? Nah, I don't think she graduated high school when they met. She was really, she didn't seem that smart at all. I don't think they graduated. I don't think she graduated high school, Leanna.
Wow, at this point, it's pretty much all filled up. What I'd like to do is get the hell out of here and get us, like I said, get an office where I can do a lot of my filming, where I can do my uploading.
Excuse the choppiness, guy. I know it's kind of choppy.
Having a business class internet, having a place where I could do better filming, and I sure as
Temporary go to 480p.
that's ever going to happen.
Close out these extra browsers if I have
collected,
any.
there was a space he felt was consistently vacant, who was lacking a significant other. Quote, now for my favorite part of the story. My sweet waffle Philip. I met him in November 2011 online, YouTube actually, while he was and currently is making video game playthroughs.
So this is the start of the I think this is the start of the Panda Lee saga. Now for my favorite part of the story, my sweet waffle Philip. I met him in 2011 online. So she met him on YouTube. Panda Lee, Leanna met Phil on YouTube. What, in the comment section? Like, was this back then when YouTube, you guys remember back then when YouTube used to be able to message people that you could send messages? Like, was this back then when you can send messages? Like, was they messing each other like that? I'm confused. Well, we're currently doing video game playthroughs despite some hurdles, biggest. Yeah, I think this was probably during the era of, like, you know, back when YouTube, you could message each other. Because ain't no way she met him through the comic section.
While he was and currently is making video game playthroughs, we're still going strong despite some hurdles. The biggest one is other people. We are a May-December romance. He's 11 years older.
God, hold on. This is weird. So, in the reveal video, he says that it probably not wasn't in the reveal video, but it was one video. He said that they met when she was 18. Which is cap, because that's too much of a coincidence, right? It's too much of a coincidence. He knew her before she was 18. He knew her. That was probably because she said that I met him online on YouTube. Okay, so you probably was 17 when y'all was talking. They probably was 17 while they was talking, bro. They probably was 17 while they was talking.
Her bonds equal. Quote, now
they had to be she had to be 17. So if she's 17, he was 27. No, because that's 10 years. He would be 28. So if she was 17, he was 28. That's crazy, bro. So when she turned 18, he was 29. If that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
I met him in November 2011.
That's crazy, bro.
YouTube actually, while he was and currently is making video game playthroughs. We're still going strong despite some hurdles. The biggest one is other people. We are a May-December romance. He's 11 years older, but it makes our bonds even stronger. He is so
yeah, that's true. Yeah, all the reply features was different back then. Yeah,
even planning and taking
if you said something to someone, everybody saw it. Yeah. Like I said, this has to be during that era, because you know back then in YouTube you can actually send messages. You can send literally like PM messages on YouTube back in the day, and you can comment on people's channels. I don't know if this was back then in that era. It had to be, because I doubt they was just talking in the comic section. They had to be in each other's inboxes. But why was Phil talking to a 17-year-old in the inboxes? You're 28. Why was you talking to a 17-year-old girl? And wait until she turned 18 and make it to actually official. It's weird, bro. It's some weird stuff.
Moving in together comes first, because he lives
in this is some weird stuff.
We have hurdles, but that's all for now. I'm sure everyone will get to know me well soon enough. I can't wait to learn and share and confide in what seems like such great people. Smiley face. Unquote. That was from a future post created by Leanna, or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan.
Hold on, go back on that.
Leanna
Hangen. Author. Was this like a forum? Was this a forum? This is 2013, Seattle, Washington. I'm confused. Like, was she born in Washington? I don't know, I'm confused.
I met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan, only for Phil to escalate the relationship by providing her with his more private email. By February
they was talking through the YouTube email system. The YouTube message system. They had to be.
They had become a
this is weird, bro.
Phil saw it fit by February
2020, 2012. Hold on. This is 2012.
By Leanna or Panda Lee
this is 2013. So it says she was in Washington in 2013. That's weird. So was she born in Washington? Because you know Phil moved to Washington. I'm confused. Was Panda Lee born in Washington? So when Phil moved to Washington with Panda Lee, he moved to her hometown? I'm confused.
As she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system.
I'm confused, bro.
Only for Phil to escalate the relationship.
Yeah, a lot of channels got dropped because of that. 2013 was a good year.
They had become a couple, and Phil saw it fit to introduce her to his audience.
Yeah, current YouTube sucks, bro. Current YouTube sucks. The older YouTube years was always better. This video was weird as hell. It was weird.
Quote,
he looks like her daughter.
Panda Lee is not Asian. That is all. This was
he did put that there. That was crazy funny.
That is all. Unquote. This was an annotation found on the video. A request likely by Panda Lee to avoid confusion of her race.
She do look Asian though. She do look Asian.
She also made sure to clear this up in an interview held through
she's from like the Philippines. What? Hold on.
Clear this up in an interview held through a Twisted Metal lobby.
Some guy on the reveal video commented that I look like an old Asian woman.
That's crazy.
So...
Yeah, they're all immature. Don't pay attention to DSP.
The Airy Lord, that guy.
A lot of them are fucking idiots.
If they ever need a really awkward Asian-looking non-Asian...
Bro, look at her clan name and say DSP.
Yeah, I guess so. So what are your favorite games?
I just want to know how many Asians have green eyes.
Nah, she didn't want him, bro. She either didn't want him or she was just... A lot of women... So let me tell you something. When young women get with older guys, it's because they have no options. They probably had a bad child love, or like I said, they probably didn't graduate high school. They probably was out of options. Parents didn't want them in the house no more. They probably didn't want to get jobs. Didn't have no education to get a job. So a lot of times when you see younger women, with older guys, because they don't have no options in life. So they do this shit just so they can get a free ride in life. So nah, she ain't like that, dude. She didn't have a choice. I don't think she graduated high school.
So, I have green eyes. Very rare, so...
I don't think she graduated high school, bro. I don't think so. And I can tell you from experience because, because I'm in my late 20s, right? You know how many, younger women, I'm talking, 18, 19, that wanted to date me because they didn't have no options in life. Younger women like older guys because they see money. It's really because they see money. They think if you're older, you got money. That's really it.
Okay, so a word to
I don't like younger women, though.
Do not fucking get an apartment. Ever. Just don't. I don't care what neighborhood.
Yeah, her voice is super annoying. What the fuck is she talking about? Her voice is very annoying.
So a word to the wise: do not fucking get an apartment. Ever. Just don't. I don't care what neighborhood you live in. It can be as white as anything. Don't fucking get an apartment.
What is she talking about?
You know why? You know why it's a white neighborhood? Because the white people live in the houses around it. The police is here. Yep, I called the police. You know why? Because 3 buildings away, I had all these windows and doors closed, but I could hear this Latin CD perfectly that if I knew Spanish,
Enough, I could probably translate it for you.
What does she talk about? She's saying don't move into apartments. Like, that's not your apartment though. That's not your home. Like, you're not on the lease. You're probably with your brother, your sister, your mom, or whatever. It's not your apartment. Like, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about, bro.
Yep, I called the police.
She's complaining about a home that's not even her home, really.
I had all these windows and doors closed, but I could hear this Latin CD perfectly.
What is she talking about?
Spanish. Enough, I could probably translate it for you.
Panda Lee would sometimes do playthroughs with DSP and John Rambo. Still, DSP's best friend had a large catalog.
Yeah, John Rambo was always the best thing about DSP.
Panda Lee, being a newcomer, and with her being argumentative with Rambo,
she was crazy.
Making a bad impression.
You see how she just dissed John like that? She really just dissed John. She said, John, fuck you, I don't talk to you. This is like a business. She treated this like a straight business. She said, fuck you, John. That's what she said, fuck you, don't talk to me. She said, John, we're not cool friends. This is a business. That's what she said.
A bad impression.
I'm just being difficult.
She's really saying, we're not friends. Don't talk to me. I don't fuck with you. I'm only here because of the money. And it's a business. That's what she said. She said, I get 50% of what he makes. So she's admitting to you right there it's about the money. She's telling you right there that it's about the money. She don't give a fuck about Phil, John, Howard, OJ. She only care about the money. She just told you right there.
Panda Lee was a fair match for Phil because she had similar reasoning and an argumentative personality that Phil often portrayed in
She was
his videos.
immature as hell.
As for his videos, DSP peaked in late 2011. Now, 2012, the trend was downward, and instead of getting a capture card to improve the quality of his videos, he sought experimentation elsewhere.
Project 7.
Project 7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos.
You guys remember Project 7?
A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They offered their assistance with the project.
I know it's lagging, guys. Just bear with me, guys. I know it's lagging.
YouTube career.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by.
I know it's lagging. So let me see if I can fix the lag.
So
I know it's lagging, guys. Bear with me. Wi-Fi right now. I don't have an Ethernet cable right
it was a
now.
lot of work for them. I don't think it was.
I know
much
it's
work for
lagging.
us.
Just bear with me.
Despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was. It's such a
No,
long
it wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day of filming.
I think at one point Project 7 was based off of Final Fantasy 7. Yeah, it was at one point. Yeah, it was on his Dark Side Phil channel. It has something to do with Final Fantasy 7, but he kept the 7 and just named it Project 7 like years later. I don't know why, but I don't know. I guess he liked 7. I guess he liked the number 7.
Did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay.
Yeah, Phil didn't even defend John right there. He was just like, Phil was a straight better back then, bro. Phil didn't even defend John.
Raised for mid-2012. Not only was he getting a set $2 per 1,000,
Phil didn't even defend John.
Sometimes he will get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel. The rest of the crew still desired to continue making these, and John Rambo put forth the idea that if DSP offered Respect the Pact money, then they would have a reason to stay.
Then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways, and throw them the cash, and offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna continue with the series, but hey man, at least try.
Phil did not do so. He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect the Pact themselves.
His response, they don't want money. They don't want...
You guys remember that video what John and Rambo did? No, John and Howard did.
Yeah. And then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
It's crazy, bro.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his two friends. This was already on top of other compounding, smaller problems, like Phil's jealousy of larger content creators and how he would lash out, creating unwanted attention towards his channel or just
in Phil's defense, I don't think he made a lot of money off of Project 7, because he said that he had to buy a lot of money. He had to buy props with his money. He said he had to use his own money to buy props. So I don't think he made. So I don't think he made a lot off of it, to be honest with you. But yeah, Phil was a hater off of John Rambo. Phil was a hater though. But I don't think he made a lot of money off of Project 7. If you really think about it, he bought all the props with his own money, and then it was like, okay, well, pay us too. So I kind of get it. I get it.
Or pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for you, you big nose piece of shit.
Everything eventually circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the
Let me see if I can fix this lag.
But as it becomes more difficult to calculate the earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited. But also, virtually every time he did visit, DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays rather than hang out outside the realm of YouTube. This all relates to the 2012 condo. From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions, like at least BMW.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house one day, and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact?
DSP was spending ever more frivolously. In contrast to his 2011 40-minute condo tour, this new condo tour took
Phil was really bugging back then, bro. But then again, I don't think he made a lot of money off of Project 7. I don't think he did. Contrary to popular belief, I don't think he made a lot of money off of Project 7. I don't think he did. Yeah, you're not lying, bro. You're not lying. You're right, Huckleberry. Liana was league size better than Cat. Cat don't even have, at least Liana was a piece of shit. Hold on.
It's too much. Too much.
Go on, bro.
The problem is I have nowhere to put this shit.
Liana was a piece of shit, but at least she had a personality. Liana was a piece of shit. She was crazy, but at least she had a personality. Cat don't have no personality whatsoever, bro. Cat don't have nothing going on for her, so she just Cat. She's just there, like she just exists for no reason. Cat just there. She's not even there. She just, I don't know what she is, bro. I don't know. You tell me. Like, what even is Cat? Like, what does Cat even do? Liana was younger. Not that that makes the whole big deal, because if you love someone, you love someone. But Liana at least can kind of cook, I guess. She was more attractive. You know what I'm saying? She was in shape, more attractive. She was younger. She looked better. Cat just is just, I don't even know what the fuck Cat is. I don't know what Cat is. She just, I don't know what she even does.
You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
There were plenty of
Phil fumbled, bro. Phil really fumbled, bro. He fumbled.
His 3 custom-made quilts. These quilts, individually and also factoring inflation, cost Phil a minimum of $1,000. How much was Phil earning?
The good news is this, okay? I'm an intelligent person. I'm a finance major. I went to school for finance. I knew day one when I started making money off of YouTube that I was going to bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super over expensive house, and I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes, I am driving a BMW, but it's actually a lot more economical than people really think.
On DSPGaming alone, for the year of 2012, he got 85.19 million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012. The problem now that he was presenting his audience, starting 2013, is that Machinima was renegotiating many other contracts. What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to a base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled, and what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming, and then in 2012, I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is in yet.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold. Not only is this proven incorrect by archives such as Social Blade, this is proven incorrect directly on his own YouTube channel, where there are screenshots from the start of 2012 to the beginning of 2013 that shows he got nearly 90 million views. It was also here that Phil was toting his financial responsibility.
You don't see me here with super expensive clothes on.
Yeah, he doesn't wear expensive. Yeah, he ain't got no swag. He don't got no swag. He don't wear expensive clothing. He spent all his money on figurines and dumb stuff. He spent all his money on figurines and Blu-rays and stuff like that. He don't really manage his money well.
Even though he was now
Not that he needed swag. I mean, he pulled at that point. He had Panda Leaf, so it's not like he needed the swag.
He would have to navigate troubles
He didn't
that were
need it.
exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
What could be the two reasons? There are two underlying reasons why he would have made this video.
Come on. That's why I didn't want to fucking restart the games.
Number one, he's just insanely jealous of me.
It's not my fault. I love it.
The other is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment.
What the fuck? What?
On February 15, 2013, YouTube user EvilAJ2010, in direct response to Phil claiming his videos are well received, uploaded a compilation of Phil's Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs with only the clips of his failures or Phil's obscene commentary.
Alright guys, so I had to edit the bitrate.
Supercut was nearly
I had to edit the bitrate.
In addition to this, it included AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original
Kat has a mental disorder. She had Asperger's. She probably does. I'm not. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Sounds like it. It sounds. It's probably true. Or however you spell it, Asperger's. Yeah. She says it. Yeah, her sister Jenna said it on Twitter. It's cause of the Wolverine figure. Yeah, he buys a lot of figures. BMW. Yeah, he was eating out and he was eating. To be honest with you, bro, like, wait. I can see him eating out pre-Liana. Well, Liana wasn't with him all the time, so you know. Well, he was still eating out even when Liana was with him, so I don't get that. It's weird.
As are his creations. The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly requires critical thinking.
Yeah, she had Asperger's. Yeah, she probably do got it.
Employ every item in your arsenal, as well as to react quickly.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It also requires patience to be able to learn enemy.
I wouldn't be surprised she has Asperger's.
Mistakes. Phil lacks severely in both of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid.
She probably got more than Asperger's, to be honest. She gotta have more than Asperger's. She probably gotta have depression and stuff linked with Asperger's.
Kojima wants to make movies. Kojima does not want to make video games. He will really, you can tell, he wanted to make a bunch of long movies or miniseries of this stuff.
Yeah, I had to lower the bitrate. I had to lower the bitrate so the stream can stop buffering. Because it isn't like a powerful laptop that I'm using, so I have to lower the bitrate.
Phil could not have come at a worse time for him. Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated to AJ, he was also desperate to staunch the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture.
I think it's still buffering, but please stay with me, guys. Please stay consistent. I'm gonna get like an Ethernet cable soon. I just don't have one right now.
Phil was still steeply behind on the curve, losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
I wouldn't say a fan of I wouldn't say a fan of Low Tier Guy. I don't watch him. I watch the restreams. I put it like that. I watch the restreams. I used like during that era when Low Tier Guy, when he was on YouTube before he was banned from YouTube, when he made the Critical Time videos. I used to watch those. I don't think I was a fan of him because he would always say some weird shit. He would just always say some weird stuff, some things that are just off, just really off. And I never really agree with none of the things. I never agree with none of the things that he said. He would just say some things that's just off, like aliens are gonna come and like, you know,
Phil was losing
you know,
viewership
abduct
and
us. Like, and
Chris,
it wasn't like he was
one
just
in
lying or
particular,
like just trying to
that
get.
Phil
No,
made
he was
DSP's
really
website
he
and was
like
responsible for
he
building his
believed the
computer
stuff. He
actually
would just say
had
some
fallen
just
down
some
with the
weird
DSP.
shit. I couldn't
Starting
really
with Chris
like I couldn't
calling
fuck with
DSP
him
lazy
like
for
that. He was just
initially not
weird.
wanting to adapt to direct capture, which
Yeah, he's a
DSP
local.
demanded an
Yeah,
apology
Local
for.
guy is definitely a
At that
local.
point, Chris had had enough and stopped supporting DSP, leaving
Local
DSP
guy is just weird.
purchasing
He's
the
just
way
very
back.
weird. Yeah, that's Chris. That's my that's
I was
Chris.
like, why am I gonna support somebody who I've been trying to help for so
That's
many
Chris
years?
Furtado,
I
yeah.
co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much, and when I try to help him try to adapt to direct capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions from myself as well as everybody else in the chat.
Yeah, I made a whole video about that.
It doesn't end there. With Chris now persona non grata,
That's the PC that he got from Chris.
without evidence about
Or that he
the
paid
price
for
of the
Chris to
PC
make.
Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
He had made a video basically stating that he has sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
The actual
Yeah, he made videos about working at Goodwill. That was the the critical time videos where he would talk about how he didn't have a lot of money and he was living paycheck to paycheck. I think he said something he get like $400 every 2 weeks. Only get $400. So yeah, that was the critical time. Yeah, I remember those videos about him at Goodwill.
To make matters even worse,
Yeah, the lemon,
Chris
yeah.
paid for the shipping out of pocket.
I don't know though. No, that wasn't the lemon. That wasn't the lemon. The lemon is what he got when he was in Seattle. That was the lemon. This computer he got from Chris, it wasn't bad. It just had like a few hiccups here and there. It wasn't a bad computer.
Video is in defense of Evil AJ, even showing that he was in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out.
That's the Airy Lord, right?
About Darkside Phil exposing.
No, I don't know.
Whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo.
Yeah, kind of am a historian. Yeah, about this dude. Yeah, the lemons was when he was in Seattle when he moved to Washington, and he bought him a computer from one of those websites. I think he bought it for way more than what it was worth, and he tried to like live stream a game. It's on YouTube. I forgot what it's called, but he tried to live stream a game. I think it was Star Wars or something, and it was lagging, buffering. It just would not work. That was the lemon. The black mess upload. Yeah, dude was just, I don't know what's up with dude sometimes, bro. DSP is something else, dude. It's like some games he can play, but some games he just don't know what he's doing, bro. Yeah, DSP is on the spectrum too. He gotta have Asperger's or something as well. He on the spectrum. He gotta be on the spectrum.
Viewers were quickly
Ain't no way he's
realizing
not.
that DSP, with his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of videos to sift through and inspire.
Like I said, guys, I'm sorry that the video was like lagging. This isn't a powerful laptop that I'm using. I do got another. I do have a desktop computer that has Intel i7, but it's in my storage unit. I gotta go to the storage unit and get the desktop. I'll get it probably sometime this upcoming week.
Or just DSP's giveaways that would sometimes just be empty video game cases.
So to warn everyone, just to
Yeah,
show
local is a new term for me. I learned about the term local like mid 2024.
His pre-capture card era. Some of these videos were titled DSP Tries It as to try to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. An additional purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than
He looks like a
long-form,
cliche
"This
of
is how you don't
a
play it."
wrestler fan.
Some just criticize DSP's habits outside of games, like DSP
Yeah,
Tries
he
It,
needs the beard. He needs the
and
beard.
being
He
a
needs the
man-child.
beard.
A video that
Without the
covers
beard,
Phil's
he's just a
newly
regular
released
guy.
2013 condo tour that shows just how much worse his living space has gotten.
This is what has happened to my condo in the past year.
He literally admits that he's a hoarder.
Stuff.
Crazy, bro.
My condo just can't. Look at this. Look at this. Look
You need a storage unit, bro. That's too much stuff in a condo.
fucking hideous mess.
The size of his condo is like a one bedroom apartment. Cause don't that condo have one bedroom? It's one bedroom, one bathroom. Yeah, it's a one bedroom apartment, babe. Just basically, you got all that stuff in a one bedroom apartment.
Every one of them he paid.
Look, pause. Look at Leanna, bro. Look at Leanna. He fumbled Leanna. He fumbled Leanna, bro. How do you fumble that? How do you fumble Leanna? That's crazy. Bro, he fumbled that. He fumbled Leanna, bro. How do you fumble that?
It for at least
Look
one
at that.
additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Penn Lee, sometimes both. The reason
That's
this was
crazy.
becoming relevant was because of DSP's focus on his decline.
I'd be mad as hell.
His critics could be just as excessive.
I don't know how he can live with himself.
You've been on Darkside Phil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock. But how you're it's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
Find out where he lives and rob him. Like I gotta go to his house.
Find out where he lives and rob. Nah, that's going too far right there.
Adblock on one of my videos.
4chan was
Nah,
also
they tripping. They're going too
creating
far.
green text that accompanied other memes. As to
Panda Lee was like,
DSP set out on
she had potential. I'll put it like that. Panda Lee, she had potential. She definitely wasn't low tier because she was all natural. She wasn't like a lot of these women out there that get breast implants, lip implants, butt implants. She was natural. She was definitely natural. She was all natural. So she wasn't low tier. She was just natural. She just had no work done. She had potential. Panda Lee had potential. If Panda Lee, if she got her act together, if she got her attitude together, she would actually be a pretty decent person. But she definitely wasn't low tier though. She was just crazy. Nah, he definitely had Panda Lee. He had, I mean, she was where, I mean, he didn't have her like they wasn't married and nothing like that, but he still, but they were still somewhat together though. Even though the whole, they was together, she was with him for the money, for a good, Panda Lee was with Phil because she didn't want to get a job. She didn't want to never had her, but they had to been, you know, doing stuff in the bed. Ain't no nothing in the bed. Ain't no way. Yeah, she was young, bro. She was 11 years younger than him.
The Kojima World Order, or the KWO,
but they slept in the same bed and stuff though. They definitely did smash like.
The origin
but
of the name
yeah,
came from Phil himself and his criticisms of Kojima.
But I think if Phil worked out, I think if Phil started going to the gym, lost weight, got muscle, and just changed his attitude, I think she would have probably fucked with him. I think she would have probably liked him a lot more.
Ended far differently than it began, with DSP's views still on decline and a decline.
Yeah, she definitely looked like bait. Like, you know it's bait whenever you can pull an 18-year-old girl. If you could pull an 18-year-old girl, come on, it's bait. It's obviously bait. Come on, bro. It's too good to be true. Don't ever in your life. That's like, I mean, the only way I can see you pull an 18-year-old girl and she legitimately like you is if you're like 6'8", super athletic, you're like really muscular, tall, you got the greatest personality ever. That's the only way I can see you. That's the only way I can see you legitimately pulling an 18-year-old girl. But like, come on, bro. Ain't nobody pulling an 18-year-old girl and it's not bait. Come on, bro. Of course it's bait.
The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he
I never played Lightning Returns. I've beaten 13 Part 1 and 13 Part 2. No, I never beat Part 2. I never beat Final Fantasy 13 Part 2. I'm at the last dungeon, but I never beat it though. I'm like 95% done with the game, but I never played Lightning Returns. I heard it was bad. It probably is bad.
Realizing his mistake tied to the title of the video is what DSP was now known for. Though few videos of his own rarely capture this entertainment from failure in such
They were similar. Yeah, Panda Lee and Phil was similar. It's just the fact that Panda Lee was just, she was just more on, like, she didn't watch her mouth. Phil watched his mouth. Phil was just, I don't know, Phil was just weird. Phil was awkward, socially awkward. Panda Lee is just one of the girls who just don't watch her mouth. She just shoots out the mouth, saying a bunch of stupid. Hold on, stop. I'm not gooning for Panda Lee, but look at what Phil fumbled, bro. I'm not gooning for Panda Lee, but like, you can't tell me he didn't fumble this, bro. You can't tell me he didn't fumble this, bro. Come on, ain't no way you telling me he look at what he fumbled. Look at what he fumbled. Look at what he fumbled, bro. Phil fumbled. He fumbled, bro. He fumbled. He fumbled.
Common strategies would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo and then move in somewhere close by. This would allow easy access to the condo for maintenance.
He fumbled.
The social elements are as
Crazy.
important, like his friends and family that were all
Crazy,
living
bro.
in Bridgeport.
He fumbled.
With this in mind, what does Phil do?
I got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State. It's probably going to cost me about $75.
She's not full white. She's not full white. She's not. She could be full white, but
to move across the country.
I don't think she's. No, I don't think she has no. I think she might be like German. She might have some type of German in her, German or European in some in her. But she's not. No, she doesn't have no type of Latina, Hispanic. She might be part German or something, or Portuguese or something.
This indicates continued loss of revenue.
Nah, she gotta be part, like, she gotta have some Portuguese or some Thailand or Philippine in her. She's not full. She's not full white. She's mostly white, but like not full.
Up to now, have been pretty slow, but you know, I needed a little bit of help in these times when things are slow. Okay.
The situation he was revealing was far more dire than initially thought. Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance a move, meaning somehow the hundreds of thousands of dollars he should have saved were supposedly gone. In addition to this, he began using credit cards to continue his lavish lifestyle that was far beyond unsupportable.
Okay, I'm gonna up the bit rate. I gotta up the bit rate.
And lots of people dislike me because
I gotta raise the bit rate.
I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now. Unquote. This was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE Supercard, which is essentially a collectible card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, I just got my second in the Hulk Hogan challenge and spent around $200. For $1,200,
okay, I have to raise the bit rate. I have to raise it. I have to raise the bit rate. My bad, guys.
Doing straight +5s. Unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of
I had to raise the bit rate.
spendings of potentially thousands of real life.
But nah, she's not full white. She got some Portuguese. She gotta have some Portuguese or some Spanish.
On a BMW that he would drive at
or some Spanish or something. Or some Filipino in her, but she's not full white. Nah, she's not. She don't have no Latina in her. Or no Hispanic. Come on.
Once my equipment shows up, my new PC,
WWE Supercard. It's a mobile app game.
Videos for you guys, so next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using.
He bought 4
That's how
capture
many
cards.
Capture cards Phil has. He purchased 3 new ones to test them out. The comments discuss the absurdity of Phil's purchases. Quote, lol. So he ordered 1 capture card, changed his mind, and bought another. Then changed his mind
that's what he did,
bought another, all before the first could even be delivered?
Yep.
You got more money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing some research before buying them? Dude, you could just figure this stuff out with a Google search. Lol.
Yeah, he has poor money management.
Is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture card video, and did the unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC might have retaught a build for him by...
I think this is the limit. This is the limit. Yeah, this is the limit. This is the limit.
We're got a broken piece of plastic. Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving.
Yeah, this is the limit.
That goes through, that holds this in place, broke off in shipping.
The price of the PC was $3,000. Here it is in action.
What the hell?
Yep, that's the limit.
The game's choppy as fuck on my new PC. Great.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like, he just didn't know how to use his PC.
I freaking maxed it out. It went to 100%, so I cannot...
Whoa, he probably didn't max it. He probably didn't know how to switch the encoding, just like Chris said. He probably didn't know how to switch it.
At the same time. It doesn't work.
Hold on, go back.
On 1080...
It's i7. It's i7. He should have been able to run the game. I think he didn't know how to, he didn't know how to run the computer right.
1080p 60 frames per second and capture and stream at the
I mean, it's an
time.
i7. Like, come on.
The irony of all this is that Phil later cited Seattle's tech sector as one of the reasons for the move, despite not having any formal education or even general competence in the field. As for the exorbitant spending on equipment, DSP could cite that he was trying to improve the quality of his streams and also deduct the purchases for taxes.
Yep.
But he was ignoring the fact that gaming content was being improved by editing the unnecessary parts out. Phil was still refusing to do this. His cited reason, he was a gamer. Quote, "I'm a gamer, not a video editor, entertainer, actor. I like to play games, not edit videos of them." Unquote. His choice of trying to improve the visual quality and not the experience of his streams was turning around to bite him at every angle. In November of 2014, a Twitch mod jumped into Phil's streams requesting he lower his bitrate. This is basically asking him to lower the quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where he would not be burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher quality streams, actually had Phil lose viewership, as few Twitch native users were loyal enough to migrate. Phil was now going from blunder to blunder, miscalculating, misunderstanding, failing only in ways he could. For example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in.
You guys remember this era, the fan art era?
This contrast, this continued failure was too much to even be documented. There was a nuance to DSP's
This era was crazy, bro. This fan art era.
Exploration and criticism.
Oh, it got me right there.
DSP's thought process that was demanding exploration.
I made the drama one. I made the drama one. I made the drama. I made that drama one. That is so funny, bro. I love how that's in this video. I made the drama one.
Especially when in December of
I love how that's in the video. Let's go back one more time.
Documented. There was a nuance to DSP's thought process that was demanding exploration and criticism, especially when in December of 2014, Phil was playing with the idea of starting a Patreon. But also in December, he was making more vlogs showing his continued poor spending habits that were discourteous even to his parents that Phil set up in a hotel instead of having them stay in the condo.
My parents are visiting for the Christmas week holiday, and they actually took the car. That's right, I let them...
Then he made them sleep on the floor, his parents.
Yeah, that's a lot of trust.
He made his parents sleep on the floor.
They actually are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up, we set them up at room and board. It's a nice
Oh, they forgot the one with the burger in his mouth. Unfortunate.
Actively watching DSP,
but Diva was the best one. Diva was the best one. Diva was funny.
Laughing at Phil's terrible game
Diva made videos
into a higher investment into his continuing dramas.
DS Positive 2014, a year of negativity.
From this magazine that states Phil whines about losing a lot, to Phil spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's e-begging, complex forums like
PewDiePie. It's crazy.
Making fun of Phil.
He took a shot at DSP.
Complex forum drama, a list of over 2,000 words.
Bro, you know you fucked up if PewDiePie takes a shot at you. You got PewDiePie that take a shot at you, bro.
Understand it all for entertainment.
It's crazy, bro.
It's a process that loses its entertainment value. The majority of people are only interested in the wildest clips of Phil.
Everybody was shitting on DSP, bro. Everybody was taking a shot at that dude, bro. He was taking shots from everybody at DSP was, bro.
One that tops the spectrum of investment and are not motivated by entertainment, but malice.
The following announcement has been paid for by
the Sons of Kojima. You guys remember that?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the SOK cast. If you guys want to introduce yourselves.
Says he's broke.
What's going on, everybody?
Oh, I love those memes. I miss those memes. Yeah, the Sons of Kojima, they fell off because the main guy, he was tripping. He was treating them like he was actually. I never watched the Godfather movie, but he was tripping. He was tripping.
That was the Sons of Kojima.
He was tripping, like the main guy. He was tripping.
Detractors of DSP. Fred Fox was at the helm.
Fred Fox, yeah, he was tripping.
Video Game Nerd video.
Fred Fox?
There are many things that make this channel exceptionally unique. Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps.
Yeah, Fred Fox was tripping, bro. He was tripping. He was acting like he was literally the Godfather.
Creating multi-hour-long podcasts, and though they put in
he was funny, but he was
they were
tripping.
Getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment. Rarely do detractors get less views than Phil himself. But when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos ever outperform Phil. The reason was that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment. Where the majority of videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures,
yeah,
the
it was made to laugh at that
was
dude.
trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse. On the surface, they will promote what they believed was their moral superiority by leading a charity drive that funded the construction of a well in Africa. But they, mostly through Fred Fuck's will, attempted to dictate detractor communities beyond their own. They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through Phil as to remain morally superior. Yet they, in the background, would work with others to strike Phil with illegitimate copyright strikes.
Yep.
Fan art played a central role in this campaign. In 2015, the Sons of Kojima ran.
Yeah, that was dogging on Phil. That was really dogging on Phil.
They were launching during this time.
Phil was sweating with them, bro. He was really sweating with them.
Years straight in 2015 were on a steep decline. The trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer from the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a Dark Side Phil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or this is how you don't donate tier.
Phil's name is already fucked up, bro. He's not gonna be like, he's not gonna have no plaque like he's not gonna have a plaque in the history of YouTube. But that's what you're thinking. Like when he's gone and his era is gone, he's not gonna have like a statue of his name on YouTube. It's not gonna be like that, bro. So many people hate this dude, bro. Like think about it, bro. Like everybody evil, like the OGs and evil hate him. Like the OGs of the fighting game community, they all hate that dude. They hate Phil. The OGs of the fighting game community, they hate Phil. Machinima don't like Phil. PewDiePie don't like Phil. IGN don't like Phil. Atlas, you know the company Atlas, they don't like Phil. A lot of people do not like Phil, bro. They do not like this dude. You could really type in DSPGaming and you know the detractor videos will pop up. He's not gonna have no type of. He's not gonna be immortalized in no type of way. Unfortunately, he's not. People do not like that guy. People do not like him, bro.
These, by their nature,
his name will not live on at all.
This is how you don't plays, or at least
it's not living. I mean, well, I think when his era is gone, I think people will make like final documentary videos. Like I'm talking like 8-hour videos, like documentary videos about him, you know, covering his whole internet presence. We're talking from Dark Side Phil up until he has to get him an actual job and leave YouTube. People will document that whole presence, and that will be it. His immortalization will be in those documentaries, and they're not going to be positive. They're not going to be positive documentaries. They're not going to be positive ones saying that he's a good person or whatever. They're going to be shitting on him the whole time, bro.
This included reference to Phil's
no, he's dumb, bro. He's dumb. Look at it. He just looks goofy. You guys remember this little arc where he was doing all this goofy shit with the green screen? Oh, there I go. The Unhealthy Lifestyle series. I made that series when I was like a senior in high school.
I'd say about 1.5 times the chubby.
I love that he put that in. Guys, I'm not done with the Unhealthy Lifestyle series. I'm gonna continue on this series soon. I'm not done with it. I'm not done.
Historically known as the disease of kings is caused from a diet
the gout era.
Alcohol and red meats. This news spread quickly.
He has gout.
My roommate is vacuuming his room. He'll be done in like in a minute or two.
Gout, copyright strikes, continued loss of viewerships, and the rise of the Sons of Kojima were only the start of Phil's difficulties for 2015.
15, we're in 15 now.
His situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not accurately declare the quality of.
Yeah, he had a lot of statues, bro. He had a lot of statues for no reason. For no reason.
His comb has damage. Gotta call that out.
As poor as Phil was with communication, there was one instance that him reaching out.
Yeah, he was trying to sell the statues, right? He was trying to sell them. This is a swatting thing, right? It is a swatting. The swatting incident.
Hold on, everyone. I think I might have some cops outside. Hold on.
Yeah, he got swatted.
In the afternoon of June 24, 2015, someone called Phil's local police department claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage. This
That's
was
crazy.
and the police had to respond. Luckily, Phil had caught
They said what?
This called Phil's local police department and claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage.
Hold on.
This was Phil's local police
It stated he had shot and killed his father and mother.
department and claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage.
That's wild,
this
bro.
was a swatting and the police
That's
had
crazy.
to respond. Luckily, Phil had caught ahead in fears that something like this would happen. Due to that,
That was
and
doing
because
to
the
feel
cars
dirty
did not
like that.
identify themselves, they went in with the expectation that they were possibly not
Bro.
in danger. If not for the
People did not like this
circumstances,
dude Phil,
visit
bro.
could have
People
ended
did not
worse.
like this guy.
Shame on you if you ever made a "this is how you don't play" about me. If you ever
Yeah, he was crying after that incident. He was crying.
on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You, yes, you.
This shifting of
Yeah,
blame
dude was
and
crying,
unjust
bro. He was
targeting
crying.
The detractor community as
He
a
was
whole
crying.
for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex. Phil was frustrated not just at the detractors, but also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that this message that the detractors as a whole were at fault was contained to his own
DSP
platform.
immortal.
Little did Phil know there was more negative attention on him than ever before. His streams, tweets, forums, Patreon were all being monitored and archived. The following month, Phil on his own forums equated using the chat function on his live streams but not donating as loitering. But it's okay because he's lenient.
What?
As much as he claims to be, his audience from both sides were not convinced. Especially with the troubles on his Patreon. A new milestone goal at $1,250 was Project 7 Rebirth. Quote, if this goal is reached, I will take
He never
at
made
least
Project
2
7 again.
days,
He
if
never
not
made
1
it
to 2
again.
full days
It
in
was
August
canned.
to
He
write,
never made it
record,
again.
and work on the renewal of
He
Project
collected
7,
money.
with the
He
hope
never
that
made
I'll
it.
at least have something to show for it by the end of the month.
He never made
Unquote.
Project 7 again. He
In
never
no
did.
way, other than to drive Patreon donations, does this goal make sense. The original Project 7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely due to this, viewers
never
were asking
made
John
Project 7
Rambo
again.
if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Yeah, I remember this
My
anytime
name
thing
is
or whatever.
John, and I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I
Yeah,
won't
Pay
even
Me
get out of
Tons,
bed
yeah.
for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not be coming to fruition and would be replaced by another goal. Similarly, his Alan Wake montage that the patrons voted for would also be cancelled after a single episode.
Oh, good. The power went out. I'm not even kidding.
So how are you supposed to do
Almost
Project
as
7
if it
with
was
just one person?
retaliatory,
It's just
fan
you.
art that Phil
How are you
used
gonna
in
do
his
Project
videos
7? It's
was
just
being
you.
used to
It doesn't make any
illegitimately strike his
sense.
channels. To avoid further strikes, he deleted the videos that included the art, which amounted to 600 videos off his channel. This amounted to around 4 million views removed, and on Social Blade it showed that for the month of August he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views.
How is you
That's
gonna
why
make
in
Project 7
November,
just
he
you?
insisted
It's
that
literally
through a
just you.
strange,
It
unverifiable
doesn't even make
string
any
of
sense.
events that this deletion of views was causing a
Makes
drop
no
off in his
sense.
channel. In this near 44-minute, long-winded video, Phil recounts to his audience that it was Machinima that instructed him to delete those 600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership, but does not provide evidence of Machinima doing so because he claims he was instructed via a conference call. Then he claims an anonymous insider told Phil that this subtraction of views brought him down in the invisible total rankings, and that YouTube was still using that archaic system of promoting videos via their channel's total accumulated views. The only thing is that all existing evidence works against him. The strongest evidence is in his Social Blade. Contrary to what he is stating, he has had far
Yeah, I
worse
gotta take a
drop-offs
piss,
in
guys.
views, and
I gotta
actually
take a
late
piss.
2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been. For November of 2011, he was losing over 1 million viewers on a daily basis. Yet
Yeah,
now,
guys,
in
I gotta
late
take a piss.
2015, he was
I'll be
worried
right
about a
back.
small fluctuation of around 200,000 viewers. What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit in framing this natural downward trend as an emergency.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help. And if you really want to help, Patreon's the way. $1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals. And more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil. On Thanksgiving 2015, Phil uploaded an Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions. Fans seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way, but in life, if you have something that you want to say, or you have an issue with someone, alright, say it. Bring it up. Hash it out. If something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build up, that's when relationships get ruined, right?
Fans unsated with Phil's answer, like with the relaunch of Project 7, were reaching out to John Rambo on Thanksgiving to ask how he felt about Phil. 2 days later, on November 28th, they, including Phil, were given their answer.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity by channels archiving the material. And so in permanence was this about hour-and-a-half podcast of evidence where John Rambo details his falling out with Phil. From Phil unfollowing him on Twitter, to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night while watching their Let's Plays and not calling him even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text. It was all this, plus other minute issues like merchandise both parties invested in, Phil's susceptibility to trolling, his self-destructive tendencies, and other private elements that caused this falling out. At the end, John Rambo offers an olive branch by stating that a phone call could fix this. But Phil never did call. And so Phil lost touch with the last friend he had. Not even a month later, now closing 2015, Machinima informed Phil that they will no longer honor the $2 CPM contract and would instead swap to paying him with the raw ads, which would further decrease his earning potential. Everything appeared to be working against him, and the idea that was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come. What did come was something else.
What is up, everyone? Hello, hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
Phil attempted to dismiss what he was doing by saying he was doing quote-unquote various stuff, like scratching his leg. The bombardment of memes and other media would not allow Phil to dismiss this so easily. It was already clear that he was pleasuring himself on stream and forgot to turn the camera off. Keemstar, the owner of Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that Phil came clean and admitted to what he was doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole spread the news, Darkside Phil would be known, above all else, for this. A new nickname was passed around as DSP would be known as The Guy.
You didn't even know the camera was on.
Every inch of my dick balls, right?
Because in theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject of Darkside Phil, the other participant would respond with, "Is that the guy that pleasured himself on stream?" Phil handled this remarkably well, making jokes about it and accepting his new identity in stride.
You're absolutely right. That's what I'm known for.
You got exposed for doing that.
I got completely exposed.
His partners and Machinima were not so enthused, and sought to take down any re-upload they could find of the event. Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance of this recent event was quickly lost. In this single post on his forums, he insults 3 different creators who have audiences larger than his. He calls Total Biscuit's reviews overanalyzing, calls Jim Sterling's reviews that fool you into thinking they're intelligent with fancy wording, and Angry Joe's reviews bloated with skits and cosplay for kiddies to retain attention. The cherry on top was the purpose of this post was to represent his own views as superior. Quote, or if you actually want an honest review from an honest guy who's played video games all his life, has a huge wealth of experience/knowledge to draw upon, and doesn't have any bias towards anything, you can watch my review, unquote. Persisting on this path of self-destruction, the following month Phil made an Instagram post calling PewDiePie's new buck meaningless for brain-dead idiots. This produced a response from PewDiePie, who simply responded with, quote, DSP upset he can't read, unquote. The source of Phil's frustration was his continued bleeding of views. He was jealous. and over several posts on his forums relentlessly defended the idea that not editing his Let's Plays is what made him popular, while simultaneously furious at being disadvantaged, stating that the only barrier between him and hiring an editor is money. There was something different in Phil going on here. A panic, a lashing out, a misrepresentation of the truth. Not to trick his viewership, but to try to fool himself. He was not concocting long-standing lies that would reach various people or form some campaign of misinformation or unverifiable facts.
So
he was
what arc are
arguing
we
with
at?
individual
What arc are
members
we
of his
at?
forums with multi-paragraph long responses. As the users had grown accustomed to, Phil was blaming This Is How You Don't Plays for his failings, calling them
The
slanderous.
downfall setting in.
The user of his chat was even banned for stating that they enjoyed their job and wouldn't prefer streaming. Phil was fighting with the very concept that the loss of viewership was his fault. It's a wonder what this fight in reality was doing to him.
He's in
Out of his continued desperation,
denial. He's always been in denial.
Paid subscribers. Phil's loss of viewership had him left with the most dedicated supporters and detractors watching his streams.
Yep.
The worst part for Phil was this balancing act between dismissing detractors and appeasing supporters. Quote, I seriously need to start convincing people that YouTube isn't going to support me anymore, so they need to pledge a Patreon and or sub, give bits here. Because at this rate, it's a joke. I'm on pace to make half as much in December this year as I did last year, playing 4 new...
That YouTube isn't going to support me anymore. Yeah, because his viewership is declining. I'm on pace to make half as much as December. Yep. I mean, dude, you're old. Like, no one wants to watch an old man play games that he don't even know how to play. Like, who really wants to watch an old man? Who wants to watch a 40-some-year-old dude play Lego Star Wars or something? Who wants to watch that, bro? Come on.
New games. Just got a notification my Bing account is overdrawn. Locally, my machine
He don't get it. He don't get it.
coming through today.
He don't get it.
To add salt to the wound, the infamous clip of Phil was strong in circulation even at the end of 2016.
He doesn't get that no one wants to watch an old man play. He doesn't get it.
2017 started just as bad for Phil, as he announced that he had been renting his condo out in Connecticut, but that was no longer the case. More would be lost this year than any other. On February 26, 2017, Phil participated with his viewers in a game of Quiplash 2. A game with pre-established questions that could be answered in any way. The goal is to win the favor of the competitors with the most compelling answer.
Yep.
This quickly delved into
I remember
themes,
this.
both service level and personal around Phil. For example, his seal laugh or ack ack ack.
DSP tries a KFC Gold Chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil.
He's insecure.
They're both good.
None of these had any major effect as Phil played along with the roasts. It wasn't until a player shoehorned in an answer that caused chaos.
I don't even know what that means. Leanna's fake engagement
Yeah,
ring.
I remember this.
Huh? What does that mean? I never gave her an engagement ring. So I don't know what that means.
He made her like an engagement. I think this was like when he made her, he got her an engagement ring or something like that. He did get her an engagement ring. Like, the trolls aren't just making it up. He got an engagement ring. Because Leanna, she even posted about it on Twitter. So he made an engagement ring, but it never went nowhere because she left his ass.
There's circles about a fake engagement ring? What are you talking about? I didn't give her an engagement ring. What? People are weird. What does that even mean? It's some stupid inside joke that I don't understand.
He got her an engagement ring, but it didn't matter because she left his ass. So it didn't even matter. But he did get her an engagement ring. Because Panda Lee posted it on Twitter, so that actually happened.
Circle jerking circle. That makes no sense at all.
So it was just, he's in denial.
What does that mean? Is there actually like some kind of a joke about an engagement ring? Huh? Deanna posted it on her own Twitter.
Yep, I told you.
What are you talking about? It's about one of her Twitter pictures? What are you talking about? That's hilarious because that just shows how mind-fucked and stupid the people are who do this shit. These detractor idiots. Because no human would know what the fuck they're talking about. It's some completely inside joke they made up for themselves that no one would know anything about at all. It doesn't make any sense.
Yep, he's in denial.
It makes zero fucking sense. And it's being the big winner at the end of the game. That's so fucking stupid.
As was revealed to Phil through a video game, Panda Lee had been wearing a fake engagement ring to her job. Dissatisfied in the relationship and the lack of progress towards marriage, this was her way.
Hold on, wait.
Satisfied in the
I deserve to be pampered and loved by a well-oiled buff man on the island. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't.
The relationship and the lack of progress towards marriage, this was her way of lashing out and participating in the drama on Twitter. Quote, oh, this was her way of lashing out and...
After practicing flirting in Spanish with Duolingo, I can't tell if romance is dead or alive. No one...
Participating in the drama on Twitter. Quote, oh shit.
So she's been flirting with Spanish people?
Engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all the time? How could he have known? Unquote. Panda Lee then posts the ring itself, captioned with Ringgate 2017. Engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all on Twitter. Quote, this was her way of lashing out.
So she's been flirting with other people. Because remember, when she was in Seattle, when they moved to Seattle, she got her a job. I don't know where she got the job, but she got her a job. She must have been flirting with people at work. And it just because, you know, Panda Lee has no social skills whatsoever, so it didn't go nowhere. Leanna has no social skills, so she would flirt with people, and it didn't go nowhere. It didn't go nowhere because she has no social skills. She doesn't know how to talk to people because she's crazy.
And participating in the drama on Twitter. Quote, oh shit, he knows about the fake engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all the time?
He knows about the fake engagement ring. No, it wasn't fake.
How could he have known?
Because it's not fake.
Panda Lee then posts the ring itself, captioned with Ringgate 2017. Panda Lee allegedly also took off work to experience the live drama that was unfolding. With her displeasure with Phil near its climax, it was a surprise they did not separate there. In the limelight with Phil near its climax...
Who was Michael? A co-worker? Just the tip, all or nothing with me love. Goals, the internet is truly a special place.
It was a surprise they did not separate there. In the limelight instead was Machinima. With the apocalypse in full swing, earnings down and the company model a complete failure, they had less support to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue. Phil, being one of these creators, reached out, but Machinima was slow to answer, and so he was emailing not just former employees that had been fired without his knowledge, but emergency contacts meant for dire situations. That's when on February 28th, a Machinima employee reached out to Phil and gave him the basic advice to increase his audience retention and kindly to not message other departments. Phil's full, alleged response was locked in on Machinima's request to not message other departments. Phil used his history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pleases and demands better treatment.
Yeah,
if he is not treated better, he states he is better off not working with them. Machinima, more than happy to oblige, released Phil from the contract. After all,
he was always biting the hand that feeds him.
Losing money with Phil because he was earning 100% of the ad revenue.
He was tripping.
Phil was relating this moment to release Phil from the contract. After all, per their contract, they were only losing money with Phil because he was earning 100% of the ad revenue.
Yeah, it was losing money.
Phil was relating this moment to when he got fired from his office job in 2010. As seen per Fred Fox capturing of Phil's Twitch chats, Phil was acting as if he was blindsided by his own requests, stating, quote, there is no 2 or 1 month notice. That is complete BS, lol, but this situation is pretty unique, unquote. In a video released shortly after, Phil dissects his separation of Machinima, then dissects it again and again and again, then loses his train of thought, thanks his followers, asks for donations, and again restates
he lost Leanna and his partnership
yet
with
never provides
Machinima.
A satisfactory answer.
Crazy, bro.
That's why his video is nearly 2 hours long to explain that the contract with Machinima has been terminated. And as per the description, quote, I cannot give all the details, but in this video I explain what's going on, unquote. This is all beyond minutia. That besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events. His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than his several uploads a day do. For any controversial moment, Phil is certain to extend what should be a clear and concise response into a multi-page long essay or hour-long video. It took about 10 days or so for Phil's channel to be fully released. And then, it took about an additional week for him to fight various Content ID claims himself, as would normally be the responsibility of Machinima. Phil was quick to find a different multi-channel network to partner with. This time it was Curse. Unlike Machinima, who was trying to inflate the numbers, Curse did not give Phil a 100% cut of ad revenue, nor was he in a managed partnership. This means that they would not be responsible for his 30 or so content ID claims that he was getting a day on his 40,000 uploaded videos. The ongoing developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to Panellee's request, and per her Instagram post, were now engaged.
Wait,
the detractors to Panellee's developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to Panellee's request, and per her Instagram post, were now engaged.
What?
The detractors' persistent monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately. It was one that Panellee personally liked on her Black Current account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors, tracing this back to Amazon, found that Phil had spent on the lower end for this ring, a testament to his detractors' obsession and/or Phil's dwindling finances.
Crazy, bro.
By May, Phil had concluded a 2-month-long talk with a different network that introduced themselves as Poltavi. They offered Phil a cut similar to Curse and a managed partnership. And while he found Poltavi unprofessional in their exchanges, he found their offer to be too enticing to give up, and severed his partnership with Curse, though Phil had made a grave mistake. Poltavi's unprofessional nature was foreboding, and they quickly turned around and disregarded the partnered element. With all this happening in the background, the sons of Kojima found out through Phil's channel's source page that he had a new partnership. Not with Curse or even Poltavi as Phil understood it. He was partnered with an entirely new network known as Leveria Media, and as revealed, was using Poltavi as a front to disguise their own network and shady practices. The CEO was found to be just a student at a university. Phil, understanding his mistake, sought to leave his new network. The sons of Kojima allegedly even got the CEO of Leveria Media on for one of their podcasts. This was a confusing set of events for everyone involved. While all this was going on, Phil was in the process of purchasing a new car. For the past 6 years, he had been leasing a BMW. In the last 3 years, he had only driven the BMW 6,000 miles, and so never changed.
Yeah, he spent $230 on a wedding ring. He'll spend $1,000 on a PC. A fucked up PC. He'll spend $1,000 on a fucked up PC. He'll spend 200 something on a wedding ring. That's fucking so. He probably didn't know that. The relationship between him and Lena wasn't gonna last long anyway.
That's why whenever other content creators
he probably knew it wasn't gonna last long, so he was just like, no point in buying all this money on a ring.
We only drove the car 6,000 miles. So if that gives you any idea.
Yeah, they fake, bro.
He leased a car for $400 or $500 a month.
How do he have beef with Atlas? Atlas just knows. Atlas knows who he is. Like those, I think that was like a Twitter post or like a. I think they commented on one of his videos. There was like this to him or something like that. Yeah, Atlas. They comment. Atlas knows who DSP is, bro. Atlas knows. Everybody knows who he is. Sega knows him. There's no official confirmation, but I'm sure they know about him. Everybody knows who he is. But yeah, Atlas, they commented on one of his videos.
They never contacted us to get it changed.
Why would they contact you to change your oil?
Destiny, the person reacting to Phil's explanation, calls Phil the salesman stream. Wanting to help Phil out, Destiny jumped onto Phil's stream and began typing in his chat, attempting to provide financial advice. Phil, of course, ignored this, and on his forums...
Why is Ass keep playing on the video? Hold on.
A Twitch streamer who I never even heard of before 2 weeks ago came into my chat and practically begged me to stop
I don't like that shit.
with him.
I think it's like that by default.
Cars that I don't already know. This guy probably didn't know I went to school for finance. Unquote. Phil, still in the mindset of discussing the drama around the networks, was talking about it on stream.
I trusted YouTube's system to work properly, okay? Here's what happened. So, that was Monday, I think Monday morning or whatever, okay? I think, Hold on 1 second, everybody. I'll be right back. I'm getting an important phone call. Folks, I've got a family emergency. It came out of nowhere, and I have to deal with it now. So guess what? Sadly, the podcast has to end. I can't finish my story right now.
Phil had received a call from Panellee's job. She had experienced an anxiety attack and was being driven to the hospital by
I have to deal with it now. So guess what? Sadly, the podcast has to end.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, she had to go to the hospital.
Phil had received a call from Panellee's job. She had experienced an anxiety attack and was being driven to the hospital by paramedics. Phil then met her at the hospital after picking up her car. He found her in a sedated state, and after a 3-hour-long wait, they released her with no additional treatment. Frustrated at the lack of attentiveness,
Yeah, he wouldn't have answered the phone.
So now she's zonked out, she's sleeping.
He don't give a fuck.
Because,
He wouldn't have answered the phone at
she's
all.
still on the pills made her all loopy or whatever. So, and we did, on the way home, I stopped and we got food. We grabbed, like,
He never even
chicken
called
sandwiches,
Rambo. He never even called John.
So that's what happened.
He definitely wouldn't have called today or answered today.
Oh my God. The thing is, I know if this ever happens again, I'm gonna tell him you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it. You can't give her a pill. You want to give her a pill? Give her a pill, and that's it. Because you're just gonna waste our time again. You didn't help us at all.
To some, this looked like Phil was dismissing Pandalee's issues or minimizing them, which is what he was now getting backlash for. What they didn't know is that Phil and Pandalee had broken up some time before
Yeah,
the
they've been
anxiety
broke up,
attack,
yeah.
which is also a possible factor that may have induced it. He announced this at the end of May. Now, for the first time ever, Phil was in Washington in complete isolation. Mockingly, a few dating adverts were made to remedy his newfound loneliness. Then there was a song request. Few dating adverts were Phil was in Washington in complete isolation. Mockingly, a few dating adverts were made to remedy his newfound loneliness.
A dating profile for a date. So people made him a dating profile. That's crazy.
Then there was a song request.
89.7 KACC, we got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Pandalee. He wants to dedicate Baby Come Back.
That's
by
crazy,
Player.
bro. That's
I don't know
wild.
what to say, guys. Okay, so, anyway, here's Baby Come Back by Player, and they actually wanted me to say Baby Come Back.
That's pretty crazy.
I don't get it. I really don't get it with these kids. But yes, Darkside Phil, here's your dedication.
I like how they say Darkside Phil instead of DSP Gaming.
In many ways, Phil was defeated, but he would not be Phil if he wasn't persistent in getting others to dislike him.
They said Darkside
On
instead of
Switch Chat,
DSP.
a place only the current viewers are meant to see, Phil, in jealousy of popular creator iJustine, typed, quote, iJustine is busy getting gangbanged by EA executive staff all weekend. The only fucking reason she was actually hired in the first place, lol, unquote. Prominent detractor accounts took this screenshot and were quick to not only spread it on Twitter, but also tag iJustine in it. To much surprise, iJustine responded, quote, why don't you stop spamming everyone? He clearly has issues, unquote. And Phil did have issues.
I'm trying to figure out how did he meet Cat?
Meant to provide a steady, easy income, while allowing one to work within their own set hours. Phil, on the other hand, had nothing to show for his near decade-long residence. The stinging fact was he lost far more than he gained, and for a period he seemed starkly aware. Quote, I haven't had real in-person social interaction on a regular basis since like 2007, before YouTube started. Once I started YouTube, that all went away. That's part of the sacrifices I keep bringing up to make this work. I can't have regular friends with the amount of time I put into this job. When I lived in CT, I had tons of money. As soon as I moved out here, poof, gone, unquote.
Alright, let me move around a little bit.
On a regular bit, he seems starkly aware. Quote, I haven't had real in-person social interaction on a regular basis since like 2007.
So he's basically like having depression. Someone will only do this. Someone will only like admit this stuff to their stream chat if they really don't have no interaction. If they really have no interaction, no friends, that's when they will do this. So he has depression right now. Keep in mind, this is after Pandalee left him, so he has depression.
Before YouTube started. Once I started YouTube, that all went away.
Hold on, I haven't had real in-person social interaction on a regular basis since like 2018. No, that's not true. Because he was with John Rambo and Howard and OJ. So he doesn't consider John Rambo his friend? He doesn't consider John Rambo his friend? OJ Howard? That's pretty fucked up. You don't consider John Rambo your friend? John Rambo considered you a friend 110%. That's fucking crazy.
That's part of the sacrifices I keep.
He doesn't consider John Rambo a friend.
I can't have regular friends with the amount
That's
of time
wild,
I
bro.
put into this job.
You see what he meant? He only looked at John Rambo as like a business partner. That's crazy, bro.
When I lived in CT, I had tons of money. As soon as I moved out here, poof, God.
Yeah, he made that, bro. Because everybody was telling you, because he was like almost $500,000 in debt. He was in debt of $500,000, and you're making a dumbass decision to move to Seattle. He's stupid. He's stupid, bro. He's dumb.
Clear that he regrets his move, but he cannot accept it is his fault. That's
He's
when
dumb.
people ask if he maintains social relationships. Quote, I talk to tons of people on a daily basis. A
Who?
user then asks, I mean like relationships or friends outside of Twitch. Phil responds, I don't have time for in-person friends. I'm constantly working.
Again,
You realize
he admits that John Rambo isn't his friend. He admits that John is not a friend. He just said a few days ago that him and Rambo will have their friendship in an hour or two between.
I haven't had it.
Oh, you said what?
He regrets his move, but he cannot.
No, he didn't
accept
get
it
out
is
of
his
debt.
fault.
No.
That's when
He said that him and Rambo will have for a friendship in that hour.
people
Nah.
ask if he maintains social relationships. Quote, I talk to tons of people on a daily basis.
You talking about Seattle? You talking about in Seattle or you talking about in Connecticut? Oh, you talking about Connecticut?
The user then asks, I mean like relationships or friends outside of Twitch. Phil responds,
So he does. So he doesn't consider that like when they're playing games together. He doesn't consider that friendship. That's crazy, bro.
This is
No, I don't think he got out of debt, bro. He's not out of debt. He's still in debt.
Then it got better for 3 years.
He just knows how to like make it to where when you're in debt, there's ways you can make it to where like you like pause it or you like stop buying bullshit. You can be in debt but like still kind of stay afloat or whatever like that. There's ways to like cheat the system when you're in debt. When you can like make it to where they don't take all your shit, you make minimum payments or something like that. Like there's ways around it to where they don't take your shit, but he's still in debt.
Unquote. As recoiled as Phil
Because he
was,
never did
and with
bankruptcy.
persistent copyright
He's still in
strikes
debt
and
unless he
whatever
did
else his life
bankruptcy.
brought him, he clung on to whatever was left of his following.
What was that?
Strikes and whatever else his life brought him.
Stupid thing. I faked the whole copyright thing.
He clung on to whatever was left of his following. Typical in periods lacking interest, trolls are more likely to find entertainment from consuming one another. The reality of communities like the one that works against DSP is that they are far more nuanced.
He said
than
Rambo
they
will go to his house and hang out
the detractor
a
community
couple
is powerful
hours,
in
and that's
coordinating
when
their
they be
campaigns
friends
against
before they
Phil.
started doing
In
whatever
actuality,
plays.
it is very
No,
divided.
I'm sure Rambo
Some
considered
just want
100. I'm
that
sure Rambo
periodically. The majority
considered
don't
every
interact in any
piece
way.
of time he
These
spent
differences create
with
cyclical
Phil
arguments.
was
For
friendship.
example, those
I'm
who want in-person
100%
interaction
sure.
with Phil. Some
Like he
reasons
considered
lie in entertainment,
Phil a
and Phil's
friend
passive failings tend to
during
be most
gameplay
entertaining.
and after
They could also
gameplay.
just be aware that
I'm
putting
sure,
themselves
like, because
up
Rambo
personally
hangs out
will
with
lead to
Phil all the
ridicule in
time.
a space that
He only
exploits
fucks with
weakness.
Phil.
Or they
When
simply feel
Rambo does
sympathetic to
his
plight.
you
On the
remember
other
that
hand, you have
podcast
those
Stay
that
Ballsy
want
on his
interaction
channel?
with Phil. These can be
Rambo
small,
presents
by typing
channel.
messages in his chat to get a
His
reaction
friend
or requesting
OJ,
a song on the radio.
he fucked
That
with
is
Phil
a
more he did with
simple basis of
OJ.
trolling. The
He
overall effects are minimal and
OJ
hardly
longer than
controversial.
he knew
Then
Phil.
you have those
He
that
knew
feel personally
OJ since
slighted
he
by
was in
Phil
high
and
school.
seek revenge.
But when he
This
met
is where the
when he met
illegitimate
Phil,
copyright strikes
he
come
was
from.
fucking with
They
Phil
want Phil
way
to fail
more
in
than he
any
was
way,
fucking
and
with
few
OJ.
strategies are
So
out
that
of
tells you that
purview.
he fucked with
Truly,
Phil. He
the only
really cared
defense
about
in
Phil.
this
He
space is
liked Phil.
self-awareness and
He considered
anonymity.
Phil a friend.
These members like
But
Phil.
Phil didn't
And
consider
the most
John a
interesting
friend
part
until it
is all these
wasn't
people inhabit the same
gameplay.
space.
He
Whether it be
never
the
considered
forums
John
or
a
Phil's
friend
chat,
during
they can be
gameplay.
seen
It was
arguing
always
endlessly.
business.
It is only a
Crazy,
community
bro.
out of convenience
It's crazy.
and nothing else. That's why it may look like the sons of Kojima would sit on top of this.
It's crazy. It really is crazy.
But in actuality,
All about the
only thing
money.
they have claim to is they're the ones.
I mean, I
most
get that
dedicated
Phil's
to
the one
Phil.
that has a
Whoever
house.
watches
Well,
his
I'm
streams for
talking
hours at
in
time to no
Connecticut. I
benefit
get that
other
Phil's the
than
one
their
that
claim.
has
They are
apartment.
united by an
Yeah, well,
overweight,
a
middle-aged,
condo.
ailing creator.
But it's just like,
They
bro,
were
like,
persistently hated within the detractor communities. because
still, bro,
they,
like, that's
being allowed to
he's
exist
still
in
your
this
friend.
space,
Like,
somewhat
it's
represent
crazy.
their community, albeit not accurately. Most dedicated channels, Twitter pages, and groups made for the sole purpose of following Phil are highly scrutinized, and if they become obsessed to the point they no longer represent any niche, they will always fail. That's why the Sons of Kojima claims
What's out?
frustration
It
from
coulda
this
what's out.
creation further warranted its existence, as seen here where he is lambasting the creator of the page.
So how about this? I'll go fuck your mother for the laws and everything will be cool, right? No hard feelings?
Hold on, what?
Existence, as seen here where he is lambasting the creator of the page.
So how about this? I'll go fuck your mother for the laws and everything will be cool, right? No hard feelings?
I guess.
Yeah,
If you want to like twist, if you just want to twist my logic into black and white, there, sure.
No, I mean that's what you're saying. You're saying you could do something if it's just for the lows. Nobody's supposed to get mad or offended.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you shouldn't take fucking Encyclopedia page Dramatica seriously.
There are also times when they invited Mr. Medicare on.
I was never a part of the Sons of Kojima, but I knew, I didn't know everything that was going on. I only knew things from Twitter and from like videos and stuff.
Get on your knees and orally pleasure Phil.
Whoever asked that, fuck you.
What the hell?
That means he's considering a number.
It's crazy, bro.
I'm not gonna answer because I'm not interested in that. That's fucked up.
So you're telling me you're not gonna suck a dick for $10 million? Really?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Because there's no coming back from it. Yeah, you get the money, but there's no coming back from it. You can't say you never sucked dick before. I couldn't do it.
You got $10 million in the bank. You can make people forget with the money. You can black hole that shit on the internet. Does the thought of Phil gently rubbing your hair as he comes in your mouth, does that bother you that much?
What the fuck? This is so wrong on so many levels.
Well, there you go. They refuse.
Yeah, you got the money, but it's like you can't say you never sucked a dick before.
Every one of them get the number.
Some comments under this near 50-minute long video read, quote, Christ, without any DSP material to commentate over or talk about, these guys just got nothing.
It's kind of true. It's kind of true.
Christ, these guys are awkward. It makes me want to like Phil if these are his.
Because they literally, it's one thing to make videos and talk shit about Phil like I do, but they made a whole group, like literally a whole group, where they have meetings every week. They got together, like, bro, imagine if you was like a content creator and you had a whole group of people making meetings of like each member is like having specific like jobs and tasks that dedicated to fucking with you. Like, it's crazy, bro.
And why there are over 2,000 posts discussing him. What mattered to Phil was that his most persistent detractor group was no.
Yeah, I wouldn't play. Yeah, I wouldn't play around like that. That's, yeah, you're right about that. That's how they think.
It is here that Phil revealed that Panelli's father was swatted in the past. This
Hold on, what?
It is here.
My thoughts on the soldiers. Yeah, he made a video about that. I uploaded the video in like a hater fashion. My dogs and my please stop asking for more.
That Phil revealed that Panelli's father was swatted in the past.
Panelli's father was swatted. Damn. The sons of Kojima swatted Panelli's father? Who else would do it? Who else would swat Panelli's father? So they knew details about Panelli's personal life. That's crazy, bro. The sons of Kojima swatted Panelli's father, because who else would do it?
This
never mentioning him, so they never mentioned Pan. Yeah. From my knowledge, they've never mentioned Panelli's father or her family at all. But somehow the sons of Kojima, they did research and they swatted this man. That's crazy, bro. That's next level.
To him made it clear that no one in proximity to him was safe. This is the reason why he claims to have skipped Panelli's brother's wedding.
Yeah. Because like because we was giving Phil a lot of shit years ago because he didn't go to Panelli's brother's wedding, but now it makes sense because that's crazy, bro.
When in proximity to him was safe. This
now
is
it
the
makes
reason
sense.
Why he claims
It
to
makes
have
sense
skipped
now
Panelli's brother's wedding.
because people was bugging.
What did the SOK do? Well, first they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding.
That's crazy.
That's entirely true. They're so fucking sick that they, on their own and without my mentioning it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had to force Leanna to skip it so I could stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. They actually accused me of keeping her at home forcefully. It couldn't have been further from the truth.
Yeah, we gave Phil a lot of shit for not going to the wedding, but it actually makes sense now.
We found the damn date and address of the wedding when I swatted the wedding. That made us stay home. So not only were
that's
they
crazy, bro.
Witness the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make us look bad after the fact.
I mean, but to be honest,
mind-numbing, isn't it?
But to be honest, even if the Sons of Kojima didn't exist, he would have won anyway. Think about it. If Sons of Kojima, if they don't exist, he never would have won anyway. Like, you didn't feel what I went to the wedding. Now he wouldn't. I mean, this was a good convenience. It was a good excuse for him to use, but at the same time, it's like he wouldn't have went to the wedding anyway.
Unquote. After the fall of the sons of Kojima, there was a rise in more passive trolling. On Phil's forums, there was a crop-up of clear catfishes that had all miraculously turned 18 years old at the time.
Yeah, it's catfishes.
Then there was a
That's
pirate-themed
bait.
treasure map made of the places Phil frequented, and it was often thought to enjoy.
That's definitely
With the
bait.
inclusion of health foods and a gym placed just out of his reach,
They're trying to catch Phil.
Death.
They're
On
trying to catch him
Instagram,
lacking.
there was a new strategy of trolling through indifference. No matter what picture Phil posted, there was bound to be tens, if not hundreds of comments stating two words. Well, really just one word with two variations. Comments were either okay or okay. Without fail, these cropped up and overwhelmed any other comment. Even just comments wanting to understand what was going on were met with a single response, okay. Phil even treated his audience to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil here, and welcome to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Phil thought that this video was unique because of what he was unboxing. What made it unique was for the first 3 minutes, his reflection was easily visible. And he was doing two things.
What on earth?
He was swaying left and right, and he was doing his famous T-pose. Phil had swayed much in the past, but rarely was it not in first-person view. He claims it is because of back issues. The snorting is blamed on what DSP claims is a post-nasal drip. The snorting plays into his depiction of a pig. Combined with his ability to remain online and survive like a cockroach came the derisive nickname Pig Roach. His laugh, his sway, his snorts, all could be, and some more, made into several
Yeah, that pig roach. Yeah, that pig roach. Name calling was recent.
Phil doing these actions in tandem would also gain purchase. Then there were two food-related items that always got viewers' attention. The first was sparked by this tweet where DSP states he likes penne. What he means is he likes the pasta, but in Spanish, penne means penis. The last item viewers to know was his drink of choice.
I think gin and tonic is my drink of choice. Not every single day, but I do have a gin and tonic or two every once in a while, maybe a few times a week at night to unwind, especially if it's been a stressful day or if my back's hurting.
This is the gout thing.
Yes, I do have a drink.
The gout
Gin
video.
and tonic.
That
I'll
was.
start the night right with a sip. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this. I have a drink tonight. I have a gin and tonic next to me, which I'll be sipping from time to time. I won't be downing the whole thing.
It was not often that Phil drank on stream. However, this proclivity did extend outside of his streams. Sometimes the bottle or mixed drinks made his way into his vacation videos.
Everything else here, including the gin, which I'll probably drink.
What is that? What is that?
Everything else here, including the gin,
This is snack
which I'll
box?
probably drink
Snack
mixed with
cabinet?
that
Why is it all random stuff?
To indulge so much cost Phil a fair bit. But now, in addition to owing money to
Hold on. Direct deposits from G. G means Google. G gotta mean Google. So he gets four and a half thousands from Google. I don't know how recent that is. I don't know if that's a month or what, but he got that. Fred Meyer. I don't know who that is. Wine 44 on wine. PayPal. Apple Tunes. Who spends money on Apple Tunes? Who? Come on. DoorDash. That's a lot of money on. Don't you got a fucking car? DoorDash. Ain't no way I'm spending like all that money on DoorDash and I got a car. Who spends money on Apple Tunes? Like, who does that?
Part companies and like
He spent $40 at IHOP. IRS. He spent $750 to the IRS.
He, in September, found that he owed money to a fierce collector.
I get this letter, all right? I get this letter, and the letter says, "We suspect that you are doing business in the state of Washington under the name DSP Gaming. Okay? We believe that you need to register and pay state business and occupation taxes. Please answer
because
all
you
of these
live in
questions
that
for
state."
us."
Phil, since he moved to Washington, had not been paying state taxes. He claims
Idiot.
the reason behind this is because he continued to list the services of his accountant from Connecticut.
To clear the air here, because a lot of people have misconceptions, my tax attorney in the state of Connecticut was a certified public accountant, was a dean of accounting at a college for several years, and was one of the highest accredited guys in the state of Connecticut. This is not some Joe Schmo asshole who I just got. And by the way, I paid this guy thousands of dollars to do my taxes. All right. I think the most he ever charged me was like.
But don't you got a business degree? You got a business degree, but you're not paying state taxes. And then years later, now it caught up to you. Now you're paying a tax guy thousands of dollars, and now you're an idiot, bro. You're dumb.
Over $1,500 one year to do my taxes properly.
The importance of this is now Phil was claiming to owe state taxes since 2014, stacking yet another reason why 2017 was the year that finally doomed Phil financially. But at least he wasn't bankrupt. The grander and more dramatic reveal this year was of his new girlfriend. Yet the reveal photos only show the back of her head. Phil, to be able to hide a relationship.
She don't look fat from the back. She look like she's not in shape, but she don't look bad. She looks basic from the back. Well, is this the same year? Ain't it the same year that Leanna left him? He got him a new role.
Was surprising. A reason for only showing the back of her head was that Phil was slowly starting to separate his personal and online life, meaning that there would no longer be condo tours or virtually any videos outside of his office, save for a few additional DSP Tries-It videos, like his attempt to recreate the virality of his ex-wife's video. This could only be beneficial. It wouldn't allow viewers to analyze his new purchases, his eating habits, anything that can be used against him,
Sonic 6 played,
Keeping Cat anonymous was likely Phil's attempt to protect her, though it did have its weakness and was immediately exploited.
So they fabricate this story that I hired an escort to come visit me during my Christmas break. I paid her thousands of dollars, or owe her thousands of dollars,
bro.
apparently. I don't even know what the full story is because I'm not really following.
Wow.
Well, true to her word, Kimberly did know where to release that information too. Over on the forum, Kiwi Farms, a mysterious woman shows up to elaborate on what's going on.
In December...
So, Kat went on Kiwi Farms? Why would Kat even know about Kiwi Farms? Why would she go on Kiwi Farms?
2017, a mysterious woman claiming to be a high-end escort with a history with Phil was claiming that Phil had not been. A mysterious woman claiming to be a high-end escort with a history with Phil was
Wait,
2017.
what?
A mysterious woman
up to that information too. Over on the forum, Kiwi true to her
thousands of dollars, apparently. I don't even know what the full story is because I'm not really following it.
Well, true to her word, Kimberly did know where to release that information too.
Kimberly isn't Kat. No, that's not Kat. Kat can't be Kimberly. Kimberly and Kat is a whole different person. Is it? I don't get it. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to get an escort. I mean, when you're a middle-aged man and you're alone, I mean, that's what they do. Come on.
Over on the forum, Kiwi Farms, a mysterious woman shows up
I don't know,
to
bro.
elaborate on what's going
There's
on.
some new stuff.
In December 2017, a mysterious woman claiming to be a high-end escort.
A mysterious Kimberly Brink. This ain't Kat. This ain't Kat. This is somebody else. This ain't Kat.
A mysterious woman claiming.
Kat is antisocial. She's quiet. This ain't Kat, bro. This ain't Kat. It's either is an escort or just like it's either is really an escort or is somebody making a fake account bullshit and trying to fuck with Phil.
Claiming to be a high-end escort.
I was in the U.S. for long weekend with a client on my way home.
History with Phil was claiming that Phil had not paid her.
Yeah, this gotta be this ain't Kat. This ain't Kat. This is a new person. This ain't Kat.
And if she did not receive the money owed, then she would release all the details of
How much did he fucking owe her? How much did he fucking owe her? If he had to owe her a lot of money, the only way you can owe an escort, a prostitute, a lot of money, is if she was over with you for hours and days. So you had a prostitute and she was with you for a long periods of time, like days probably. That's crazy, bro.
And so she did. On Kiwi Farms, she developed a somewhat shallow story of Phil taking her out to dinner and spending a fair amount of money on her. Sprinkled in are notes about his bad credit, his disappointing manhood, and general notes on his house. This notes
a transformer on Twitch that said Kiwi Farm with the dark side. Kiwi Farms is definitely Kiwi Farm is definitely like a dark web type of site. Kiwi Farms is.
And so she did. On Kiwi Farms, she developed a somewhat shallow story of Phil taking her out
I
to
mean,
dinner
yeah,
and
it's
spending a
true in a way,
woman
yeah.
claiming to be
It's
a
not, they're
high-end
not wrong
escort,
about
but the
that.
history with Phil was
That's
claiming
true.
that Phil had not
People
paid
go
her,
to Kiwi
and if
Farm
she
to
did
get
not receive the
information
money
or
owed,
whatever.
then she would release all the details of the event.
I haven't been on Kiwi
And
Farm
so she
before,
did.
but yeah.
On Kiwi Farms, she developed a somewhat shallow story of Phil taking her out to dinner and spending a fair amount of money on her. Sprinkled in are notes about his bad credit, his disappointing manhood, and
That's
general
crazy.
notes on his house. This reads as too good to be true, as it's hitting the notes that want to be heard.
I mean, but why would an escort go this far? This can't be real. They gotta be a troll making a fake account. Cause why would a have you ever heard of a prostitute going this far? How many prostitutes you know go on Kiwi Farms and Reddit and all this shit? This gotta be fake, bro. It gotta be fake. It's either fake or it's real. There's no in between. It's either fake or real, no in between.
She developed a somewhat shallow story of Phil taking her out to dinner and spending a fair amount of money on her. Sprinkled in are notes about his bad credit, his disappointing dinner, and
So he was taking her out to dinner?
spending a fair.
He must have spent around $800 a weekend. He spent $800 a weekend on you? So you got your money, right? I don't know. I was only with him for a weekend. So this hypothetical escort was with Phil on the weekends, like Saturday and Sunday, probably Friday. And he would spend for weekends. Now, can you imagine what he would spend in a week 7? In a week, and then he's supposed to have bad credit. Talk about Leanna. So the prostitute knows about Leanna. Yes, I can confirm there's still stuff stored from there. But I mean, I don't know if this is legit. If this is this real, it's probably crazy.
On her. Sprinkled in are notes about his bad credit, his disappointing manhood, and general notes on his house. This reads as too good to be true, as it's hitting the notes that want to be heard, while simultaneously not providing evidence outside of a testimony. The Kiwi Farms users
there's no
were highly
evidence.
skeptical.
There's no
but
evidence.
simply not providing evidence outside of a testimony. The Kiwi Farms users were highly skeptical, but even so were enjoying the chaos this person was causing. But day after day of not providing a single piece of evidence, and users finding strange inconsistencies in her story, it was clear that the pieces were not fitting. It was only after users discovered that the images were not of this person's origin that she comes out and says she was hacked. It was not her at all. It was a catfish.
I don't know who did this, but this account was hacked. Yeah, it was fake. Somebody hacked the girl account and they was making her post shit.
Using her Twitter with stolen images. But no one was convinced. As a final Hail Mary, this person attempted to shift the blame on Fred Fox of the defunct Sons of Kojima.
Yeah, it
by
wasn't
taking down
real.
the website and bringing it back up with the simple Fred Fox.
Yeah, guys, I haven't watched this video, guys. I've never watched this video, guys. So I know you guys are like, "Oh, well, I never watched the video."
In the heading. It was not until this
I've never
escort's
watched this
identity
video.
was found under a different name, Angelina Capri, that the true culprits were unmasked. It was quite easy to find the domain registry.
Like, a real react is when you react over something that you never watched. I literally never watched this video.
And with it came the identity. The culprits quickly tried to amend this information, but it had already been archived. The original registry had their full name, address, phone number, and their email. This gave the Kiwi Farms users everything they needed, and soon the culprits were fully doxxed, including their cat. Revealed and archived was their personal YouTube channel, one of their daughter's YouTube channels, Twitter's users everything they needed, and soon the culprits were fully doxxed, including their cat. Revealed and archived was their personal YouTube channel, one of their daughter's YouTube channels, Twitter's photo buckets, a lengthy history of information that was more than enough anyone needed to confirm this married couple ran an extortion and impersonation racket.
This is weird. Hold on. Married to such and such, mother of 3 kids. Why would you put that your bi on your? Think about it. Why would a married woman put that she's bi? Does that make sense? Why would a married woman? Why would a woman admit that she's married and then put bi? That's weird. They probably be in some type of like swinger shit. Yeah, they probably be on that swinger shit. There's no reason to put that.
Confirmed this married couple ran an extortion and impersonation racket. They had a history of impersonating beautiful women and using their images to create profiles on adult websites where the wife would live stream her real body and pleasure herself. but only reveal her lower half as to not spoil the ruse. It was only when they tried to extort Phil through a different tactic and interact with his highly paranoid community that this was all discovered. If there was any doubt left, Phil would cave in and reveal his girlfriend Kat, who moved in shortly after.
There's Kat. Yeah, this person matched the pictures that DSP posted. Do wear the rest of her eyebrows. Ain't tripping, bro. Try a horse butthole. Hot. Who the fuck? From a 1 to 10, I give her like a 5.
Number one, like I said, it's the best relationship I've ever been in my life.
He lying.
Okay? I feel like she's my soulmate.
She's lying. He's lying.
And I am in love with her. Absolutely. She's in love with me. And if she were to move in, number one, she has a job that she, can probably find a job out here similar or whatever and make income to help immediately. Number two, cooking and everything, helping with the responsibilities of the house so I can get back to how I was.
And cook Kat did.
Look. I'm gonna highlight some things of what he said, which is it's leaning more towards the fact that he just wants to use her.
She has a job that she, can probably find a.
She has a job.
Out here.
She can get a job and support. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, she should support. That makes sense.
Immediately. Number two, cooking and everything, helping with the responsibilities of the house so I can get back to.
He said cooking and cleaning so he can focus on his gaming more. So he wants a maid. He wants a mom. I'm not saying a woman shouldn't work. A woman can work. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a woman working. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want a woman to just not working and not contributing. That doesn't make, it's not cool. But at the same time, he wants someone that can, I don't know, it was weird, bro.
And cook Kat did. The pair seemed well off, even if Kat did appear.
She can't cook, bro. She can't cook. She can't cook. I mean, she can cook, but like barely. I don't see no seasoning on none of the shit that she made. I don't see no. There's that meatloaf. I don't see no seasoning. I see just like vanilla, basic. I don't see nothing of flavor.
Even if Kat
There's nothing of flavor.
And uninteractive on stream, her uncombativeness was welcome. More this Kat reveal
she don't look ugly.
The next Kat reveal
I mean, she do look kind of ugly, but
what Phil was currently revealing was a sponsorship from OP Seats. The same day, Phil revealed
she looked like she don't want to do
terminated their contract with Phil.
Like she don't want to do this.
So let's talk.
Like she's a hostage.
Story of how I basically obtained sponsorship, and then
It's like, you don't think it's a coincidence that he met Kat the same year that Leanna left him? I wonder how they met. I don't know.
Because of the actions of trolls, the sponsorship is now gone. Okay.
Even so, in February,
I think he met Kat through some type of like dating website, because it's like she didn't live in Seattle. She didn't live with him at that point, so I don't know if she was even in. I don't know if she was even in Washington. If she wasn't in Washington, so she was in a different state. So he had to have met her on one of these dating websites. Probably, yeah. And he probably flossed that he had money, he got his own place, and you can live with me type stuff.
Phil procured a different sponsor, but remained with a similar product of a gaming chair. Gaming chairs across the board are disreputable for their style of function. That was not the only reason SpawnSeats, the sponsor of Phil, was getting backlash. As it was discovered, this new company was not really a company at all. It was a person drop-shipping cheap gaming chairs with an inflated price. So not only did this new sponsorship fall through, the company attached to it failed along with it.
Yep.
Phil was hardly sympathetic.
Fact of the matter is, folks, it doesn't really affect me, because guess what? I mean, I got the chair. I got the chair already.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care about nobody but himself.
And I talked to the guy up front about this, the possibility of nasty shit happening, and he said, "No, I understand. Don't worry, we'll put up with it." It is what it is, guys.
As much as detractors work to spoil his mood, they can hardly compete with the natural and novel interactions Phil has, like with this 11-year-old on VR chat.
Can I please go in the waiting room?
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Please go in the waiting room.
Phil has, like with this 11-year-old on VR chat.
Can I please go in the waiting room?
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Right behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Wolf girl.
Well, if you look
It literally says waiting room on top of it.
Wow. You're quite rude.
I'm 11.
Good, now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that.
Imagine if you talk like that to a little ass girl. That's crazy, bro.
I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that.
This
You saying you would
Pokemon
pimp slap a little
pixel art
girl?
was made to commemorate the occasion. These small moments carried Phil's live streams for 2018. Nothing individually significant happening, but enough happening to remind the internet of his existence.
That's crazy,
this all
bro.
hardly competed with ongoing events. Relative to the collaboration between popular live streamer Ninja and popular musician Drake, DSP was practically non-existent. Until he began tweeting about their collaboration, starting by calling Drake and Ninja overrated. Phil sought to detract from this
That's that low tier
collaboration
guy
for
shit,
the
bro.
likes
That's
of
that low
which
tier
were
guy
rarely,
shit.
if ever, seen. Tweet after tweet, he argued with Twitter users. At some point, he even slighted PewDiePie, claiming he is a product of hype and not quality content. Either these interactions struck a chord, or Phil was just in many prominent content creators' minds as, in not-so-quick succession, they took their turns mocking Phil. Like iDubbbz promoting the idea of Phil doing a collaboration with any rapper. In the background, there were leaks about Phil wanting to take down a video that for a short moment mentioned the escort saga. But in the foreground was PewDiePie.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance look like. Onion Man versus Soy Boy.
iJustine was goaded into another response from the same quote. And Phil finally also made it into a Watch Mojo video.
This Twitch user had the bad idea of prematurely turning on his camera. Right before starting the live stream, he gives himself a short break to relax.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
There was a renaissance of sorts in ways creators were able to make Phil entertaining. Few as creative as El Crimson King.
This fucking piece of shit. This disc.
What game was that music from? Deadly Premonition.
Fuck it. It's gonna stay back there forever. I'm
Yeah,
never fucking picking it up
Deadly
again.
Premonition, I
Don't
think.
ever ask me to play that fucking game again. That's the worst fucking game. That game is way worse than Revolution 60. Seriously.
Behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
This video would be honored by the creation of its own snore compilation. This emphasis on creative ways to mock Phil made the latter half of 2018 appear creatively bankrupt in comparison. In the same vein, Phil was also suffering from his own potential bankruptcy.
Basically, in a nutshell, without going into too much detail, I'm not partnered anymore.
In July, he announced that he had split from Curse, claiming the separation to be amicable. Now,
Yeah,
having
that
to
was
rely
cool.
on his own, unsuspended assets account, Phil found that he was making far less than he was with his partnership. On top of this, his views were halved without explanation, going from an average of 2 million a month to hovering just around 1 million. And so Phil did what he calls an emergency livestream, trying to brainstorm ways and goad sympathetic viewers to help with donations. Provided was also advice. A common recommendation is to get a job outside of content creation. Phil, not wanting to consider this option, had these messages delivered in rather creative
Get
ways.
a job.
Phil, being a fan of the WWE, reacted to this
job.
person holding up a sign that reads, quote, DSP get a job, unquote. This was not
Get
even
a
the first
job,
time this
Dale.
happened. Last year, a person held up a similar sign, though less legible. Phil opting to continue streaming to a dwindling audience would suffer the consequences of dealing with his remaining audience. These are superfans that stuck with him regardless of countless examples of Phil's ill will, and on the other side are his most persistent trolls that remain even after the majority of trolls lost interest in Phil's cyclical nature. On the other side was a user known as Tutankhamun, or Tut for short. They came in donating thousands of dollars, but also used the money they donated as leverage as they could circumvent what will get a normal person banned simply because of their influence. But even Tut pushed this beyond what Phil could endure. After creating much unwanted attention for Phil and Phil pushing back, Tut threatened to charge back the money he donated. A chargeback is when someone donates money, gets the desired effect of having the streamer read their message, and then, in a later date, petitions PayPal or whatever financial medium they're using to get their money back. This is done by stating that the money was fraudulently sent, or by other dishonest means. And Tut did try to charge back some of that money, only to fail as PayPal sided with Phil. This was a victory for Phil, but in the grand scheme of how much he was bound to owe, it didn't seem like much.
Yeah.
In addition to my normal income,
Of fail as honest means. And Tut did try to charge back some of that money, only to fail as PayPal sided with Phil. This was a victory for Phil, but in the grand scheme of how much he was bound to owe, it didn't seem like much.
In addition to my normal income, I need to raise about another roughly $16,000 between now and April.
That's your problem, bro.
This plays into why Phil is labeled as an e-beggar, a person that petitions, guilts, or even demands donations from their audience. While it is normal for streamers to subtly stimulate donations,
$16,000? That sounds like a me problem. It sounds like a me problem.
Direct. Taxes are going to be my main thing I have to figure out this year, but making enough money not only to pay the
that man
bills,
says 16,000, not 100, but 1,000. Bro, get a job, bro.
Pay my taxes somehow. I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, taxes are always something that are on my mind. You know, I've got tax payments due. You know, my state taxes are due in January. My federal taxes
That's
are
a
due
you
in
problem,
April.
bro. That's a you problem. That's a I fucked up and moved to Washington when I shouldn't have to problem.
We're high. Things like
that's a you problem, bro.
On stream to try to raise funds for my taxes and all.
You should not move to Washington.
This very much works. In December, Phil's relentless discussions of money launched him into the fourth highest number of Tier 3 subs. These are subscribers that cost $25, and somehow Phil got 204 of them. With an average of 372 viewers, means that each viewer paid on average $13 solely from their Tier 3 subs. But also, the donations are disproportionate, as subscriptions can be gifted. Donations and other tiers of sub have also been taken into consideration, and Phil also receives donations that for the time being were not accounted for. Typically, surges in donations or the like are
this is the bankruptcy saga.
Interesting streamers
this
rising
is the IRS saga.
Receiving donations to produce more of their content. And to Phil's credit, he was planning to do something unique, something no streamer would ever even consider, and that is a marathon to raise money to pay for his taxes.
All right, it's going to be via tips, meaning the only real viable way for you to contribute and help me out in this situation is to tip me, because you tip me via sending funds to my PayPal.
I mean, it's like, would he make more money? Like, would he make more money or less money if he got a job? I don't know. I guess it depends on the job.
The marathon was to take place in March of 2019. The goal was to raise around $5,000 through tips. And as Phil mentioned, the tips he received, which is the money he made through PayPal and not subscriptions or other Twitch integrated services, would be used towards taxes.
More than likely, probably now, at this point, I probably raised like around $900 to $950. Because every dollar tip, I only get 67 cents out of them. I probably got, no lie, like
something wrong with you, bro.
And all those only like 60%. So, but it is what it is. Thank you guys.
This was not very close to his $5,000 goal, so Phil did a second marathon in April where he made a bit more money as seen through the bar at the top, again stating where all the money would go to.
Essentially, people would ask me questions like, so what's going to happen now? It's very simple. With all the money that I've raised for these taxes, I'm going to go to my tax guy and say, this is what I have.
There was some natural skepticism and some paranoia around Phil, as he has shown himself to be a dishonest person. And so, in the detractor community, while theories spread, but only the most gullible swallowed all theories around Phil. The newest theory came from the blindsiding reveal that Phil had gotten married to Kat and used the funds earned from the tax marathon streams to finance some of the wedding. Theories around Phil. The newest theory came from the blindsiding reveal that Phil had gotten married to Kat and used the funds earned from the tax marathon streams to finance some of the wedding.
Probably,
Phil got on stream to quell some of the unrest.
And by the way, as I'm going to explain, don't worry, again, everything's going to be explained. Everything I've told you guys up front about that stuff is true. Everything, every dollar that was raised to help with taxes is going towards the taxes.
Now Phil is reasserting that all the money went to taxes, but later in the day he states that was not the case.
And I did 2 different marathon events, alright, that raised, in total, if you actually look at the amount of tips that I raised that would go towards these taxes, was around, I think, I want to say just under $2,500.
He do lie a lot.
So what people need to understand, which they don't, is that normally
my fiance do that. I have a fiance, she kind of, like, she cap a lot.
So even though I raised $2,500, a chunk of that had to just go to pay my monthly stuff normally. And so even though I raised $2,500, in reality it was probably under $2,000 that I had left over afterwards to put towards the federal taxes.
Phil had lied throughout his marathon streams and the streams afterwards by now stating that over $500 or so went towards his bills and other expenses. This contradiction seemed too great, so I asked Phil about it. Phil responded with a superbly long-winded response. His answer is buried in this line, 2 words in his 357-word response. Quote, I misspoke, unquote. meaning that he misspoke about all the money going to taxes. What I failed to mention was this was not the only piece of evidence I had reconfirming that all the money from his fundraising would go to taxes.
It didn't all go to taxes. It didn't. It didn't. You lies a lot. He lies a lot.
All funds that I raised for taxes and the like.
He'll act like he got all this shit going on that need to be paid, and he'll get the money and use it for something else. He lies a lot.
The clear answer is Phil lied, and the money raised is unaccountable. What few
Yeah, he
people knew
lied.
at the time was Phil had a 10-year plan. In a conversation with his mother, who had bailed him out previously and delayed a potential bankruptcy, Phil was presented with two decisions: file for bankruptcy or develop a 10-year plan. This 10-year plan was meant to phase him out of content creation into a more traditional job. It was even clear to his family at this point that his online presence was only causing trouble for him and those surrounding him.
That's true.
Even now, there was an uproar of displeasure where a few mods were rebelling and leaking private chats, and even at this point that his online presence was only causing trouble for him and those surrounding him.
Yeah, because like the Sons of Kojima, they literally swatted Leanna's father. You don't think the Sons of Kojima was prying into Phil's parents' life and shit like that? Of course they were.
Even now, there was an uproar of displeasure where a few mods were rebelling and leaking private chats and other items surrounding Phil due to his recent lies about where the marathon money was going. Phil did not understand the depth of this backlash. On the flip side, Phil did not understand goodwill either. On May 9, 2019, Phil tweeted, quote, "Took a day off the entire internet, but hashtag #ProJaredHilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed. Haha, whoops," unquote. Now that Pro Jared was going through his own controversy sparked from his lewd Tumblr and confusing open relationship, Phil jumped in on the anti-Pro Jared bandwagon. After this resoundingly successful tweet, Phil went on a stream chat and simultaneously downplayed and exaggerated the success of the tweet. By the 11th, Phil was so confident that this tweet was bringing him the goodwill of the internet that he made this.
The reason I'm doing this is because in the past couple of days, the internet at large has finally kind of turned an eye to me for the first time in a major way in a long time.
What is he talking
in an
about?
actual positive light.
This video is titled DSP Tries It, Debunking 7 Years of Slander. In a nearly 2-hour video, Phil took a cursory glance at some of his controversial moments, like the time he said Minecraft was stupid, dating Panda Lee while she was 18, or explaining the escort drama that had long been proven false. Lacking here was everything else, from his financial woes, his treatment of his audience, his lashing out at other creators through minimizing their achievements or insulting them altogether. Phil's video was completely lackluster. Even a successful video dispelling his controversies will not change the fact that the reason people watch Phil is to laugh at his antics.
That's true.
His
That's
Saucy
why I watch
Mondays, streams where he goes off camera to stir a pot of Italian sauce, has no inherent value to regular people.
I mean, all he
What
do is
drew
just
viewers'
beg nowadays.
attention
Like,
now
now
was
all he
a
do is
reveal
beg.
stream with a
He don't do nothing but
$1,000 goal.
begging.
Phil promised a big, positive reveal. Users guessed all throughout, none of them hit the mark. Some even thought that the reveal was a new cat, which Phil denied. Finally, the goal was hit, and the positive reveal came.
I got someone I'd like you to meet. Come on up here.
Yep.
Come on up here, buddy.
Jasper.
You want to come up here? You want me to pick you up? Someone who actually is not a new addition to the family. Someone who I'm going to introduce you to
Jasper.
today, who has been a part of our lives for quite some time, in fact. All right? And it's funny because with all the stuff that we've had to do, we've had to keep a lot of stuff private.
It's a fucking cat, bro. What are you talking about?
Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to our pet.
Phil's reveal was his cat Jasper, but users already guessed the reveal was a new cat. Phil's reasoning was they did not guess correctly enough.
So a lot of people, you're right, a lot of people did guess that a cat was the thing. A lot of people say, oh, it's a new cat. It's a new cat. It's not. Jasper actually has been our cat.
So he has two cats. He has two
On top
cats.
of this,
He got
Phil
cat
got
and
another
Jasper.
$1,000 donation from a single donor through the miscommunication of there being a second positive reveal. The easiest way to find out how controversial a stream
He literally has
was
two
to find
cats.
out how many bans occurred that day. And according to this user-made graph, the day Jasper was revealed, there were 451 bans on his stream. But this graph
Damn.
relates to Phil's stream only. On September 29, 2019, Phil was seen not on his own channel, but on the Quarterings, a creator who is controversial in his own right, but utilizes it to make a living. This is something long anticipated. Phil was seen not on his own channel, but on the Quarterings, A creator who is controversial in his own right, but utilizes it to make a living. This is something long anticipated because Phil sits in the relative safety of his own streams and controls the dialogue. Adding a different prominent creator would mean there would be no place to hide, and some have tried to secure an interview with Phil. But Phil is very careful, very selective. He only allows those ignorant of his rich history to reach him. And even then, there can be stipulations in place to block some of the most demanding questions. Like, how much does Phil owe? Where do the thousands of dollars in donations end up? Does he believe himself to be financially responsible? And instead of that, viewers got this.
This is the most popular question.
Okay.
You're right. Where did the load go?
Normally, a like to dislike is the most basic way to see how much viewers agree with any which video. But this time, there is something better. The quartering a softball interview got 90,000 views. These can represent interest in particularly how many care to view it, how many align with the interview. With that in mind, It's a Gundam, a channel that is hardly DSP-centric, covered the interview and broke down how Phil misrepresents himself while going into some of the deeper Phil lore. It's a Gundam's video blew the quartering's interview out of the water, as not only was it twice as long as expected from an analysis, but it also stands with 1.6 million views. Even then, It's a Gundam willingly skipped over or just summarized much of the Phil lore only pertinent to the interview. Phil's endless list of controversial moments was in the end helping him. Even if Phil acts dastardly, there is so much information needed to understand how all its controversies tie into one another, that virtually anyone not in the detractor community is indifferent to anything non-viral that Phil does. What's a drop in an already overflowing bucket? What also helps Phil are his worst trolls that allow him to misrepresent and discredit the detractor community as a whole. On Kiwi farms, doxings are a common sight. Information spread for the sake of harassment. At one point, these were not so common until one individual showed up on the farms. A user that went by Nigel of UKIP. For what would be the next couple of years, this individual will freely dox those in Phil's vortex. It's hard to say how he was doing it. He could have had insider information and somehow used the donor's PayPal information to craft a dox, or simply just searched for usernames across social media websites until he found commonalities, ultimately leading to the dox of those within the Phil sphere. The only other strange instance of doxing was from a difficult-to-cover story, as the relevant threads where this mass dox was held were expunged. And of course, the Wayback Machine excludes Kiwi Farms. All that is left are recollections and videos that serve of evidence of its existence. Quote, here's a pretty good recap of the entire docu-show. But since the thread itself has apparently been nuked, I'll just add some context and missing details for anyone who wasn't around back then. It was known as the January Harvest of 2018.
He said the Phil spear.
It started because BSV got into a tangle with the nasty on here. Apparently got stupid ugly, families threatened, etc. The KF Dog Sluts issued an ultimatum to DSP. Admit publicly to your Tardians that your main payload is 2018. For anyone who wasn't around back then. It was known as the January Harvest of 2018. It started because BSV got into a tangle with the nasty on here. Apparently got stupid ugly, families threatened, etc. The KF Dog Sluts issued an ultimatum to DSP. Admit publicly to your Tardians that your main pay whale, BSV, has been saying doing some stupid shit. But you ask at the time, or we're going to drop a super docs at a rate of 1 per day on your The King
what
of
the fuck arc is that?
Redacted. This will begin on X date and continue until you have done this one simple and justified and true thing. Basically just disavow BSV's behavior. Lull unironic Freedom Forum members and Kiwis with trolling accounts over there alike and become tremble with fear. No one is safe, lol. Philip Piss Baby Fuck You Burnell responds by shoving his head in the quicksand. Turbo doxing commences. After like 3 days of this Waco standoff, his terrified forum users go from screaming at Phil to do something to stop this, and to a 5-alarm dumpster fire. Standoff continues until Phil's revenue begins tanking.
What is this?
He's now forced to address this matter on air. Does nothing, says nothing he was told to admit. Advises his audience that anything the bad dogs event do have done to them is their fault. Not his because they're stupid and they use his forum, lol fair, and have personal shit in their online profiles that anyone can see. Which would have been his one valid argument in all this if it hadn't been tendered in his signature blame-shifting desperation and also contradiction by some other horseshit he said 30 seconds later. The victims of these cyberbullies shoulder all the blame in this, and everyone is stupid because you should just know that any internet presence puts you at risk of, well, everything. NNF NICD. Doc's harvest continues. Despite having zero leverage,
what arc is this?
19-hour olive branch speech as a counteroffer to everyone who doesn't dick ride him on the internet. Peaceful coexistence? Okay.
This is a weird arc that I wasn't, I don't know about that much. I don't know about this arc.
Shit about dirt detractors.
This is a weird arc.
No negotiating with terrorists, though. Harvest continues.
I don't know about this
Harvest
arc.
got tedious as it quickly became obvious that most of the people that orbit him are boring turbospeds. Minor wheelchair exodus. Harvest ends. Phil advises the internet that this constitutes a hard W for him. Oh, to see the world through the blurry gin goggles of his squinty dead eyes. Phil resumes pushing buttons. Unquote. That was a quick rundown of what was called the January Harvest. The user also linked to a longer rundown of 3 videos. The overall runtime of those videos are 4.5 hours. As a reminder, these videos are considered the insignificant parts of Phil's history. The larger portions have longer running history and tie themselves well together. Like at the start of 2020, there were 2 things around Phil being discussed. A bankruptcy, which had its own honorary sign displayed at a WWE pay-per-view event, which is also attached to the theory around a mobile game known as WWE Champions. The bankruptcy is far more forward and clear, and has been a long time coming, with Phil discussing his want to file for bankruptcy through 2019.
Bro, imagine you getting bankrupt and everybody knowing about it.
2020 was the process underway.
Well, basically, eventually, I sat down and I saw a lawyer. And
imagine you filing for bankruptcy and then everybody know about it, like the whole internet.
There's really no way out besides declaring bankruptcy. Like, there's no
crazy,
way.
Bro.
How are you going to get out of not only owing all this debt that you have behind the scenes through credit cards and loans, but now you.
But I don't know how you can live with yourself. You filing for bankruptcy and everybody know about it. I don't know how you can wake up and then be cool with that.
In these dens, lengthy legal forms were revelations that finally, among
that
many
really
other things, put a number on Phil's total debt. The unsecured creditors on page 20 list all of Phil's unsecured claims. So
you file for bankruptcy. John know about it. John Rambo know about it. Howard know about it. Your whole previous circle know about it. Everybody who used to deal with know about that you filed for bankruptcy. Everybody knows your debt. Like, that's crazy.
Had no collateral, such as personal loans and credit cards. The page
that is nuts,
107
bro.
on the bottom right corner was already hinting at
John
the
knows your
debt
John
Phil
knows
had
your
incurred.
debt.
The only thing
Howard
more
knows.
impactful
Everybody
would be going
knows.
through all the individual accounts. And so, number 1, $1,100 to an American Express card. Number 2, $6,400 on a different American Express card.
That's
number
crazy.
3, $26,000 to Bank of America.
Hold on, let's go back.
We'll be going through
I'm gonna break this down.
all the individual accounts. And so, number 1, $1,100 to an American Express
That's a
card.
credit card.
Number 2, $6,400
That's
on
a
different
credit
American
card.
Express card. Number 3, $26,000
That's
to
a credit
Bank of
card.
America. Number 4, $2,700 to BMW of North America. Number 5,
That's a credit
$10,700
card.
to a Capital One credit card. Number 6,
That's a credit
$14,100
card.
to a Chase credit card. Number 7, $8,500
That's a credit
to a
card.
Citibank credit card. Number 8, $13,800 to a
That's a
different
credit
Citibank
card.
credit card. Number 9,
What the fuck?
$15,600 to Citibank.
That's a credit card.
Number 10, $10,000 to a Discover credit card.
That's a credit card.
Number 11, $9,300
He took out
to
a
Lenny
loan.
Club Corporation. Number 12, $4,300 to Prosper Marketplace. Number 13, $3,800 to Sam's. And finally, number 14, $4,700 to.
So you know what this says? Every time he makes all these, he has no financial literacy. All these big purchases, these traveling, every time he went to these tournaments or these events, every time when he bought these computers, every game purchase, he just puts it on credit. And every time he maxes out his credit, he gets a new credit card. This is what he does. He just keep getting credit cards. He's really broke. All these DoorDash purchases of him buying DoorDash, him buying all these computer stuff, he's putting it all on credit. He doesn't have the money. So he's really broke. Right now, he's fucking broke. He never had money. I mean, he had money, but he doesn't know how to, like, fucking manage his money well. He doesn't know how to, like, prioritize, like, bills and ahead of, like, you know, other shit. Like, every time a new game came out, he got to get the collector's edition. He gotta get this. He gotta get that. He gotta get his DoorDash. He gotta get the pizza. He gotta. Every time he had to buy a computer, he gotta put a. He doesn't know how to manage his money, bro. He doesn't know how to. He's retarded, bro.
U.S. Bank. This comes to a grand total of $131,550.28.
He doesn't know how to manage his money. He keep putting everything on fucking credit. Yeah, it's much more to exposing. I mean, because bankruptcy are like, a lot of times, when you file for bankruptcy, it's like public record. So your records can be like private, but when you file for bankruptcy, it can be made public. I can never get that much credit. Yeah, me too, bro. Yeah, how was you able to get all these credit cards with no job history? It probably, I don't know. He probably was making money from YouTube and he would like put like a down card. I don't know. It's some weird stuff. This is crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Loans with collateral include his car and Washington condo, which was now his only condo.
It's crazy,
to add
bro.
To this, on page 19, readers could see Phil still.
This proves that he never. I think he had money at some points, but he had enough money to live for all. I think when he was like in Connecticut, he had money to like live a little bit above a basic lifestyle, which he had money to kind of. He had money here and there to kind of spend, but like not enough money to be traveling every year, multiple times a year. And yeah, he never had money like that. He never had money like that for real. He kept, every time a new game came out, he got to buy the collector's edition. He got to buy all these figurines. He never had money like that, bro. He put everything on credit.
Over $100,000 on his Connecticut condo.
So can I mean, it's already public record. I mean,
this means he was.
Can you officially pull up his records? Officially, probably. I don't know how, but I'm sure you can somehow officially pull up his records. But unofficially, it's all on Twitter. Unofficially, it's all on Twitter. It's all on the internet. But officially, probably.
Paying the minimum, or if you really
that's
wanted
crazy
to,
though.
He
That's
could have paid
crazy.
the entire thing off
That's
and
crazy,
lived there
bro.
within just a few years of purchasing
Dude
it.
never had money.
Instead, he is now here, 11 years later.
Bro, imagine John Rambo and Howard seeing this shit. Like, let's think about it, bro. Right? You guys remember when John Rambo and Howard they made that video? Talk about how he never paid the money and he stiffed them and shit like that. Imagine seeing these records after making that. Imagine seeing these records years later after making that video, and you're just like, damn, he never had no money to begin with. Imagine like the pit, the hole that would have created in their stomachs after seeing this shit. Imagine making a video talking shit. Oh, he never paid us money. He owed us money. Blah blah blah. And imagine years later you seeing these records years later, bro. Imagine seeing these records years later. Like the fucking butterflies that would happen, the butterflies that would emerge in the core of your stomach, bro. It's crazy, bro.
The IRS,
it really is crazy.
Having virtually no credit, being stripped of what little he accrued, and being returned back to nothing. Was it worth enduring a decade of trolls, daily streams, managing lies, and being hated in the only community you know? The answer is yes, because Phil has something almost no one else has. Introducing down from the rafters. Phil's plights, well worth it because of this Candy Crush.
No, that's crazy, bro. Like,
phone game
imagine like making a video.
Known as WWE
Yeah, he spent a lot of money on that.
To note that.
Bro, like, you would think when you spend all the money that Phil spent on this game that he had money, but it was all on credit.
That Phil has refuted investing into this game to the extent people have claimed. Despite a mountain of very strong evidence, he has room to dismiss it because there is no smoking gun. Phil has a history of playing other mobile games themed around the WWE, and was not shy to spend money on microtransactions to get an advantage.
Why?
However, on WWE Champions, there is an account that has seen some tremendous climbing in leaderboards.
Why? Why would you put yourself in a bigger hole?
This account's name was They Call Me DSP. That would be impossible without microtransactions.
Yeah. You say he spent $38,000.
This account's name was They Call Me DSP. Phil's Twitter handle is also They Call Me DSP. Phil has a history of using that username in other apps like Pokemon Go, and Phil in the past has admitted to playing.
WWE Champions is a game that plays a
I mean, but he didn't have the money. Why would you put yourself in a deeper hole just to play fucking WWE? That's crazy.
lot like Candy Crush of all games, or what's the other one? Bejeweled. It plays like those two games with wrestlers, and honestly, the game cheats and is not very good. But I just play it because it has wrestlers in it.
I don't see
what
why you would do
seek
that.
to prove is that the account They Call Me DSP is indeed Darkside Phil. If they can attach this account to Phil, then that alone proves that Phil spent tens of thousands of dollars on this game. This is where TJ Gamebox comes in.
I mean, but
a person
why?
that plays the same mobile game.
This proves that he hasn't. I mean, but you already play games on the consoles, bro. You already play games on the PlayStation, the Xbox, the PC. Why would you spend tens of thousands of dollars on a fucking mobile game? You already play games on the console. Why?
He was dragged into this mess through unscrupulous threats.
We're playing WWE Champions, and we're part of a guild called Xena. And the guild, unfortunately,
That's an addiction. Like, that's literally an addiction. You see them people, they go to casinos and they spend thousands of dollars at the casino.
A lot of people
That's
in my
Phil.
guild were threatened.
Phil is the type of person that will go to the casino, spend almost $1 million and get nothing out of it. That's Phil. Just losing money for no reason.
Be doxxed by detractors for having him in the guild because they didn't want us to go ahead and.
That is bonkers, bro. Like, I don't think y'all realize how crazy this is.
Detractors were keeping tabs on the They Call Me DSP account, and they were following this account through various guilds, threatening guild members in game. Other guilds like
it's
TJ's Guild would
bonkers,
adhere
bro.
to the detractor demands and remove They Call Me DSP. It is also important to note that besides Phil claiming that he does not own the account, attempts have been made to reach out to the They Call Me DSP.
You know, I kind of feel bad for him because, like, him and John Rambo used to play WWE and do Smart Guys with WWE, and maybe he feels some type of, like, he's kind of reliving the glory days of him and John Rambo when he plays his WWE shit. That probably is part of it. That's probably part of it. Because you guys remember John and Phil would play with, they would do WWE co-op. They would talk and do Smart Guys. It's probably him. Like, I don't like Phil does like WWE, but he probably feels some type of, I don't know. I'm not saying he feels a connection with John, but he probably, like, I don't know, maybe some factor of it feels like he's kind of reliving the older days of him in Connecticut. Maybe, I don't know.
The account to see if the owner could somehow prove that they were not DSP. The owner was not cooperative, which gives more fuel to the theory. As for TJ, having some prior knowledge of Phil became interested in this investigation.
So I went further into it. I decided to keep track of money, keep track of tabs, keep track of when he's online. When I would find that he was online whenever DSP was offline. And whenever he was online,
like, it's really crazy,
that
bro.
account was offline.
The thing is, with higher spenders or those more invested in games, guilds, clans, whatever it may be, drift off their game and use third-party software to communicate with one another. This, in most cases, is Discord, but in other cases it can be apps like WhatsApp, which is primarily used for communication. There is also the Line app, which serves a similar function. And as it so happens, one of the guilds They Call Me DSP joined was using the Line app.
When I noticed he joined one of the guilds, there was a part where he could be part of the Line app. It says Line app was
Why does
used
this
for
person sound
communication.
just like Phil?
So, I did a little bit of digging, and found that if you connected his phone number, because this phone number is public, onto the Line app, it popped up with They Call Me DSP.
This is a strong form of verification. You type in your number, then the app sends a message with a code to that number. This is rather straightforward because though numbers can be duped with outgoing messages, messaging the number
Why
back
would
will
you
result
do
in
this,
reaching
bro?
the actual
Why?
number
I
and
don't
not
get
a
it.
spoofed one. Forgetting about
There's
the
no
need of
reason
phone
to.
verification, Phil initially dismissed it as a troll with creating a Line account under They Call Me DSP.
Sounds like some.
You want to know what this also proves? This proves that he has depression, that he was depressed. Because only a depressed person would spend money that they don't have on a mobile game. There's something only someone that's depressed will do. Only depressed people. Well, not all the time. You're either depressed or you're a crazy gambler. that you will go to a casino and spend thousands of dollars of that you don't have, knowing it's gonna go down the drain. Only a depressed person, only someone that's really depressed, will spend money that they don't have on a fucking mobile game. That's crazy, bro.
Who made an account in my name to try to fucking screw me over, just like Discords and everything else that's happened this year. I know nothing about it, but it sounds like you're a conspiracy theorist, doesn't it?
A viewer then informs Phil that his number is tied to the Line app account, to where Phil changes his tune.
Really big boy, you have to enter a code from an SMS message when you download the app. The troll has access to your text message, and I contact the authorities if I were you. Oh my god. I'm just, seriously, like there's no way to dupe one of these app companies into thinking that you're using a phone number that you're not, right? Or there's no possible way that in the 6 years since my cell phone's been doxxed that I changed my number, right? No way possible that I would have possibly done that, right?
Phil claims two things. Firstly, that it may be possible to fool a company through a spoof number, which it is not. The second is Phil introducing the potential that he changed his number during this time, which was countered by someone calling Phil's number and getting this.
Why would you do that?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Phil Burnell.
Not only that, when ranting about John Rambo, he slips up.
I have nothing to make amends for Rambo. I never mistreated
Yes,
the guy.
you do.
The guy was always told me that he was happy when we were doing work together and everything. He's the one who cut off contact with me.
That's supposed to be your friend.
And lied to me saying everything was alright, but then stopped talking to me and then made a negative video about me later. He would have to reach out to me. I am the one who still has the same phone number. I'm the one who, you know what I mean? Like, I'm the guy who's still easily reachable.
What this proves is Phil has a Line account, and also another item to stack on the massive pile of Phil's lies. But again, Phil could run with the narrative that just because he has a Line account that is also under the Call Me DSP, that doesn't prove that he plays WWE Champions. And so the investigation continues and lands on a different third party, Discord.
So I have sources of him joining and being kicked out of my guild. I have sources of him being in another WWE Champions Discord and me talking to him.
This is significantly more promising than the Line app, because unlike the Line app, the Call Me DSP's Discord is clearly seen interacting with TJ's guild. And while anyone could choose whatever name they please on Discord, all accounts had to have a unique code attached to them. And thanks to a bot archiving the people that left the Discord, that not only shows the name, but also unique Discord ID, which is 4058. At the time, Phil also had a secret mod Discord, and a rogue mod just happened to leak Phil's unique Discord ID, which was also 4058. Though the numbers are clear,
yeah, people was really on Phil at this time, bro. People was really on him, bro.
Is illegitimate.
They was on him like white on rice.
Some image is altered, and of course, they never used Discord for those purposes.
The only time I ever used Discord was to chat with people.
And this is a big saga. This WWE Supercar saga is like a long one, bro. But like I said,
I never used it for anything else.
the reason I think that he was depressed, because why would you spend thousands of dollars? We just proved that he don't have the money because he maxed out credit cards and over again. Like over 10 times. We don't got the money, bro.
Evidence is false.
He was depressed. That's why he spent all that money on WWE, because he's fucking depressed.
So the investigation continues.
When you're depressed, when you're depressed, you don't think straight. That's why people when they get depressed, they get to eating a bunch of food and they get fat and shit.
On page 32 of his bankruptcy petition, these personal expenses are itemized between him and his wife. His monthly expenses come around to $5,100. His mortgage and tax payment plan make up for nearly half of his personal
all of this shit online, bro. All of this stuff is online.
Here.
He can't hide at all.
Form 122A, the monthly business income and expenses.
Yeah, he is the black. Yeah, he
finds something entirely
different. Is the black.
On page 4, it shows what Phil's income for the months of July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2019 were. He never made under $8,000, and in just these 6 months, made a total of $55,000. But did he really? The monthly business income and expenses. Here you find something entirely different. On page 4, it shows what Phil's income for the months of July, August, September, October, November, and December.
So in the 6th month, he made $8,000. Expensive was $9,000. So he wasn't gaining nothing. But the next month he made $10,000. Expenses $5,000. Okay.
or 2019 were. He never made.
I mean, but no one feels. He just probably it's like he probably put in shit on credit cards again. He probably, I don't know, some backward shit.
Under $8,000, and in just these 6 months,
because I'm sure because he owned the condo, right? He owned the condo in Connecticut, and he don't own this house. I don't think he owned the house, so it's like there's no way that his expenses are much higher now than they were in Connecticut, because he has a significant other. He got a cat. He got a fucking house. He got a mortgage. His expenses are higher now, so there's no way that you're profiting. There's no way that you're profiting. He's not profiting.
But did he really? In this form, he listed his business expenses, which are separate from personal expenses.
He's not profiting.
Expenses meant to only be related to his content creation job. These expenses are $9,000 for the month of July, $5,400 for August, $3,100 for September, $4,400 for October, $4,300 for November, and $4,900 for December. In July alone, he claims to have lost $867 from his streaming job somehow. And because these do not have to be itemized, as the only purpose of this form is to make sure you're not making enough money to reasonably pay off your debts, means Phil does not have to explain how a job, with virtually no overhead, where at most his expenses should be limited to purchasing games, is costing thousands of dollars a month. What's more, on his bankruptcy petition on page 14 of 50, he claims to only have $1,500 in business assets.
What?
So as the thousands of dollars a month. What's more, on his bankruptcy petition on page 14 of 50, he claims to only have $1,500 in business assets. So as the courts would see it, these expenses would have to go into services. It is understood that Phil doesn't pay his mods. On the contrary, his mods pay him. He asks viewers to pay for his games. He doesn't use any services for his business to pay him. He asks viewers to pay for his games.
The viewers pay for his games.
He doesn't use any services for his business that would charge those thousands of dollars. And so this leaves many to believe this is how Phil hides his WWE Champions transactions, labeling them as business expenses. Which, if Phil can play to the government's ignorance of his content creation job so long as they see it as profitable, then perhaps Phil can also do this on his taxes. And so, what does Phil have in response to these official documents? When I asked him, quote, do you believe it's incorrect/possible that you spent solely that much on your business for those months? He responded with, it's not just possible, it's true. That's what my attorney submitted, and that's what was reviewed and approved in the bankruptcy case. But specifics I can never talk about because 1, I didn't do those calculations. The attorney did, so I honestly have no idea what they actually include. And number 2, I wouldn't publicly talk about any expenses, personal or business-wise regardless. It's literally nobody's business besides the bankruptcy court. Unquote. Phil refused to itemize his expenses, citing both his ignorance of them and the privacy around them.
Yeah, but it's all online, though.
Also, clear discrepancies.
It's nobody's business, but it's all online.
The bankruptcy court. Unquote. Phil refused to itemize his expenses, citing both his ignorance of them and the privacy around them. There are also clear discrepancies on the filings. On page 12 of 50 in the bankruptcy petition, the box is checked that he doesn't own any non-farm animals, but he owns his cat, Jasper.
Yeah, he's not doing his taxes right.
On the valuation of his Washington condo, as on page 1150, it states it is valued at $379,000 according to Zillow. These smaller items made people ever more speculative of Phil and the WWE account that vanished. They called me DSP disappeared from the game, but there was an account that had similar stats.
He disappeared.
They call me DSP, so the Gun Show 87, so now Down from the Rafters, which
so he created a different account.
Use the name Down from the Rafters in 30 Champions because
that's an obsession, bro.
So that means it was changed by a bot. It was changed by Scrollblade.
Down the Rafters was the last name change. As the account stated, this would be the last time they would try to change their name, as it was clear that they could not hide from the trolls that follow them, thinking that they are, quote, some idiot video game streamer that they hate, unquote. By 2020, Phil was adamant that he had quit all mobile games. Not even just recently, but all the way back in 2018.
In 2018, I quit all mobile games. I don't play them anymore. I got rid of them. I said I'd rather focus time on important stuff with my family and stuff. I don't.
What family, bro? It's just you and Kat.
Mobile games are money sinks.
What family?
You'll put money into it. You put time into it and money into it, and you don't get anything really out of it unless you're constantly keep playing and sinking more money into it. That's the truth of the matter.
What family is he talking about?
All those mobile games because they were just pay to win. It got to the point where they're really fun to play at first. And then you realize you can't actually progress unless
I'm trying to figure out what family he's talking about.
Far more captivating at the time was the ongoing bankruptcy proceedings.
Yep.
Okay, the next matter is Philip Burnell.
This is Rochelle Sheffield for the debtor, and Philip Burnell is with me.
Is this at the court? No, this on. No, this is at the call.
Okay, Mr. Burnell, you there?
I am present.
It's crazy, bro.
That audio was from a 341 meeting. In this meeting, the debtor, Phil Burnell, is accompanied by his trustee. A basic
Bro, they got this
rundown
dude
of this
all
meeting is
online.
to catch discrepancies within the bankruptcy filings. Creditors are expected to, but often don't attend. This call took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space was looked upon as the temporary replacement, a place where Phil's trolls lived.
Nancy?
Yes?
Sorry, there's 60 people on the line for this call, so I think that's the problem.
Okay.
A reason so many were invested in this call, some even live streaming it, was to see if Phil's inexplicable business expenses.
Wait, so this was trolls on the call?
A basic rundown of this meeting is to catch discrepancies within the bankruptcy filings. Creditors are expected to, but often don't attend.
So it was trolls
This
on the call?
took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space was looked upon as the temporary replacement, a place where Phil's trolls lived.
Nancy?
Yes?
Sorry, there's 60 people on the line for this call, so I think that's the problem.
Okay.
A reason so many were invested in this call, some even live streaming it, was to see if Phil's inexplicable business expenses would be questioned.
What is WWE Network?
That's crazy.
WWE.
Oh, WWE Network. That is just an on-demand video service for watching,
He's
professional
lying.
wrestling. That is not business related.
Many would.
Isn't it like against the law to lie to someone like that about an expense that's clearly evidence of?
The opening of that question thought that was the moment Phil was caught, but it was just the service that was being asked about.
You've provided me a copy of your PayPal account for 1 month. I would like to see the last 6 months of both of your PayPal statements.
Oh no. It's gonna happen.
This also turned out to be a false positive. But again, hopes were up when Phil was asked to explain his business expenses.
What do you consider a business expense?
Anything relating, to the business for the instruction of my tax.
WWE's expense.
Oh, okay. The cost of a video game, the cost.
The WWE is a business
What do you
expense.
consider a business expense?
Anything relating, to the business for the instruction of my tax attorney. So it could be. Oh, okay. The cost of a video game, the cost of a subscription for a video game, a microtransaction within a video game, the cost of a piece of new equipment, maintenance on set equipment every month. It could be, internet, cost of internet every month. It could be cost of, utilities necessary for the business, cost of cell phone for the business.
This was dismissed rather easily, likely through the ignorance of the attendees. But if anything, it did prove that Phil knew how his business expenses were calculated, making people more curious about what they could be now that he couldn't dismiss the expenses as being ignorant of them.
Yeah, you can't dismiss
And then
it.
the meeting was turned to the quote-unquote creditors.
Okay, I have no further questions. Are there creditors on the line?
Hello?
Yes, are you a creditor?
There was only one person willing to confront Phil. It was a troll concealed as a creditor from Citibank who
That's
had one
crazy.
burning question.
Reviewing your filing, it looks like you stated here that you have about $5,000 a month in business expenses. Can you
Wait, a troll was masquerading as a creditor?
itemize that for me?
Hold on. Shit. Right.
What followed was a few seconds of silence. Phil was likely in conversation.
What was even crazy is that the troll had his payment statements, like his statements from PayPal. That's crazy.
With his trustee and came back with this.
Nancy, I'm not sure this person is for Citibank.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
While the troll continued to masquerade as
Yeah,
a
he was
representative of
masquerading.
Citibank, through his persistence that Phil was attempting to distract from the question, there was issue with his question. With the meeting looking at the Schedule J form, the questions were pertaining to Phil's personal expenses. This is a personal bankruptcy. His business was only glanced over, with the attendees satisfied with Phil's, as they saw it, esoteric explanations. And so they referred him to his personal expenses, which were already broken down. Not too long after the meeting ended with just one more outburst from a troll.
Why am I poison? Why am I toxic?
He played a recording.
Referred him to his personal expenses, which were already broken down. Not too long after the meeting ended with just one more outburst from a troll.
Why am I poison? Why am I toxic?
This meeting, in terms of wanting to expose Phil, was a failure. Phil's bankruptcy case was closed, and he surrendered his Connecticut condo and remained streaming. Though it did show there was an additional consequence of Phil's long-standing internet presence and infamy. The children that may have watched him in 2010 and grew to hate him over time have aged and become adults who are more proficient in all things.
Yeah, I started watching Phil when I was like, I want to say 15. I started watching Phil, when I was 15 years old. That was on a time when he was playing the Catherine game. You know, the Catherine from Atlas, the Catherine that made from Atlas. He spent how much on WDD? I think he spent like around $38,000. It was 38. If you round it up, it's $39,000. But I started watching Phil when I was like 15 years old. When he was doing the Catherine playthrough, and I grew up. Shit.
Like trolling and archiving. Archiving, like creating graphs, may have watched him in 2010 and grew to hate him over time, have aged and become adults who are more proficient in all things. Like trolling and archiving.
Yep, that's definitely me.
Like creating
he spent $38,900 something on WWE, which is crazy.
Even so, the visualization of this data makes it clear cut that Phil's earnings are on the rise.
It's $39 because it's like you round it up with $39.
But year after year, it's been persistent. This is where a different archiving tool helps. PicPicGo is a website that scours Phil's massive catalog of tens of thousands of videos.
What?
The way it works is you put in a phrase. This searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order by date. You can also search within a specific date and
they literally have a website with all of his
videos
archived
invest with a space on both sides. That way we don't get words like investment or vested.
Really?
We get results relating only to the word vest.
There's a website with all of his stuff is
archived for
archived?
demonstration, but also because this article of clothing correlates with Phil's surge of earnings.
And now let's talk a little bit about the Hive character. I mean, come on.
People are saying, I should look for the vest. Oh my god. I'll go look very quickly. I know exactly where it would be. It would be in my front closet.
Hey guys, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. I'm gonna keep it playing, but I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss.
Well, I'm sorry guys. I just couldn't find the I couldn't find the vest. I don't know where it was. It was right there in the closet.
The vest is an item that Phil wore in the past and was being noticed during a retrospective stream. What he perceived to be a funny moment was turning out to be something bigger. It was sticking with viewers and they wanted more of it.
What? Evil Williams says, I think the black DSP merch t-shirt really contrasts the vest. It brings out the positive side of Phil. Phil be dabbing at detractors with this new fresh streaming look. Every day, I will do something different. One day I'll wear sunglasses. One day I'll wear a vest. Yeah, like it matters. It doesn't matter. Anyway. If we hit the tips goal, I'll wear the vest. If we raise $200, I'll wear the vest and the cowboy hat. If we raise $1,000 in the next hour on my Minecraft stream, I will hop on one foot and sing Kumbaya while I'm wearing the vest and the cowboy hat. How about that? See how stupid this shit is? The thing is, I'm not kidding you. They're like Twitch streamers that this is what happens and this is what they do. And they make the money too. Like, it's insane. Like, wow. They just pull stunts constantly on a stream. And people will toss money their way for pulling a crazy stunt.
As combative as Phil was with wearing the vest for jest, the continued request to wear it and the potential of earnings was too great, and he began to cave in.
Yes, I will tell you guys, I will put on the vest if we hit the tips goal for tonight. There you go. It seems to be a new running thing that people want me to put on the vest, so...
Even though he caved in this one time, he wanted to be straightforward that this wouldn't be a common occurrence.
We're not incentivizing those things all the time. It was something silly the other night. Someone joked and said, would I put on the vest for a certain tip? And I said, if we hit the tips goal tonight, I'll put on the vest. And then we hit the tips goal. So I put on the vest, just to be silly. But it's not going to be something that happens every day.
If only Phil knew how wrong he was.
Thank you very much. You have just pushed us over. That gives us to $106 in tips. We have reached Vest streak number 13. We're on an unprecedented 16 vest streak. We're on a 20 vest streak. Now we're up to 63. We're currently at vest streak 96. As we continue with a 126 vest streak. We are very closely approaching the 150 vest streak. We're at 138 right now, guys. That means we've hit the tips goal 138 straight streams. Holy shit, thank you, guys.
What Phil's audience concocted was his easiest way to make money yet. If the stream hits $100, he will put the vest on. So long as the $100 were hit, the vest streak, as it was called, was maintained. This made certain that Phil was making at least $100 during the streak. Phil also added additional articles of clothing that could be worn for increased donations. As to double down on the success, Phil even began selling merchandise celebrating the vest.
Guys, FYI, I'm only streaming for 10 minutes unless this continues longer than 10 minutes, which it might, but I'm only streaming for about another 10 minutes, so no lie, unless we hit the tips goal within about 10 minutes, this is the end of the vest streak. It's going to end at 179. Albert Aponte took $29.30. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Alfred tonight, we have reached the tips goal.
The vast streak almost ended in the month of July. Phil expressed his concern of it both in and outside a stream.
I can't go late. I wasn't kidding. Like, I'm done. The game is over, and it looks like the vest streak's over. So, I don't know why people were holding tips or whatever tonight.
On September 8th, Phil had made just $13. While viewers had pulled through a few times to rescue the vest streak, the difference in donations was too great and unrealistic for anyone to save it this time.
But yeah, like, I was hoping to keep the vest streak going so that I could actually afford both new consoles and everything, and now it's over. So.
While Phil prolonged his stream a few more minutes, no donator swooped in with a large sum to save the vest streak, and it died on day 276. Phil knew that it had to die eventually, yet was greatly displeased in the moment that it happened. The next stream, Phil was quick to try to find a different trend.
Now, my wife had a crazy suggestion. Alright? I know people are immediately gonna jump on this, but because it's fucking stupid and embarrassing. But my wife said, if you hit a tier 2 tips goal, here's what you should do. You guys ready for this? This is her 100%. This was her suggestion. All right, you ready?
Spinning in his chair as a reward did not catch on. Phil just kept the articles of clothing as standard reward for the tips goal. Yet, with the streak gone, so was all the hype, and Phil's earnings dipped once more. Taking this opportunity, detractors paid a mix of internet figures and wrestlers to make cameos.
Alright, Darkside Phil, it's Kevin Nash. I mean, I've fucking read some disturbing things in my life, but Jesus Christ, I mean, you spent $40,000 on the WWE Championship mobile game, went into bankruptcy for half a mil, you play video games all day long while your wife works her ass off, you masturbated on YouTube, live stream, they wanted to prosecute you, but they said your penis was
Alright guys, I'm back. I had to give me take a piss and give me a piece of cake. So what are we talking about?
Immediately gonna jump on this. So.
While Phil prolonged his stream a few more minutes, no donator swooped in with a large sum to save the vest streak, and it died on day 276. Phil knew that it had to die eventually, yet was greatly displeased in the moment that it happened. The next stream, Phil was quick to try to find a different trend.
Now, my wife had a crazy suggestion. All right, I know people are immediately gonna jump on this, but because it's fucking stupid and embarrassing. But my wife said,
what did she say?
If you hit a tier 2 tips goal, here's what you should do. You guys ready for this?
He's lying.
100%. This was her suggestion.
He's lying.
All right, you ready?
Spinning in his chair as a reward
Kevin
did not
Nash.
catch on. Phil just kept
That's
the
funny.
articles of clothing.
Here's what you should do. You guys ready for this? This is her 100%. This was
He's
her
lying,
suggestion.
bro.
All right, you ready?
Kevin Nash, huh?
Spinning in his chair as a reward did not catch on. Phil just kept
This
the
dude is
articles
goofy,
of
bro.
clothing as standard reward for the tips goal. Yet, with the streak gone, so was all the hype, and Phil's earnings dipped once more. Taking this opportunity, detractors paid a mix of internet figures and wrestlers to make cameos.
Alright, Darkside Phil, it's Kevin Nash. fucking read some disturbing things in my life, but
that's
Jesus
crazy.
Christ, I mean, you spent $40,000 on a WWE Championship mobile game, went into bankruptcy for half a mil. You play video games all day long
Wow.
while your wife works her ass off. You masturbated on YouTube, live streamed. They wanted to prosecute you, but they said your penis was so small they couldn't actually make it out. So they couldn't tell whether you were masturbating or playing with a fucking skin tag. When I got your dossier from the fucking almighty fucking egg gang, I said to myself, this is a sick puppy. This is somebody who needs some fucking serious fucking help.
Yeah, he needs help.
Darkside Phil, what the fuck is your problem, dude? How the fuck do you have such a great business degree, dude, and you're a fucking $500,000 in debt? What a fucking idiot. Valedictorian of what? Fucking Muppet fucking theater, you moron.
Darkside Phil doesn't understand the depths to which he has sunk. So first and foremost,
this is wild.
$40 grand on WWE Champions mobile game? At least gamble it away. But on the mobile game?
Yeah, like if I'm a blow 40 million, bro, I'm gonna gamble it away. I'm not finna fucking spend on a mobile game of all things. Like, that's crazy.
Embarrassing. And the fact that because you sit around the house and you allow your wife to work while you're playing video games and you're going 500 grand, 500 large in debt, embarrassing.
It is important to remember that both his detractors and fans will be willing to spend money on either side.
If I was gonna blow 40 grand for 40 grand, yeah, I would have gambled away.
Like, I'll say about like $800.
That was ex-viewer PW Dubs estimating how much he donated to Phil. But why would he donate so much?
I never like get tipped to help him out. The reason I tipped really was just to try to get a reaction.
He sounds
out of him.
handicapped.
With PW Dubs continually attempting to get a rise out of Phil, bans were common. But because he was donating, so were unbans.
Over time, I would say things that sometimes get me banned, but eventually I just send an email and I'll get...
If it's lagging, guys, I'm sorry about that.
Most donators with the intent to troll Phil does eventually become exhausted
Who's
with
his cat wife?
This
Who's his wife cat?
The email got to the point that PW Dubs was arguing that he lived in Texas. Phil kept
talking about
believing
Phil?
that he
Like,
did,
what are you referring
so
to?
Prompted PW Dubs
Sorry if it's lagging.
I was trying to...
Hold on. I think it's lagging right now. Hold
I sent
on.
him the email saying I do
It's
live
lagging.
in
Let me
Texas.
see if I can do
like,
something about it.
It's proof that I live in Texas.
PW Dubs sent Phil an image of his driver's license, where he self-centered certain sections himself with scribbles of black lines through MS Paint. Censored was his face, the expiry date, street address, and license ID. What Phil then did was post this email to a secret moderator Discord that included about 11 other members, remarking, quote, "I mean Jesus, why are we even at this point? I don't want to card my fucking stream chatters," unquote. The few moderators that responded shared in this confusing sentiment.
I think it stopped.
Phil
Who's his wife, cat?
Even though
Yeah.
it was somewhat censored through PW Dubs, meant that he had doxed him. Phil had revealed his private information, though it was only to a small, uninterested group. With this information, a rat, well, more so a mouse, took note of Phil's transgression. This rogue mod, known as Anonymous or Anonymous,
I don't know, bro. I think it's just to make the video more creative or something.
Chat logs and prove Phil had doxed PW Dubs.
Yeah, I don't know about the Clay cartoon. I think it's just something that the
Now in 2021, this
what
came to a head
Junior
in
King
March.
did just to make the video more you know, more of a informative work.
Like, change the title of his stream. Title of when Phil was streaming, he like
Yeah, it's something
changed
Junior
the
King
title
did.
to Darkside Phil leaks. I mean, Darkside Phil docs PW Dubs. He made that the title.
Following this, and Anonymous's departure, Phil had to defend his doxing of PW Dubs and his secret Discord.
So his question specifically is, why didn't you ever mention that you had a Discord? We asked you before if you used Discord, and you said no. Because it has nothing to do with anyone watching the stream.
The doxing, the Discord, and his treatment of Anonymous made its way to Reddit, where
Why
it was
is it
fast to
lagging?
gain
Hold on,
traction.
guys.
Anonymous, in his post, made sure to censor everything the driver's license had on it except the words driver's license. Phil admitted that he shared the license in a small moderator Discord, but used the small size of the Discord and the fact that PW Dubs censored some of it himself in his defense. Then came the argument that Phil did not share the censored version, confusing Anonymous's full censor against PW Dubs' partial censor. Even so, it was all a bad look for Phil. And not just Phil, but also Anonymous. In a place like Kiwi Farms, posts range from general observations, to memes, to full vitriol, all of which is typically welcome. To step foot in this space is to realize that everyone is a potential target. All elements of you can be criticized and brought forward for the sake of entertainment. Anonymous was no exception. Nigel UKIP was set on giving Anonymous a proper welcome by making fun of his appearance and his launch of his streaming career. This comes with the perspective some detractors across several communities hold that earning revenue online while existing in proximity to detractors is a sin, as some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars who are constantly unappreciative of fan support and money, though most won't care and are just there for the entertainment. And when Baby Anonymous' alternative fur baby fetish Twitter was noticed, that's all they got. The contents of this Twitter are highly disturbing and for that reason cannot and should not be shown.
Diaper photos. That was a crazy situation. Made it's like so much stuff in this.
What game was that?
Crazy. It's like
Baby fetish Twitter was. Some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars.
That's Wings of Redemption. They're not playing.
As some view Phil from the
what
online.
Game is this? It's Sims.
While existing in proximity to detractors.
Sims is a PC game.
As some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars who are constantly.
Yeah, that credit card saga was wild, bro.
Though most won't care.
That bankruptcy saga was wild.
Entertainment. And when Baby Anonymous' alternative fur baby fetish Twitter was noticed, that's all they got. The contents of this Twitter are highly disturbing and for that reason cannot and should not be shown.
Diaper photos. That was a crazy situation. Made it's like so much stuff in this vortex. It's crazy. It's like so many.
With Anonymous' image irrevocably defiled through his own means, he dropped off from the community entirely. As for what happened to Phil, practically nothing. This behavior was already expected from him. Besides, surprises don't come from Phil. They come from everything else.
Oh, look at that! There's some kind of a glitch.
This is like that game Danganronpa or some anime game, I don't know.
Everyone's subscriber crowns turned bronze for no reason. What the hell? Apparently, something just happened very bad, is what happened, guys. Apparently something very, very bad just happened. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It literally just happened this moment.
What is he talking about?
The subs are going away. Permanently. Apparently, they kicked me out of the partnership program, and I don't know why.
No one knew it at the time, but Phil's suspension from his Twitch partnership was, according to Phil, because of the massive influx of reports of him using harmful language. Following this was the greatest weapon ever developed against Darkside Phil. Rated by user Piece of Peace, the DSP Tips Tracker spreadsheet is equipped with table after table analyzing Phil's daily earnings from his AM
Somebody made a
table
streams. Sheet of his tips.
This included what game he played,
That's
who
crazy.
was the top tipper, how much did he make on average, how did this compare to the average.
Dedication.
It also included analysis on his Patreon, YouTube, and Twitch. Phil's excuses, poor spending habits, and as it were, e-begging would be challenged with evidence like never before, and as such became immediately useful.
I'll be playing Mass Effect 1 Remastered in a marathon setting, and my goal that day is to raise funds via tips or patron pledges to pay the bills that I need to pay this month because I am not going to be getting any...
He said the same shit like half an hour ago about like, you know, having to pay taxes, and then turns out he used the money that he got to pay for Kat's wedding with him and Kat. He's a liar, bro.
Payment.
I mean, he's still broke regardless, but
they canceled it.
He lied.
Phil on May 6, nearly 2 weeks after being departnered, set on raising money to pay his bills now in fear that he won't be receiving his Twitch partnership money pre the departnering. But if we look at the spreadsheet, between the 22nd of April, which is when he was departnered, and May 6, when he made the announcement, he already made $5,797 solely from tips.
Alright, so where did
not
it go?
YouTube, not Patreon, just tips.
I'm trying to make it so I hit every tips goal this
So where did the
week
money go?
to help me coming up with my mortgage, because I don't even know what's going to happen with Twitch. I don't know if they're going to pay me or not for all the work that I did last month after
Where did the money go?
my partnership. I'm looking to hit the tips goal every stream now. Between now and when I have to pay my mortgage in the middle of the month, I have no other income apparently, because it sounds like Twitch isn't going to pay me for last month. I'm going to pay my bills, pay my mortgage and everything, because I'm not going to get that payment I depend on every month. you know, fundraising to pay my mortgage, to pay my back taxes, and the stuff for the rest of the month. As for the mortgage, yes, I hope that things go well and I can pay my mortgage on Saturday. Please support this marathon stream. I need the help. In particular, I need it for tomorrow for my mortgage. So if you can, please support.
That was Phil, throughout his marathon stream, petitioning his audience for even more money to cover his bills and mortgage. Which, without the added pressure of the debts he used to have, means
He just
that he
has no
already had
shame
enough
no more,
at this
bro. He
point
has no
with the
shame.
$5,000
He's literally
raised.
begging money to pay
By
his
the
mortgage.
14th of
Like,
May,
that's
he made another $5,000.
no shame.
The total between April 22nd and May 14th was $10,252. Someone approached Phil with this information,
Where did it go?
which he dismissed. To make matters more interesting, Phil did end up getting paid the money owed from Twitch and framed this as, quote, just enough to get me through the next week.
He's lying,
unquote.
bro.
This vagueness will no longer fly. On top of this, Phil admits, even though he claims to be perpetually financially destabilized, he doesn't know or keep track of his finances.
I don't know. I'm not really tracking all this stuff. I'm just not. I'm not going to track all this financially and see every day what I'm making is ridiculous.
Detractors were making memes, especially as Phil's unappreciative nature became ever more grating to them.
Yeah, that's true.
Tips were really slow after pre-stream. No, tips were good until the break. Since I came back from break, there's been 0 contributions. 0. Yeah, because I guess people don't allow a streamer to take a break, you know, because I have to, you know, shit and piss and maybe get out of this chair for 20 minutes so that I don't get blood clots, but not acceptable apparently in modern day. You take a break, fuck it.
Reactions in chat differ from Phil's whining. Some feel guilty for not hitting the tips goal of $150, while others remark that $136 is already a sizable amount. What stayed true was Phil was growing ever more frustrated during this time.
Alright, well, we're gonna end it here. It's platinum vest. I'll put the vest on. Fine, I'll sweat.
That vest
I'll
stuff.
sweat disgustingly. Since I'm about to sweat disgustingly on the stream because I'm wearing this vest, alright? It would be nice. It would be nice if we could hit the tips.
Skyward Sword. I like Skyward Sword.
About 45 minutes left on today.
This was, I think this is the first Zelda game I ever had. Yeah, Skyward Sword is the first Zelda game I ever owned.
I would really appreciate
I ever played.
Alright, I'm just saying. Sonic Hat Defense Force to me $1.30 says, don't you think you're being oblique? $150 for suffering a few hours sounds fine to me. That's because you're stupid. Seriously, that's because you're stupid.
That's
If you
'cause you're
don't
stupid.
understand that sitting in this office and sweating profusely, being incredibly unhealthy and uncomfortable to make a few bucks is a bad thing, you're an asshole. And I mean that. Like, I mean, how dumb can you be? I might as well just fucking, you know, do completely crazy shit on the stream constantly, putting myself in harm's way. What are you, dumb? Yes. If you don't understand the difference between, oh, let's purchase a hat that's a hat meant to be worn normally by a human. It doesn't overheat you. It doesn't hurt your body. It's meant to be designed so it doesn't hurt your neck or whatever. A nice hat, right? Versus a fucking costume you're only supposed to wear, you know, for a few minutes momentarily for a party or something. You don't get the difference? You're an idiot.
As if to ease from the serious drama starting 2021, attention was again shifted to moments Phil made a fool of himself.
Yep.
And of course, moments like these on stream.
Now, there was a gun. Where did it go? What the fuck? He had a gun, I wanted to get it. It disappeared. Yeah, I didn't get it. For some reason, I don't know how to get a gun off of a guy.
There's so many first-person shooter games nowadays. It's just so many first-person games.
And I didn't get it.
It is important to remember that it was not just detractors, fans, or uninteractive viewers from both sides that were paying attention to Phil.
Because we've shown you that these new items and abilities give you lots of different gameplay in the different levels, the flow is motivating. And most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration. Here's a quick example. I want you to watch what the player does here as he boats around.
They really use Phil as an example. No one, that's crazy.
The top 3 comments on this video read, quote, "The unstoppable force of nature that is DSP single-handedly making the gaming industry worse by simply playing games. You live in a timeline where DSP has game companies making games catering to him.
Yeah.
What a horrible time to live in where DSP is the standard audience games are aimed at." Unquote. During this entire time, his finances were still being tracked. However, for one person, this was not enough, and they decided to take matters into their own hands.
It's never good enough. for these crazy conspiracy theorist nut jobs who want to hurt me, and now they've taken it too far. It's one thing just literally saying, okay, here's conspiracies about Phil. It's another thing committing federal crimes against me.
Yes, so someone just randomly posted that they went ahead and accessed his bank leaks on using Bank of America, using their telephone, and reverse engineering his social security number to go ahead and figure out how to access. And Bank of America has an option where you can go ahead and repeat the last 10 transactions. He did that about 500 times.
This is to the point of now major repercussions. And I hope people understand that. Anyone who's talking about this, not knowing fully what they're saying is true or not, guess what? You're part of the problem and you're part of the issue, and you are going to be held accountable too. It's just that simple. You're part of it now. You're actually passing around stuff that should not be passed around, and you're going to be in trouble just as well. So,
this event would be known as the bank leaks. Choreographed and described to the best of the user's abilities, the information from the bank leaks was added to the tips tracker as a separate page. Phil's supposed transactions from March 3rd, 2020 to September 17th, 2021, the day the user supposedly
Look at this, hold on. He really spent all that money on DoorDash? Like, that's, come on, bro.
Phil's account are now archived for everyone to see.
Over the last week, it has come to my attention and my knowledge finally that I have been subject to the crime of identity theft.
Dude, all your shit is online, bro. No one's,
I got a notification via email about someone messing around in one of my accounts, which then led me to research it and find out that, you know, this was happening.
At the same time, Phil gets a notification that someone has stolen his identity right at the same time the bank leaks come out and possibly trigger a failsafe. But due to Phil's own web of lies, Phil is walking a very, very thin tightrope. The reason becomes clear why Phil cannot right out admit that someone accessed his bank account. On several occasions, there are transactions that are only labeled as PayPal. Some only labeled Apple iTunes. They happen with such frequency, back to back to back, that it immediately becomes suspicious. And more importantly, they are all the exact same amounts.
Look at all these, like, what is he buying on Apple Tunes? The movies, like shows? It gotta be movies and shows. It gotta be. Because what else would you buy on Apple Tunes? Like, what on earth?
Several transactions of $11, $16.51, and $110.09.
What the fuck is he buying?
If you deduct the Washington sales tax from these, you get a more rounded number. The $110.09 becomes $99.99, and the $11 becomes $9.99. This can be easily correlated with the packages available on WWE Champions. These in the pie charts are labeled as microtransactions and make up around 1/4 in his spendings. In these 18 months, Phil spent around $44,000 on microtransactions. These are not the only purchases, which shows his dysfunctional nature. In September 2020 alone, the month the vet streak ended, he spent $258 on alcohol. These are all reasons why Phil cannot state his bank account was accessed, because it would simultaneously prove that he is an alcoholic with a gambling addiction. And that his many emergency streams were only for the sake of raising money for microtransactions. Another layer of this is that Phil, if the bank leaks were fake, could easily disprove them. But the correlation between the bank leaks and his purchases are so tight, it seems he is unable to do so. So what he has done was just ignore it altogether. There is no way out of this one without a strong explanation, which Phil cannot muster. This was not even the wildest thing that came out in proximity of Phil this year.
But you know, there is one streamer that, forgot to turn off the camera. Yeah. Do you know, have you seen that one?
Yeah.
Well, I know of one. I dare not say the name.
Like, what is he wearing? Why is he wearing those cat ears?
It was not PewDiePie referencing Phil, it was this post on Kiwi Farms. Quote, "Let me preface with this. I know I'm a degenerate, but curiosity got the better of me, and I ended up seeing Officer Sanders IRL. I think I may be traumatized. The autism was just that bad. I got a room which I told her she could stay the night in, so she brought her hobo pack. She had a panic attack shortly after, so we had to talk for an hour to bring her down. Out of nowhere, she started talking about her sister and brought up one Philip Brunel. She had a container of Kool-Aid mix, so she added some to a bottle of water and was drinking from it. But for some reason, she thought it would be a good idea to add it to her bath and ended up trashing the bathtub.
What?
She splashed it on herself so it stained her skin. She did it to create content for OnlyFans, which should be up. Jesus. She then smoked some dank, We did stuff, and that was that.
What on earth?
I need to reevaluate my life choices.
What?
Unquote. If it weren't for the pictures, this would be seldom believable.
What the hell?
But as evidence was brought forth, it was clear that a troll had slept with Phil's sister-in-law. This really only scratches the surface of the earth. If it weren't for the pictures, this would be seldom believable. But as evidence was brought forth, it was clear that a troll had slept with Phil's sister-in-law. This really only scratches the surface of the rabbit hole pertaining to Phil.
Wait, sister-in-law, so it's not his blood sister. Is it like, his sister-in-law will be Kat's sister. Jenna, whatever her name is, Gianna, Jen. Let's just call her Jen for short. So a troll slept with Kat's sister. Alright.
Phil's extended family. As for Phil himself, by 2022, he had survived many generations of YouTube and was being exposed to the newest generation of users and creators.
That's crazy.
The type of these creators fall under the
This dude is
category
not-
of
is not
virtual
safe.
YouTubers, or VTubers for short. They are notable for their cutesy anime avatars. The juxtaposition between their and Phil's persona makes for an interesting watch.
I'm here, we're gonna name Phil! Yay, let's name him! Phil? Begin. I'm gonna look up at you like, huh?
Look at they doing to Phil.
You are now Phil, and you fill one. You fills one purpose.
It sure does. It sure does. I have some gold nuggets, but they're not.
People
like,
do not
concerning,
like this
so you
dude.
can't really actually use them.
They don't like Phil.
This chance happening of VTuber Gura naming a random NPC Phil is phenomenal for many reasons. To start, the NPC she named is a piglin. Phil's derisive nickname is Pig Roach. Both of them are known to snort. Gura also has a piglin trapped in a cage, which is a rather insulting position to be in.
That's
The
crazy.
in-game purpose of trapping this NPC is to utilize a mechanic that allows players to exchange gold ingots for random items from the piglin. The piglin will also attack you if you are not wearing a gold item. This greed and desire for gold from the NPC is just another reason this chance occurrence is remarkable.
I'm gonna get gold out of you, Phil. I'm gonna get all
This
types
is
of
next
goodies out of
level.
you, Phil.
It is
It's
also
crazy.
standard that VTubers, unlike any other content creator, mock Phil.
I think the good old DSP, the guy who can't complete a game. You know, it's honestly a wonder that DSP is still around to this day. He's like a relic. He belongs in a museum. He's made his career entirely off being bad and horrible. Which, I'm gonna be honest, at this point, I literally can't tell if it's an act and he's just really committed. I
It's
can't
not an
tell.
act.
How'd you even do that?
But that's the problem with DSP, is he blames everybody else for his problems instead of just recognizing the problem and then seeking a resolution for it.
Alright.
The most viral category was by far a comparison video titled Cute Anime Girl vs Disgruntled Old Man.
What are these? A bunch of little balls?
That's a lot of balls. What are we doing with these balls?
Gonna scoop them?
Can we grab them? Yes, we can.
Are we making like a
There's... Huh?
like a excavator?
Are we just putting all the balls in here or something?
What?
Once again, I'm just supposed to magically know what we're doing, even though the game has absolutely no explanation for anything.
To be fair, I don't like Breath of the Wild. To be fair, I don't like Breath. I don't
While
like
the
Breath of the
VTuber
Wild.
properly solves a puzzle with the items laid out, Phil bumbles through and solves it in the wrong and most difficult way, effectively introducing himself to a new audience.
Clip that one, you sons of bitches. Wow, that was a really ingeniously thought out puzzle, wasn't it?
This, without doubt, funneled more people into the rabbit hole that is DSP. And there will be many more to come, because Phil announced that he abandoned the 10-year plan of trying to get a regular job to one where he's trying to diversify himself online.
But what the 10-year plan has essentially evolved into is within 10 years, diversify myself enough on the internet that now I'm not just the gamer guy anymore, right? Now I'm known for other things, right? You can watch my podcast, you can come to a React event, you can see Phil do other shit and not even care about the gameplay, and that's all well and good.
There was a major refocusing on Phil's image, via a greater focus on his request of donations. Reddit post after popular Reddit post, discussion of Phil's ungratefulness and constant requests for donations were on an uptick. In October, it was found that in 8 hours, within 6 tweets, Phil was constantly petitioning for more money. Even moments where he got some goodwill were instantly tossed aside. Like this React stream where Phil finally reacts to the 2015 John Rambo podcast. A criticism within this podcast is how Phil monetizes everything. And since this React was a goal and Phil wanted to avoid proving John Rambo right, he states this.
And I have actively decided that today, since I will be doing this React event, that I am not monetizing it at all. There will be no advertisements on this stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube at all.
This multi-hour long stream was not monetized. But the next day, Phil pops on and says this.
The only times that I monetized anything that entire day when I did a 12-hour marathon was the pre-stream and a Feasting with the King video.
Right.
Sadly, that didn't really do much. So effectively, that was kind of a dead day for me when it comes to business, which is fine. I was expecting that. But today, what I was hoping is that there would be a rallying on my streams of people to come and support, and it didn't happen. In fact, today was an abnormally slow day, even for a weekend.
This is where Phil was at. Similarly, there was a very important keyword, slowest. This is very important because typing it into PicPigGo shows that the word is primarily used in one way.
Every time I play it, it ends up being the slowest stream of the week
when
it comes to support, and it's always my slowest night, you know? Inclusion of Earthbound, it was one of the slowest streams I've ever done, which really sucks. This is one of the slowest days I've had in months. The Call of Duty stream today was one of the slowest streams I've done in ages. I don't know what happened there. Support of the stream was always hit or miss. Sometimes it'd be one of the slowest streams I ever did in a week.
Now, this was never really a secret. It was just being discussed more because Phil didn't care to mask it, and the tips tracker would not allow him to form a more complex excuse for why he needed more money. The discussion of Phil eventually found its way to Critical Stream, which came secondary to the discussion of a different creator.
Obviously, I want to finish it, you know, but I talked it out for you guys tonight, and I got nothing out of it.
He then goes on to say, like, he doesn't even know if he'll be able to afford Gotham Knights on Friday because no one has donated enough, and he's not sure if they'll donate enough tomorrow.
If Phil's objective was to reimagine himself, he was doing a rather poor job of it. And in the middle of all this, he made a terrible mistake.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Daily Wrap.
On Phil's desk was his phone. On his phone was a rather familiar-looking layout.
WWE.
As was quickly pieced together,
Yep.
Phil was logged into WWE Champions. The game he states he did not play since 2018 because they were a waste of time and money. Time after time, Phil lied about not playing WWE Champions, but was finally caught in this lie. This did have a silver lining. His screen was too far off to make out a name, and so while it's irrefutably confirmed that Phil was actively playing it, Phil was now stating that he was playing it under a different account and that he wasn't the infamous Down from the Rafters. This had reached a state that existing evidence hardly did anything. Most were already convinced that Phil had a mobile gaming addiction, and those unwilling to engage with the evidence were already unreachable in the
Nah, he got a
misplaced
game
trust of
addiction.
Phil, who
Like,
lives in contradiction.
he been playing games for like 20
For some
years.
people, honesty is not the best policy. To some people, lie, I guess. I don't know. You have to be a moron. I'm sorry. I mean, how dumb can you be to not understand that being honest about something, right, is the right thing to do? Oh my God, something happened with Jasper. I could completely lie to you guys to try to get sympathy and make money. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm gonna be honest and upfront with you.
You've been playing games for 20 years straight, nothing but games.
Because I'm not that kind of person. But for some people, that's not good enough.
He hasn't had a real job in how long, guys? Like,
Whatever.
come on.
Fuck those people.
Phil lies so much, it is hard to know
Yeah,
what
he
is fake or
lies.
fact. His bankruptcy
Come on,
files
bro.
remain king due to them being legal forms. Then you have lesser evidence like the Discord screenshots or even the bank leaks that could theoretically be faked, but the coordination and dedication would make these chances minuscule. Yet Phil gravitates more towards wild theories himself as a way to represent them and paint the tractor community poorly as a way to also dismiss the valid criticism. And this somewhat works with his fans who have been doxxed, are people with disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely.
Yeah. I think he has autism. And this is coming from someone who has it. Because I've got a low level of autism. Asperger's, which...
Hold on, what? Hold on.
Disabilities are socially minuscule. Yet Phil gravitates more towards wild theories himself as a way to represent them and paint the tractor community poorly as a way to also dismiss the valid criticism. And this somewhat works with his fans who have been doxxed, are people with disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely.
Yeah. I think he has autism.
Yeah, he got signs of it.
And this is coming from someone who has it.
He's so oblivious.
Because I've got a low level of autism. Asperger's, which commonly called as. And I think I donated it because I've been following him for so long. I don't want to say he felt like a friend, but I felt like some kind of weird, like, hey, this is someone I know. I don't really know, but someone I've known. The only person I really follow.
Yeah, he definitely is on the spectrum. Phil
So
and Caddis,
I felt
yeah.
some kind of attachment, like a buddy in a sense, and I thought, oh, my buddy's in trouble, and I should help him out, you know.
These people exist within every creator's community, but with Phil, that's virtually his entire fanbase. Phil once did have a diverse viewer base, but as his infamy grew and his content stagnated, the only thing he offered is consistency. That really means nothing when levied against other content creators. But consistency to someone who is different is what keeps Phil online. To these people, Phil is very interactive. He is a friend. Or in just the perspective of his content, he is reliable and he is consistent. They have ingrained a habit of watching Phil's content into their daily lives for the past 15 years. The harassment and constant doxing by trolls
doesn't have any
scares them
friends.
away. But other
He doesn't
times,
have
it may
any friends,
strengthen their
Phil.
attachment to Phil. And attachment is a very strong thing, because when Phil says he is in need, they're willing to help out. Have you ever donated any money to Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I say over the past.
All these like viewers and people aren't even like real friends. They're just to Phil. They're just income. They're nothing but income to Phil. He never even viewed John Rambo as a friend. And John Rambo been around him for well over a decade.
Not even a subscription.
Crazy, bro.
Phil's the only one I've ever subscribed to. I never thought this out loud or even thought about it, so just not never donated to any of them.
These interviews are not entirely representative of Phil's fanbase, as there were only a handful willing to reach out. Others were in fear of exposing themselves. There are, however, endless examples of Phil turning fans into ex-fans. In the best case scenario, you get people like gamer Jay Lee, who was only a fan and mod of Phil for a period in the early 2010s. These people may comment or joke about Phil, but rarely take it beyond that.
Because I didn't want to basically cause drama, I silently just removed myself as a mod and left. And every once in a while I'll take jabs at him whenever he does something wrong. Now am I gonna do the fucked up stuff that some detractor channels do?
What does he have to do with Phil?
Despite Gamer J. Lee being fairly unengaged, Phil would try to make Gamer J. Lee seem uncredible.
It's about me on social media all the time, riffing on me, making fun of me, insulting me and my family, and he's regular in detractor circles and all that, and I'm like, so what happened?
Does my channel look like a detractor channel to you? I'm talking about Gears of War and Halo.
Optimally, this is as far as it will go. But when you factor in, this happens to his most dedicated fans, that experience is sliding directly from Phil. Those intense people, like his fans, have disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely, will take their obsession and twist them against Phil.
Even when you denounce that and call him out on his bullshit, there's still a chance you'll get caught up in the crossfire. Because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, people like Mighty D and, stuff that are great, you know, detractor content creators that make great stuff like Snort Brunel and so on and so forth. But then there's the mentally deranged ones, and I gotta say that they are mentally fucking disturbed.
Yeah, those sons of Kojima.
The way they will take this and twist it to try and basically do life ruination, even for people that denounce Phil.
Sons of Kojima, they dox
This
Leon
is how you
his
get people
father.
that swat him, dox his fans, DDoS his internet, mess with his internet as an alleged employee of Comcast, sleep with his sister-in-law,
That's
contact Phil's
wild.
father to expose Phil, of Comcast, sleep with...
She's not even attractive, bro. She's like a cat. Looks better than her. She's a 4 out of 10. She looks like a prostitute. She's not even attractive, bro.
With his sister-in-law, contact Phil's father to expose Phil, and totes doxing Phil's neighbors and anyone around. Contact Phil's father to...
You got in touch with Phil's dad through LinkedIn, bro? That's nuts.
Expose Phil, and totes doxing Phil's neighbors and anyone around him
His
as an
neighbors,
achievement.
too.
What's more, if Phil is several thousand miles away from his family, has long lost connection with friends, and that single only personal refuge is his
Yeah, he
wife,
ain't got no friends, bro.
means his personality curtails around these people. And being in the middle of the vortex, as it is called, means that his words carry much weight from appreciation towards his fans or hate towards his enemies. This has been Phil's life for the past decade and has
Yeah.
made him a dull knife.
Yep.
That's why the side-scroller's interview was catastrophic for Phil. Keeping in mind that Phil will only allow himself to be interviewed by those that are not knowledgeable of his expansive history, he accepted an interview by Stuttering Craig, a co-founder of ScrewAttack that has gravitated towards podcast-style shows and gaming coverage. Stuttering Craig was not very familiar with Phil, and as with
People who wear beanies all the time, people who wear beanies, all they do is wear beanies and hats, is because they're bald. They're bald or they're balding. Only people who are bald wear caps and hats all the time.
With anyone covering Phil, he was bombarded by messages of people trying to inform him of what kind of person Phil is. As a response, Craig was trying to temper expectations, and while he would do research for the interview, Craig was making it clear that he was not interviewing Phil with a pre-established stance or to destroy Phil's image.
There are some people who won't be happy unless I just bring Darkside Phil to his knees crying and bawling, and it's like they're going insane. Like they are into Phil has put out guidelines and Craig has paid Phil. What are you talking about? What? It's amazing.
Craig's lack of commitment towards hating Phil was causing the more paranoid detractors to develop theories. Craig's confusion towards these unsubstantiated theories brought even more paranoia into the mix. At one point, a user even just doxed Craig, quote, just in case something sketchy happens, unquote. And then the interview came. Live to around 2,000 people, Stuttering Craig and Adam Krigler introduced themselves before introducing Phil.
So I guess with all that said, let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on Darkside Phil. Phil, how are you?
Holy crap.
Phil, for the first 30 minutes or so, begins with constant flattery, saying he is a big fan of the show and doesn't miss an episode. While the
Yeah, he does. He says he pampers you with flattery because he's probably about to talk shit. I don't know. That's a mechanic that a lot of people do. When they shower you with flattery, it's because they're doing that so you don't talk, so you don't bring out specific questions, or you don't try to badmouth them. You know, it's kind of like the thing where they try to slip you like $1. They try to slip you some money under the table so you don't talk shit about them. It's kind of one of those situations.
Hosts are appreciative of Phil's words. It's clear they are not swayed by them. As Phil tries to use his time online as expertise, his statements are being challenged.
When you've been around as long as me, you realize you get people from all over the world.
Yeah, he didn't want them to challenge Phil.
If I were to,
but are they sticking? Are they staying though?
That's why he was trying to flatter them.
You know, if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe.
A big part of Phil wanting to reimagine himself is to get away from controversial jokes about race, or even just conversation about his finances. Phil likely didn't know that the host had evidence of Phil still doing both, which is when the tone of the interview starkly changed.
But I want to bring up, like, there's still jokes that are made that that don't necessarily, like, they don't fit today. And I want to play one for you really quick and just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is yeah. So you know where this is going, and I want to watch this so we all understand what's going on here.
Make this quick.
All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profit.
Put the kid in the vehicle. Stay with her.
That's right, she's too valuable to escape. She's worth lots of money.
Phil tried to grasp at anything to defend himself, stating that it was out of context, that the girl's race wasn't even a factor he considered when he made the joke,
that was not a
and that in
context,
today's
bro.
standards, that joke is somewhat acceptable. None of Phil's rhetoric was convincing. In fact, his constant jumping to different, sometimes contradictory.
To be honest with you, I don't think these guys care about the race joke. I think they just don't like Phil, and they're trying to just use shit against Phil. I mean, that was wrong, but I mean, that is offensive. That could offend anybody, but I don't. You really think these two white dudes care about what he said about black people? Nah, they just trying to use it against Phil. They don't like this dude Phil.
3 points were putting the host on offense.
The $5,000 business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors quite a bit. They say, what could you possibly be spending $5,000 on? Look,
Expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month? Geez. Your mortgage, because if you work from home, I guess that's part of it. I don't know. Again, I'm not a tax expert.
Is your mortgage $5,000?
All of your utility bills that apply to you operating the business.
Hold on, Phil, you've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are? You don't know what you get tax write-offs on and stuff? I mean, like...
yeah, he probably got real dumb over there. I think Phil, and this is the thing, when you get older and when you lose connections with a bunch of people, you get dumber. He's not as smart as he used to be. He's clearly a dumbass person.
No, I don't.
Phil was pleading ignorance. He pretended to act confused in what his business
he's playing
expenses
ignorance,
are.
and he
When
also
Phil
is just
clearly
dumb.
stated in the
Just
bankruptcy
both. He's
341
ignorant and
meeting
dumb.
exactly what his business expenses are.
Yeah, and basically anything related to my internet content creation, including, like I said, cost of video games, cost of subscription-based services, microtransactions within video games, cost of internet.
Phil successfully convinced the host that he was unaware of what was categorized as business expense, and so the conversation moved on.
Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
With Phil's admittance that he still plays WWE Champions, but not as the Down the Rafters account everyone claims he is, the conversation then moved to the bank leaks, which is something Phil had always skirted.
According to these leaks, there have been dozens, hundreds of transactions to the Apple Store. Many over hundreds of dollars that have been there. Were those your transactions?
No.
Phil finally had a statement on the bank leaks.
Wow.
Here he pivoted from stating that the bank leaks were not accurate, that they were related to the identity theft, then to that the bank leaks were not him at all and were entirely manufactured. None of Phil's statements throughout this entire interview were very convincing, but Craig quickly thought of a way to try to prove some of this.
Find this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing, I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see what's the risk.
Before Phil could fully commit to sending a screenshot of his WWE Champions account, his internet cut out.
Look at how goofy Phil looks compared to the other guys. Like, Phil, they're all probably around the same age. But look at how goofy Phil looks compared to them. Look at Phil's background and their background. Look at how they're dressed versus Phil is dressed. Come on, bro. They gotta all be in the same age group, and look at how Phil looks compared to them. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Circle back with you on Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
Did we lose him?
I hope not.
With Phil gone, even for
Yeah, Phil is definitely on the spectrum, bro. He definitely is some form of he definitely has some form of autism.
just about 5 minutes, the offer to send the screenshots was off the table as he could have created or manufactured a fake account. Another consequence of Phil's short disappearance was that the host had Keemstar join in the place of Phil. Keemstar was particularly relevant.
I don't like seeing it, dude. I don't like seeing Keemstar. He's a piece of shit to me. He keeps trying to involve himself around every controversy in any YouTuber. He keeps trying to shoehorn himself into everything. I don't like Keemstar. I hate seeing this dude's face. I hate seeing him. Like ever since that Etika thing, I mean I've been not liking the dude, but I really hated him after the whole Etika thing.
Not so much for the drama that was going on between him and Phil, but because Keemstar was trying to launch a new podcast known as the Lolcow Podcast, and was previously trying to get Phil on board with a $50,000 deal that as long as Phil joined, the same deal would be extended to the other two potential co-hosts. So the conversation was not so much about Phil and Keemstar, though there was plenty of that, it was about the money. It was that though Phil constantly petitions for donations, he would not accept a deal that provides what would normally be life-changing money.
The algorithm like sent his live stream in my feed, so I tune into it.
I don't like seeing this dude
And I'm
King Star,
telling
bro. I
you,
hate
the
seeing this
minute
dude.
I tuned in, I saw Phil.
Every person that wears a cap or wears a hat is because they're bald or they're balding, bro. It don't make you look cooler. It's just, just embrace the baldness. Just embrace the baldness, bro. Who gives a fuck? I don't see why people feel need to keep wearing all these dumbass caps, these hats and shit. Nigga, just, excuse my language, bro, just embrace the baldness, bro. You're bald. Who cares? Just embrace it. It don't make you look no cool. It don't make you look 10 years younger,
for money
bro.
to pay rent,
It don't.
utilities, and I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that like you're
He just
doing
look
this
like a
right
gremlin.
now. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you.
Keemstar look like that dude that's like in high school. He only fuck with people unless he's in like a circle. Like Keemstar is that guy who only bully people. He's a bully, but he only bullies people when his like homeboys are around and stuff. But when his homeboys aren't around, he acts like a fucking softie. That's Keemstar.
Offering you the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career.
The Locale podcast was eventually made without Phil's attendance, and without the $50,000 offer to the other two co-hosts, which also turned them against Phil. There is some speculation that Phil...
Man, I wouldn't join that shit. Think about it, guys. You take that money to join to be a Locale. You're basically saying that you're nothing. You're basically saying that you're a joke. Okay, you get the $50,000. Now you're saying that you're a joke. No one should take you serious. That's what you're saying. You get the 50 grand, but then you're putting on the clown. But then you're putting on the clown hair and the makeup and the clown nose. Like, come on, bro.
Refused the $50,000 because if he openly received such a large sum, he would not be able to pretend to be in such a rough spot financially. However, that is not entirely the case, as the dedication of his fans is underestimated. So if it came out true that Phil was, like, I guess, addicted to that one app, because I don't know if it is, right? I'm trying to find, like, what's going on, and I can't find anyone saying anything solid, pretty much. There's no solid evidence that proves anything, like, 100%. But if it did come out, would it not change anything for you?
As a baldy, your hair can get cold. That's true. To be fair, I worked for Fox News. Yeah, I guess that's true. I wouldn't want you to get cold, but yeah, I guess you make a point.
Because he does often say, I'm low.
I mean, but there's some people they go full bald. Some people they go full bald. Like, you know them guys who go like they go full bald, like they just cut all their hair off. I don't know. I guess it's up to your own personal taste or whatever.
Money this month and all that.
So, but you'd still like probably like watch him, or just you'd be disappointed, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
And that's where Phil currently is. He is in a place of changing hate and admiration that to certain degrees are both undeserved. He rants for hours on end to deaf ears and exists to be mocked. He has what would be anyone else's dream job, but in his case, it's a nightmare. His donations are only decreasing as fans are rarely gained, and enemies are constantly swelling in ranks. Phil is touted for his survivability online when compared to other creators. But the truth is, he has made so many enemies of content creators,
Yeah,
his
he got a
channel
lot
is
of
bound
enemies.
to
He got a lot of
statistically outlive
enemies,
some
bro.
of them. He has made...
You know you got enemies when people dox show girlfriend's father. Bro, you know you got enemies when you get a new girlfriend or a new wife or whatever, and trolls have sex with your wife's sister, bro. That's how you know you got enemies, bro. It's crazy, bro. That is next level, bro. You got haters to the point to where people are having sex with your sister-in-law. That is nuts. That's nuts, bro. I'm full bald. If I'm outside or something, it's cold. I mean, yeah, it's cool. But these dudes that's cool. I mean, that makes sense if you're outside. I mean, that's perfect. That makes perfect sense. I can understand that 100%. But these guys were wearing beanies in caps inside, like they're inside.
Yet his channel was bound to statistically outlive some of them. He has made possibly over $1 million, yet has nothing to show for it, and is now outlived But the truth is, he has made so many enemies of content creators, his channel was bound to statistically outlive some of them.
Oh,
He
yeah.
has made possibly over $1 million.
Oh yeah, he's made well over $1 million over the course of his career, absolutely.
Yet has nothing to show for it, and is now uploading multi-hour-long videos daily for pennies.
Yeah, he ain't got nothing to show for it, bro. He went to making money, cause so let me break it down for you guys. When Phil was in Connecticut in his condo, he made money. But it wasn't money to where oh, I can travel every few months, I can buy all this bullshit, but it wasn't that type of money. But he made money. The problem was that Phil didn't know how to manage his money. So he instead of him living within his means, he kept trying to be this great popular YouTuber that played all the newest games, and he, wasted a lot of money trying to do it because he kept trying to keep up with all the other YouTubers. You know what I'm saying? So he kept buying all these things that he really can't afford. That's why he kept putting everything on credit, because he couldn't really afford it, but he just kept doing it to really keep up with everybody else. That's really what he was doing. He really couldn't afford the lifestyle that he was living. Because he was living over his means. He wasn't living within his means.
He has practically nothing to show for anything.
No, he ain't got nothing to show for.
There is only hate, contempt, and displeasure. And being that the only people that interact with him daily, sans his wife, are those utterly obsessed with his life, Phil will continue to curtail his personality around these people who do not represent a healthy reality, as he continues to hold on to what shred of his online career he can grasp.
Oh yeah. That's why he made this Joon the King guy. Joon the King, bro, we've been here for 4 hours because I went back and forth, I rewind and all that type of stuff. Bro, Phil, you're fucked up to where you make collab videos with the very dude who freaking made a documentary about you. Phil had money, but he didn't have let me travel every other month, go to all these conventions, buy all the newest games. He didn't have that type of money. But he kept trying to live above his means and everything like that, and he fell into a hole. DSPGaming. Let's look at his recent videos. He changed his icon. He been at this subscriber mark for I don't know how many years. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah. I remember back in the day, Phil used to break at least 1,000 views within a day, per video. He can't even get 500 for a lot of them. He's not uploading as frequently no more. How is he making money? The last time he uploaded a video was almost a day ago. I mean, I'm not want to talk. I'm just talking as far as, for him. He uploads 3-4 videos a day. He's not making any views anymore, guys. I don't know how he's even. I don't know. I don't know how he's even staying afloat. How do you pay a mortgage and all that stuff, and this is the views that you're getting? He doesn't get any views. How are you staying afloat? How are you paying your bills? I don't get it. I don't get it. What are we looking at? He ain't making no money on this. Oh, that's just link things. YouTube, 2 different YouTube accounts. Patreon. Let's look at his Patreon. Oh, you guys can't see it. Let me see something. Oh, you can see it. Okay. He has 32 members. Does this show how much he's earning? Of course, you're gonna recommend the highest one. The 32 paid members, but like, he hasn't made a post in 3 years. No, 2.5. Well, you know what I mean. Since 2022, it's 2025. Like, who's even supporting him? He hasn't made a post. So what do you get? Who watch most of my content on demand? Don't attend my live streams. It's a great way to help out if you're not seeking any time of live. So you don't get anything for this. For the $5 a month, you don't get none in return. Only will get perks. What perks? You'll get verbal thank you. Okay, whatever. $20. Super fans. So you don't get nothing for it. $50. Personalized video from me. Yo, imagine if like 20 people. Wait. Is this per month? Do you get like a personal video per month? I don't know. Anyway, we're about to shut down, guys. We already done watched the whole documentary. Yeah, we're about to shut down, guys, in a minute. We got these 3 channels: DSP Reacts, Throwback, and DSP Gaming. That's just email. That's a classic email because it says Hotmail. DSP Reacts. Okay, yeah, he does do these DSP. Yeah, he still does the DSP try. Yeah, I need to make another season of the DSP tries. I need to make another season. He got really goofy. He just got so goofy. Yeah, he's not living within his means, bro. He's not. Okay, he uploads on this channel. It's throwbacks. It's just what he's re-uploading the old content. He's re-uploading the old content, right? What's this? Yeah, he's re-uploading old content. Well, why watch this when I can watch it? This is how you don't play. Alright, guys, we're about to shut down, guys. Alright, so I wanna thank you guys so much for watching. This has been a long live stream of me watching the whole documentary. I haven't watched the documentary before. I've never watched the Joon the King documentary before. This was my first time ever watching it. I want to thank you guys for staying with me for this crazy length, you know. And I'm gonna be making more live streams. Not all of them are gonna be about DSP. Some of them are gonna be me talking about Sega and the future of Sonic and Sega, etc., and things like that. But I decided to make this live stream because I don't make videos often. I right now have a fiance. You know, I have a fiance. I got things going on right now. Nothing crazy, but I gotta make a lot of like life. I gotta get accustomed to you know, changes that's going on before I could commit to going back to making full-time videos. You know how you guys get. You know how when you get older, you got more responsibilities, so you gotta kind of you know how life gets so spontaneous once you get older. You guys know what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna try to do more live streams. So again, I want to thank you guys for watching. You know, stay tuned for future stuff. You know, have a good day. Have a good night.